Hello and welcome to the Cake Online regional for the region of Europe. I'm Gerrit and I'm accompanied by Flonne. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited to see what people are going to be bringing today after Ascent Boston. Kind of shook everything up with the unveiling of the very secret Horus Vanitas deck. So I just want to ask you, Gerrit, do you expect to see anything interesting today?
I expect to see great things, especially considering our first two players with the fragmented wind spirit and the fragmented fire spirit. This is going to be so much fun for the first round. And I'm pretty sure, skimming through some of the deck lists, we will have quite a few interesting decks at least show up on Omnidex later on. For our first round, we actually have two Europeans playing each other that also practiced yesterday evening against each other. That's kind of funny to me. It is going to be Karuko versus Songorio. Songorio is one of the Polish players who is well accomplished already, and Karuko is one of the never Dutch players who also accomplished quite a few things. Both players made in Ascent Utrecht day 2, if I'm not too mistaken here. And Karuko is on a fragmented Spirit of Wind Merlin list that is going to be something to watch out for, with quite a few funny cards. And Songorio on his favorite deck of all time, it is going to be Fire Spirits. What else could it be?
Yeah, but it's not just Fire Spirit, it's Fire Slimes using Specters, which is, I think, something you don't normally expect. Usually with these slime decks, you just want to jam the deck full of animals and beasts and slimes, really. So now we put in the Specters, it adds a bit of a clunk factor, but also it's Rally Abyss. There's a reason why the card got put to category 2 after one big event.
You are correct. And I'm very curious to see how this one plays out. Looking at Karuko's list here, you see quite a few interesting cards. He already attacked for the mighty Snow White with Lurid Dreaming, so Snow White is now threat to him here. What else is he playing? An Expeditious Opening. This is going to be a lot of fun.
This is a very weird deck. I'll tell you now, this deck has a bunch of cards we haven't seen really in any other decks. Maybe some stuff that people have been kind of looking at. I think Lurid Dreaming is actually a card that when the set was released, a lot of people were talking about it in Merlin in particular because it lets you restand, get like lots of float stealing, and also draws you cards. So excited to see how that ends up being used. But the deck is on a pretty light Crux package. It has the Pendragons, it has the Ascensions, then it plays like some Sights and some Majesties. But a lot of it is allies, a lot of it is Windtrotter. You have Expeditious Opening, bring things in at fast speed. And I guess the idea is really we just want to be Ascension looping, playing allies with really good on-enters, suppressing them, bring them back. Very typical Merlin win things, and I'm excited to see if it actually ends up panning out. We're also on that Fragmented Spirit, so we do get more consistency throughout the deck. We also have that Alcahest, which is a card that I absolutely love to see people be playing because it's really, really strong when there's all this regalia that currently exists in the meta that people need to get rid of.
This is one of the perks that Merlin already had back then. Playing Alcahest and being able to use it to banish without needing other regalias is quite a big thing. And you are not very much limited in regards to what you can remove with it, unless the cost factor for the regalias you target with it. Is there anything?
Yeah, we also gotta talk about the new card actually. Obviously, Wind getting a really big upgrade in the form of that Purifying Thurible. What do you think about this card released to the Proxies Vault, Gerrit?
It is amazing. I love the card and the idea, and it pushes Wind in a direction that you can play Wind again, even more reliable. I tried it yesterday with a few locals a couple games, and I was actually quite confused when to properly use it. So there is some practice to it when you want to use the ability. If you want to just wait for it to deny your opponent's graveyard, or if you want to just straight up draw a card. Because worst case, it's just a backup charger without a power cell, right?
I mean, you could literally just use it as a backup charger, especially if you don't already play turbocharge. It's not like you're really losing much. Also, could just play both of them. I think a lot of decks were already on backup plus the Tangu. So now it's like, why would we bother still playing Tangu? We can just play this instead. Or we could play all three if you're insane. So just a lot of options. Graveyard hate is absolutely at a premium in this meta. Not only with the Ral decks, but the few people who are maybe still trying to play water. It also really hurts against Xander. Get rid of a random assassin action. That really sucks for him as well. So Purifying Thurible going to be a huge card. Want to see if it's enough to really get over the Ryle specters looming over us in this current meta. I do expect to see more wind than usual, but wind was already the second most popular element after fire. So
Okay, and
yeah,
it
so
seems
unfortunately
like
we did lose, or actually okay, we do have our two players here. So yeah, Gerrit, we're already in here. So Sungorio versus, oh actually I
I,
think,
I think there was
yeah, no,
a
this is a,
change for the featured match since one of the players was missing. So we have a new matchup and we will have deck lists in a few seconds. But it seems like it's a fire mirror. And do I see an Exia card on the top player's graveyard? I'm not 100% sure.
no, I believe that is an Ashen Riffle. So with that the
Oh,
Noir, this is looking like suited, and on the other side we see the Sable Remnant, which it might make you think this is fire aggro, but Sable Remnant actually does see play in a lot of other random fire decks. Like some CLs play it because it's a good hit off of a creative, but it also is just an automaton that we can throw away for a Carter to actually get the rare Carter draw effect. So Maru X
draw.
here, just gonna get that Fire Resonance Bobble. Let's get our influence. For suited, it's really important to have a big hand because all these suited cards, you kind of just want to dump them out. And yeah, so what do we got here? We got a 4 and a 3. So Gerrit, tell us what are the kind of combinations these suited decks are really trying to look for?
So in the early games, you probably look exactly for those two cards because one replaces itself. It is the 4 of spades, if I'm not super wrong, and the 3 of spades is a very annoying ally to deal with because through the ability of her, you basically get to choose which of your allies dies. She can activate her cardistry effect to give one of your suited allies 2 health until end of turn. And that is very annoying to deal with and makes the math on clearing those allies very difficult. If you sit across from those, you need a lot of allies to be able to attack to clear them reliably.
Yeah, and the thing about suited is you just need to get rid of them. Every single suited card you leave on field is just going to keep discounting all the other suited cards that come after. So it's pretty critical here. And also, since we have a 4 and a 7, if we can get another 2-cost suited card on field, we can hit that magic 10 costs on field for potential Rouge or a potential Noir to get those huge buffs.
Noir
So
is a
on
very
Aaron's
strong
side here,
card.
backup. Yeah, and Noir actually Noir on field. I assume that is off the Ashen Riffle. There is that Noir. So Noir has already been revealed here. So we know Noir is gonna come down. So I really want to see if Aaron has a way of getting rid of these allies. But you see, Aaron here just went for backup charger as the materialization. Do you think that maybe he kind of has a bit of a bricked up hand?
It might be, or he is just looking for more damage here to even clear those two allies that are very pesky.
But
Noir as being
bring
a
out the Xiao
possible threat.
Xiao.
Ooh.
That is kind of not a lot of firepower though. These are 2-1 power allies on field, one with stealth at least, but currently we can't really address any of the suited bodies that Mario X has on board. Lurking is going to be a start. That gets us at 2, 3, 4, but because of the because of the 3 of spades, I don't think we can actually get rid of any of these suited allies.
You most likely have to threaten the ability usage of the 3 of spades to some degree right now. Otherwise, it will be a huge hassle in the future. One possible line would be with the lurking assailant on the 3 of spades here to bait the ability and see what Maru else can do.
Aaron here is holding up 2 cards in hand, so could be trying to bluff a potential mark the target or so. The cardistry on the 3 of spades is going to be used here. Cardistry does mean you can only use it once per instance of the card on field.
Exactly.
So this 3 of spades has been used up. And what else do we got here? Deflecting Edge. Deflecting Edge going to be used here to keep the allies alive. And this is a pretty terrible start for Aaron here because 2 suited allies with a Noir banished off of that Ashen Riffle means that we are pretty set up here as long as we can get any 2 costs suited.
It will be very difficult in the future for Aaron, especially if the board develops now even further for Maru. With any ally basically hitting the board, it gets more and more difficult to survive the onslaught here. If Noir can hit the 10 cost threshold, she's a 2/2, and as long as you have another suited ally on the field, she has stealth, so clearing this one will be even more of a pain. This is looking
You can see the amount of value we just got here. The 4 of spades getting the pre-recollection draw off of that GCR just means we have a ton of cards in hand and we have a ton of allies that we could potentially play here. 2 costs down, gonna bring us that 2 of spades, another one of the premier suited allies being able to be played at fast speed. And guess what, Gerrit? We have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is there some elementary math we can do here?
If we add one more, we are at 10. This sounds very correct to me. How about your thoughts on that? 9 plus 1 sounds like 10.
Yeah, I do love some basic arithmetic here. We are gonna get that buff counter for the 2 of spades being free now because we do actually have 3 different costed suited allies. This Noir is almost assuredly gonna come down right here. Important to note about these cards like Noir and like Rouge, it is exact. You have to have the exact number. It can't be like, oh, if you're 11, it doesn't count for 10. You have to be at 10. So in this situation, she gets to come in, get 2 buff counters, and has stealth, 4 bodies on board. What do you think? Do you think that Maru X is just gonna start hitting face, or are we gonna just clear the way here, get rid of this lurking, and get rid of this Sable? Xiao Xiao obviously has stealth, so she is going to stick around for a bit longer.
I would probably just try to clear the lurking assailant and everything else has to go face. That would be
that's fair.
my thought.
The Sable does have stealth, so maybe you'd rather just leave it on board. But if we do level up to 1, it will become a 2/1. So maybe you do want to address it just so it's harder to fight back here. But that lurking definitely needs to go, just like you said. 5 more cards in hand, though. I wonder if he has anything else. Potentially a 4 of spades or a 4 of hearts here could be really strong. Ooh, so we are in fact clearing.
Looking at the deck list, we both can see that he also runs a trumpet set. That is a very interesting attack card to deal with attacks on your allies, because it gives your ally more attack and life, and you kind of get to redirect an attack. So if Aaron now wants to start clearing off the 3 of spades with any ally or damage, you can just use the trump set to protect your allies, basically. And it makes it even more difficult. The suited deck is a very difficult to deal with deck if you are already snowballed a little bit ahead. Because I'm not sure why it is like this, but it seems like the deck never runs out of cards if you once established somewhat of a board presence at some point. It is even very confusing to me seeing this all the time.
Well, yeah, I mean, suited, that's kind of the idea. Is you just keep swarming, put more allies, your opponent's forced to deal with them. And then when you deal with them, guess what happens? We drop the Verita, and suddenly now we have created a completely new problem. So kind of the idea behind the deck. And if you're running into a deck like Xander, where it's like, I'm trying to be aggro, I want to kill you, but then now I actually have to start sinking into your allies instead of hitting face, which Xander usually does not want to be trying to play this long, drawn out game.
Yeah. Long drawn out games are not for the suited deck because you surely want to swarm the board very quickly and then just overwhelm your opponent by sheer board presence. Ooh, a Vermilion Decree from Aaron. Let's see who he tries to roast here. Any
Vermilion
thoughts on
Decree.
that?
The issue with the Vermilion Decree here is, I mean, who do we kill? I guess we could go after the either the 3 of spades or the 2 of spades, but doesn't really feel that great because you know that they're probably just gonna get replaced anyway. Also, 5 cards in hand, so there's a lot of potential outs here. Mostly it's attack damage, so like deflecting edge and whatnot. But I wonder if maybe this is just a bit of futility here, just trying to clear out some of these kind of dinky allies that are mostly here just to fulfill. Oh my god, a planted explosive comes out after. Is this prepared? Seems like no. Oh,
It
actually, yeah, it
seems
seems
like
like it
yes.
was. Oh no, I think it was Vermilion Decree into Noir and then planted explosive to finish her off so we can maintain the prep counter at least. But look at
Mm,
that. We just spent 2 cards to kill 1 ally. I mean, Gerrit, do you think that's a fair trade?
it is not a fair trade, but probably one Aaron has to do right now because he is very much far, far ahead. Expending 2 more cards to clear 1 ally will probably not help him that much, but ooh, very rough here.
And so we spent our entire turn just doing Planted Explosive and Vermilion Decree, not establishing any more allies or anything. And we've just put this Noir on in the grave, which means that potentially, if we do eventually get to that Verita, another suited ally that we can use, the 1 cost does make it a bit hard. We're going to level up Lorraine 1 here. So we are on Lorraine. The suited decks usually either play Assassin. Oh, Verita, unfortunately, going to the grave there. That's like I was saying. Usually they either play Lorraine because Lorraine gets the free sword. She has Raise Slash as well, which is a really strong card. Or you play Assassin because agility pretty good in a deck like this. If you're playing Tristan, Xander also just, it's Xander. He has a lot of really strong cards. We of course have Varukans, we have Blazing Throws, we have all the usual Fire, Xander, aggro nonsense that we use here. And ooh, gonna play out that Rouge. So we killed that Noir, which puts us back down to 9. And guess what? 9 plus 1. What is that? 10. Rouge here. What do you think about Rouge? The Rouge here is a pretty huge deal. That's a lot of damage coming out.
It is. Ooh, and now we have the raised slash actually hitting the board and putting more buff counters on things. That is lethal, I suppose.
I mean, this is just lethal if, I mean, unless that card in hand, it's 1 card in hand, there should be nothing in this deck that can really stop this onslaught here. This is going to be 3, 6. Yeah, that's just it. I mean, pretty clinical here. Mario X just completely dominating by dropping a ton of allies on board that Aaron just couldn't do anything about. So, Garrett, what do you think Aaron can do to adapt to this? Like, looking at the deck list, is there anything he could potentially side?
That is a very good question. I'm actually not sure. Aaron's sideboard looks more catered towards either those Arrival Abyss decks with Ember Crypt Burn or towards big allies with Immolation Trap. But the suited deck neither has any of those things, right?
Yeah, I mean, incapacitate, what are you really incapacitating? I guess you could hit a straight flare or maybe like a Ashen Riffle. Not the highest impact incapacitates in the world. And then Maru X's side, Suited Trickery is a card that could potentially come in, thus stop some of these annoying big attack turns, though I think I don't see we do have Ignited Stab and we do have Heated Vengeance. So potentially, do you think that's something that Maru X might decide to throw in here?
Possibly. I think game plan still stays the same. You want to swarm your board early, and the aggro deck most likely cannot deal with it in a reasonable fashion because you, as a suited deck, are actually quite sturdy, even though you don't seem to have that much interaction. Free Deflecting Edge and like the Trumpet sets in combination with the Three of Spades ability are usually enough to throw off your opponent to establish a board state very quickly.
But Gary, we gotta talk about the difference in this game is that we do in fact get to go first, which in the aggro mirrors, going first a lot of times is the difference here. And we are gonna drop that red hair. Is there a follow-up to this? Putting the red hair first means no Arthur possibility, but that does mean maybe we got the 2 cost. Maybe we got a March hair.
I'm curious to see what Aaron has. And oh, ciao, ciao.
All right, this is a pretty classic start here. Xiao Xiao red hair. Name a better combination aside from Arthur red hair.
That is a very heads-up play, actually, because suited decks don't run that much direct damage spells to remove the Xiao Xiao, and if you want to deal with the horse, you need to have at least 2 allies very frequently to run into the horse, and then you face the retaliation, and most likely going to lose one of your suited allies. That is quite difficult and very heads up from Aaron here to just threaten a board state that needs to be dealt with.
Yeah, a card I think that could be really critical here is Two of Hearts, being something that can just hit up to 3 on its own. Pair it up with maybe a three of spades could actually also be a crazy. 2 of Hearts plus 3 of spades does let us activate the cardistry on 2 of Hearts for free and just take out the red hair. Oh, and there, I believe that's the 2 of Hearts.
It is indeed
so
the
Gary,
2 of Hearts.
You think we're just gonna slam into it?
You're most likely going to do that just to remove the horse, because free attack is very strong, and if it keeps hitting you a lot of turns, it will start to hurt very badly, very quickly.
Yes, that's absolutely true. I wonder if he has a follow-up as well. Could have a deflecting edge to maybe keep the 2 of Hearts alive. Oh, straight flare coming out here. You did say there weren't a lot of direct damage spells. This is basically the only one, aside from maybe a potential blazing throw.
That is correct, and
so
he is going for the full clear.
Yeah, so Xiao Xiao going to get taken out here. So do we even bother hitting the red hair now? Because maybe there's no other unique ally, right? It's always the eternal question. Do you kill the red hair or do you kill the unique ally? Because maybe you kill the red hair, but then maybe there's no unique ally. You kill the unique ally. If they have another one, you basically just kick the can down the road. So in this situation, Gerrit, what would you do?
I'm a very greedy player, so I would hit face. No questions asked. The opponent never has another unique ally.
And if he seems like Mario X agrees with you, just hitting face here. Let's see if he's punished for that potential decision.
So my thought is very easy on that one, because if you start racing, your opponent has to deal with your board and you force him to attack your allies. Otherwise, you are just always one attack ahead, unless you can accumulate enough burst damage right away. And that makes those games usually very difficult to decide when to go for clear or face. However, I'm also not that very well versed in the aggro matchups. I personally excel more in like I grind all day this one game with you games.
I see you're one of those players.
Yeah, no one likes me at locals.
4 down. What would that possibly be? It's Arthur, the young hair coming down here. Are we gonna immortal this? I feel like maybe you should, but it seems like I think that's an immortal Arthur. Yeah, seems like it.
It seems like it.
We are gonna activate the red hair here and also give a +1. Do we even bother killing the 2 of Hearts though? Maybe you actually just hit face here. Oh. I'm not sure if that little finger wag. Okay, it seems like we are gonna do the discipline play. We're gonna kill the red or the 2 of Hearts, and we're gonna discard a planted explosive along with it. So no float, unfortunately, but still getting fire cards in the grave. Can't be too mad about that. It does unlock your Verucan Soul Knife and your potential rendings. So Yeah, so Mario X here needs to deal with this board, Garrett. How do you think he can potentially get around these two huge allies?
That is a very good question. Maybe he has another miracle clear in hand. If you have another two of hearts that he plays a four of in hand, he can for sure clear the red hair. That would already help. I'm very interested to see what he now wants to do here.
I mean, we do need to deal with this red hair. And the Arthur being immortal means we can't really do anything about it right now. So we definitely need to get rid of this horse, though. Every turn that this red hair lives on board, not only is it just a ton of stats, but it's also that filtering, digging through our deck, looking deeper, finding more of the power cards that we need. Oh, 4 cards down? Is this a counter Arthur? Oh, no, it's the 4 of hearts coming out. So 4 of hearts is probably, I would argue, probably the strongest suited card, being able to draw into memory and then also summon something out onto the board from your memory, which you draw into memory and then you bring it out. So that's a pretty crazy line here, but we are just doing it for its full cost. So let's see if we can get something with 2 power at least, so we can get rid of that
Maybe
nasty
another
little
two of
horse.
hearts. Ooh.
Oh, the 3 of hearts, probably the other really strong premier suited ally. The main thing about 3 of hearts is that she's like, most of these suited cards, they're not that good if you don't get the suited effect. But 3 of hearts on her own is just the premier stat line, 3 cost 2/3, with
He
the added
is
upside of having a potential discard effect.
the best thing about the Three of Hearts is actually she's kind of a creative shock on a stick, right? Because her ability basically reads, oh, if you have me on the board, pay 2, draw a card, discard a card. In every fire deck. It is so crazy,
Yeah.
and you can throw her in every fire deck just for good measure, because she can deal with allies somewhat reasonably, and also filtering in your fire decks is very strong.
Yeah, unfortunately though, because we only have 2 suited allies with different costs here, she cannot activate her ability at this point with 0 cards in hand. So I think she will unfortunately be falling to this red hair here most assuredly.
And this is the second red hair. It's always the same conundrum. Either they have another unique ally to enable the red hair, or they have another red hair. Whatever you do, it is always the wrong pick. It is kind of
Is
unfortunate.
it's a very true statement. I don't know why. It's like my opponent just always has the card they need. I never have the card I need. Dumps the float off the red hair here. Very strong start here. And the tariff ring is going to make a counterattack very difficult. What do you think Mario X can do to get out of this situation?
That is a very good question. You need a couple two of hearts, most likely, to just clear off the allies, or just pray. Pray to the Lord. That would be
Ooh.
pretty good here. Especially with the tariff ring on board for Aaron, it is very hard to now clear, right? If you are
Yeah, and then the
Maru,
soul knife coming out here means we can get rid of the 4 of hearts as well. So there's going to be no allies on board with a tariff ring stuck on. I think this might be a little bit of a GG.
yeah, this might be, oh, the cutthroat, even more damage with the allies. Ooh, ooh, ooh. If you are now Maru, it is going to be very tough to clear off the board, especially if Aaron uses the tariff ring right away during your recollection, because then you need to be able to play a certain amount of allies and also be able to pay for the attack. So that is ooh.
Yeah, and actually, do you think you should even use the tariff ring in this situation? Your opponent has no allies on board. So maybe you're okay with just maybe slow rolling it for another turn, but oh, apparently Aaron, just gonna use it. Let's make sure that our board stays alive no matter what. Let's not take any
Yeah.
risks here.
Not taking risks in a in this kind of matchup is very important, because if you establish your board and you can keep now the state somewhat intact, you most likely run away with the game very quickly here.
Was seeing similar play to last turn, but not quite as good. This is the forest phase, which cannot summon anything. So I think that perhaps this is looking kind of over. And if we look at the first game and compare it to this one, very similar story. It's like basically who is able to control the board first, able to get their allies on and stick them for more than a turn. Really the big story of this kind of matchup.
You are correct. It is the story, and that is also why I'm not a good aggro player, because I made the wrong choice in the beginning then.
We should be paying for the tariffing here, actually. So I think ask the judge here to clarify that. Yeah, so we're not paying for the tariffing, so we should not be able to actually do this play.
No costs being paid means no attacks being done.
I mean, looking at the board right now, we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage on board against a Spirit of Fire. Only need to find the smallest amount in order to actually finish this off. And gonna get the glimpse while we're at it. Could maybe look for something like a planted. Maybe like a blazing throw that we could use the soul knife and then bring out.
So whatever Aaron finds now, he basically needs 1 damage, because the cutthroat will be dealing 4 damage. The red hair will also be dealing 4 damage. That's 8. Arthur itself is 10, and he is still on spirits. Unless there are a deflecting edge in Maru's hand, it is gonna be over in this turn, most likely.
That's right. So I mean, at this point, we could also just bring out Mercenary Blade. We could bring out the Varukan Soul Knife. There's infinite ways that we can end this game, and with only 2 cards in hand, the only thing you really have to worry about is deflecting edge.
Yeah. Did you ever see a Fire Zander deck that doesn't draw damage?
I mean, when their deck is 99% damage, I think it's kind of hard to not draw damage.
It is. So Aaron now takes 1 damage from the Cutthroat to increase the damage by 1. But why do you sequence it that way? Oh, that is very interesting. I'm not sure what the reasoning is.
Interesting. Yeah, choosing to attack with the Cutthroat before Arthur. Not sure why that would be the line. Maybe trying to bait something out here. But seems like we are just going face here. I wonder if there's enough damage in the hand. Okay, there we go. There's the deflecting edge. So we have forced it out here. Probably means we're not killing this turn unless our hand is just loaded with all the strongest, cheapest spells. Like a planted explosive, blazing throw here could potentially get us quite close there. 3 fire cards in grave, which means we are able to bring out that soul knife, which seems like the play here. I wonder if we were going to see that blazing throw. I mean, really, it's a card that was pretty innocuous on the release of the game, but over the years that we have been playing Grand Archive, it has just gotten better and better and better with all the new weapons that we can just bring out during the main phase.
You are correct. It is a card that I was in my early days very about, and now I'm always in fear of getting Blazing Throat at the worst possible moment. Planted Explosive prepared for 4 to Maru's champion. Oh, that is...
Yeah, so we were unfortunately 1 off from killing here. So, I mean, when you think about it, if we actually swung with the Arthur first, we would have been able to kill here. So maybe like a little bit of a miscalculation there. But let's see if Maru X can somehow crawl his way out of this. This is a really huge deficit of life to get through. But because we were able to stick 2 suited allies, we can maybe start making things happen.
You are correct. Is this actually the second Verita that is gone? Did he
These
bench
Veritas are
his?
not they are not sticking. They are getting banished every single time. But in this situation, we had a 3 of hearts, a 4 of hearts. So we were actually only, and I also think the 2 of hearts, right? So actually we were pretty close to being able to bring out that Verita.
Hmm. It
Actually,
will
potentially,
be
maybe that's why Aaron chose not to clear the allies when you think about it. But maybe he wanted to just deny the ability to bring out the Verita.
could be a possibility. It is. It is going to be very difficult for Maru, regardless of what he tries to do now, right? Because he has 6 damage counters left to be put on his champion by Aaron, and as we already kind of established, every card in the Xander deck is basically straight up damage to some degree, and you need to be clearing all 3 allies now, and even want to put pressure on Aaron here, and that is going to be very, very difficult. Let's see what he finds for
Ashen
the Ashen
Riffle
Riffle.
comes out. Usually, Ashen Riffle, a card that its value over time, and in this situation, I don't think you have the time. You really just want to find like high impact stuff that works like right now. So pretty tough situation. If we bring out the 3 of hearts, we could potentially get the draw discard effect, but that's not going to really address the outstanding issue here, which is all of these allies.
That is
Just
indeed
take
a
out the
very
Arthur.
outstanding issue.
Rain gonna come here, kill the Cutthroat, which means we have the red hair. So okay, Gerrit, I mean, what do you think? We have the unique ally to turn on the red hair once again.
Most likely. They always have it,
They
right?
always have it. They always have it. Oh,
Oh.
we're gonna play another Noir here. That's an interesting choice. And then we're gonna play out the Rouge. So now we are currently at 4, 5, 6, which does get us to do, which does let the Rouge bring out the damage, which will let us kill this red hair. So actually pretty clutch line to find that. Most people probably wouldn't want to be, sacrificing their Noir to the unique ally ruling. But let's see. We have to find 6 damage, no allies on board with currently 4 card influence. If we maybe materialize a draw card, we could get up to 5 or no 6. So I wonder, do you think he can find 6 damage?
Maybe, maybe not. I'm very unsure about this. So, possibly Blazing Throw with Mercenary's Blade presents already 4 damage, and that is 2 influence. So every ally would do the trick.
Ooh, Impact Hammer is another way. That's 2 damage plus 4 damage, 6 damage exactly, as long as we have that Blazing Throw.
Yeah, so having Blazing Throw basically wins you the game.
Yeah, I mean, they always have it, right? Oh. Rococo is another fantastic card at the low influence, being able to do 2 damage plus another 1 off of her swing. I think this is probably looking like a wrap to me. What do you think, Gerrit? Is there anything Marwex can do? 0 cards in hand, no Regalia on field that could potentially stymie all of this damage. Looking like it's kind of over.
It looks very over to me here. If you go face with the Rococo and also have anything else here that just closes it.
Yeah, hella, Mark the Target could even end it here.
Oh yeah, Mark the Target is a card. I always forget about that one.
Seems like we just need 1 damage. Literally anything. Even a March Hare would do it.
Yeah.
Planted Explosive.
Planted
Unprepared planted.
That looks like a game 3 to me. Very exciting first game for the event today. I like it a lot. What about you, Flonne?
Yeah, no, I love aggro mirrors. Aggro mirrors are so much fun. I especially love fire aggro mirrors. They're funny. They're exciting. They're explosive. They're planted explosive, in fact.
I'm never really sure if the suited deck is actually an aggro deck or if it just is like a swarmy mid-rangey deck, right?
I guess it can do both, right? Depends on what you're playing against. When you're playing against a level 3 deck, you kind of just have to kill them as soon as you can. But when you're playing against another aggro deck, suddenly we have to get into the whole board control war. So
It
definitely
kind of.
it's a versatile deck, which is what makes it so suited to the current meta.
I love that one. Very good, very good. I
Let me
remember.
ask you this, Gerrit. Do
Hmm,
you think that in the next set they are gonna release the clubs and the diamonds?
I hope so.
I would love to see more suited cards. It destroys my OCD brain to have like we have two suits but not the other two. Like that would mess me up for life to be like, wow, we just don't have diamonds.
I also hope for more chessmen.
I think it's inevitable we're gonna get more chessmen. They can't release Alice and give us two chessmen cards in the game.
That is true. That is true. I think I remember very vividly one article I read for another card game a couple years back that kind of says at any given game you are playing, regardless of what your deck archetype is, you either have to assume the aggro deck position or the control deck position, depending on the board state. And Suited is a deck that does this very well because it is actually very flexible without having very flexible cards. Just in a way, how you
It's
use
the
the
classic
abilities.
question, right?
Yeah.
It's that classic
He
question.
is.
Who's the beatdown? So in this situation, really, it's like both decks are the beatdown, but at the same time, it's like it changes depending on the situation. It's like in this situation, I'm the aggressor, but let's say in the first game, Maru X was the aggressor. In the second game, Aaron was the aggressor. So in this situation, Maru X is going first. Let's see if he can establish a decent starting board to get off to a strong start here. What do you think he's looking for? What do you want to see in the opening hand of a suited player?
For sure, you want to have a three of spades or a four of
Yeah,
spades,
three
or
of
one or the
spades.
other.
Two of spades is also a pretty decent one. You can actually just do nothing pass and then two of spades in recollection, then bring out backup charger. Five of spades is also not a bad start. It is. It's just like, oh, it's just a big guy. He's float. If your opponent kills it, it's float. If your opponent doesn't kill it, then oh well. I mean, I just have a dude. He's also five is one of the suited numbers that doesn't really see a lot of play because most suiteds don't play the rhinoceros five of hearts. So it does just kind of get you that free discount because most people are not gonna kill the polar bear.
I see. Yeah, you're correct. Killing the polar bear is very. It is a very tough decision, right? Either you take a lot of damage or you give your opponent a floating memory, and he even has 5 health, so you need to sink in quite a lot of damage.
Speaking about a lot of damage, we are seeing the number one most loved start for a Fire Aggro player, Arthur into red hair. I mean, it's it's a tough situation to be in, but I think Mario X, the fact that he held up all the cards in his hand is telling me that he's got a lot of fast speed stuff he can play. And there it is, the two of spades going to come out here. A really, really strong card. Suited just wants to stick a body, and the best way to stick a body is to play something when your opponent can't interact with it really anymore.
You are
Backup charger
correct.
going to be materialized, and we are going to have a ton of cards here. So let's see. Do you think he can clear the board? It's definitely it's definitely possible. Having a single suited ally on board can make the difference because suddenly all the discounts start getting cheaper and cheaper to the point that we can play everything for free.
At the very least, you can activate the abilities for free. That is for sure. You most likely want to clear the red hair, right? But you can't
You
clear the Arthur
actually,
since he is
yeah, you
immortal.
cannot clear the Arthur. With currently has a 6 card influence, so next turn Aaron could just go for another ring and then do it again. I mean, we could always just play the second red hair that he inevitably has.
You are correct. Always having the second red hair, even though you cleared it.
3, ooh, 4 down. Could ooh 5. Ooh. Oh, there
Ooh,
he is.
again?
There it is, the 5 of spades. That's a pretty weak play, I think, in this situation. Not ideal. I wonder what other suited cards are in the hand that this is the line we decide to take. We can't even activate the 5 of spades effect. Actually, no, wait, 5, 6, 7. No, we can't even get any
You
big
can't.
noir off of this.
This is
Wonder
looking
what
very
then?
rough. Very, very rough
We can
here.
still take out the red hair though. Silver lining.
That is indeed the silver lining. Maru probably has a couple deflecting edges and maybe even a couple 4 of something in his hand. So a lot of cards that cost 4
Yeah,
would be my
I definitely
assumption here.
agree. Probably wants to. I imagine these 2 cards in hand. One of these could be an Ashen Riffle, and he probably will go for a ring or a bauble to get to 3 cards in hand, so we can play that in the recollection phase, or we just hold up for a deflecting edge.
I kind of hope it's a deflecting edge, so we have a little bit more of a game going here. Otherwise, it might be going south very quickly with Alpha being on the board.
We spoke about it earlier. The 5 of spades is kind of an annoying ally, unless, of course, you bring out Xiao Xiao, who can banish him. So I wonder if we're gonna find a way to. Yeah, I mean Arthur plus Xiao Xiao, that's enough to get this. Deflecting edge is going to be pretty important to have here. Otherwise, we are losing that 5 of spades forever.
Is he going to do it? Is he going to do it? Oh, no, he is not.
Oh man, that is so unfortunate.
That
Xiao Xiao's
is.
effect does get the unit banished, so we are unfortunately losing this. Losing our polar bear. He is gone for good. But do we have another ally? Any other ally here would also let us clear the 2 of spades, which I think would basically just put a lock on this game.
Oh. Maru gets to start his turn with the 2 of spades still in play.
That's a really big deal. Suited really just wants to stick 1 ally. We're going to level up here, but we don't have a float, which means that
We are
we're sort
losing
of
another
seeking
Verita.
choice. Oh, I mean, the 3rd time in a row, I can't say I'd be surprised at this point. Okay, it's a 2 of hearts. Not a Verita for once. Actually, Verita, maybe you want to lose Verita in this situation because you have 0 suited allies in your grave at this moment.
Yeah. The card is. So, Verita is one of the cards that is good if it's good, and it's very bad if it's not good. Right?
Absolutely true. When it comes up, it's insane. When you're in a bad spot, it doesn't really do anything. Once again, we're just gonna play the noir with no the on enter basically doing nothing. Really seems like a kind of a clunker of a hand here. 3 down, gonna be a raised slash, so we at least get some buff counters distributed here.
It's actually quite strong, right? You get to remove the alpha and buff both of your allies.
Actually, in this situation, do you go for the Xiao Xiao, which you can use the Sword of Seeking to actually attack? So,
Ooh, that is a
planted
good call.
explosive. Most likely gonna go on to. Ooh, seems to be choosing Noir. I was expecting that to go into the 2 of spades because Noir would lose stealth from being the only suited ally on board. Arthur was the choice.
You're correct with the sort of seeking part. I totally forgot that the sort of seeking has true sight if you are a warrior.
People often forget that, and sometimes people forget in the reverse situation where they think it has true sight all the time. That is a class bonus. Did see some people saying, "Oh yeah, like Guoja gets true sight from the Sword of Seeking." I'm like, that's not how it works.
Yeah, you are correct. It is a very infrequent used keyword, actually, right?
Yeah,
Because
there's not a lot of things with true sight.
And also not a lot of things with stealth outside of like the Dream Fairy and the Shimmer Cloak, and occasionally the Lurking that gets played, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there's a reason why a card like that Ethereal Slime was such a problem, having both stealth and true sight.
Yeah,
So we're gonna
please
just
don't
draw
remind
up
me.
here.
I'm
I
still.
mean, I'm one of those freaks who happen to like slime meta, so
Oh, I see.
I
I
think it's
see.
because I played slime, so
Hmm. Yeah, that makes sense that you like the slime better.
yeah, and you know, there we were going to bring out a specter slimes today, but unfortunately was not it's not there at the round start. So hopefully we can maybe see Sungorio on his patented fire Sylvie at a later round.
We probably will be
Measured
able to
play
see.
here. Just gonna clear board. I mean, once again, look, we have banished another suited card, which means this Veritas are definitely never going to be online. What do you
No
think Mario X
Verita.
could potentially do in this situation? He is so behind on the board state. He has no suited allies on board. Seemingly, his hand has not been very good considering what he's been doing in these past few turns. Is there anything he could potentially do to try and claw his way back in this game, Gerrit?
Luckily for him, he's not that much behind on damage counters right now. So trying to clear the board is probably still what you want to do in some way or fashion. Did you? I'm kind of missed it. Did the Arthur get in with immortality or just as an
No, it
ally?
was not.
Ah, okay.
Because the two of spades had two buff counters, so he needed to
Mm.
swing everything into it. So we're gonna play two suited allies here. 3 + 2 can get the two of spades that buff counter, which will let us kill this Arthur.
Removing the Arthur here is probably not what you need to do, but you probably want to remove both the Chow Chow and the Alpha here, but not enough influence here available.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really going back to the turn with that Ray Slash. I mean, I mentioned the Xiao Xiao here just wasn't here anymore.
Yes, you are correct. That would be been a very, very good call to just clear the Chow Chow with the attack and the Sword of Seeking.
Looking at the
Ooh.
deck list, I think there aren't any other attacks. So the only other way we're gonna kill this Xiao Xiao is through a straight flare.
Yes. Besides that, only the straight flare can help you get rid of them.
Oh wow, we are bringing out a card we haven't seen in a while, Poison Coating Oil. Kind of a mainstay of the restand automaton decks. You'd use this on like a Shimmer Cloak Assassin, then Second Winter. But yeah, haven't been seeing much of this lately. Especially in a deck like Fire, not a lot of like restanding. Usually with these kind of full turn buff effects, you really want to get like extra hits in with that. But still, that's gonna let our Xiao Xiao do 3 damage here and kill anything on the board. And of course, we have once again found the red hair. So, you know, maybe sometimes kicking the can down the road is not the best choice.
You're correct. A poison coating oil is at the very least 2 damage for 0 influence, right? So it can help close out games and also clear up allies at different points in time with your own allies. Is he not
Here is
using?
doing exactly what he needs to do. He is clearing the board. Yeah, did he not choose to discard off the red hair there? It seems like no. Mazin, his hand is pretty good here.
You are correct. I'm surprised he didn't use the ability of the red hair here. But seems like he's very content with his hands, with his card in his hand.
If you're Mario X and you see your opponent not use their red hair effect, that must be telling you something, right?
You're correct.
I would be very nervous in that kind of situation. Gonna bring out that GCR. We're going to get it. We're going to go back up in influence. That's the thing about these suited decks. It really just wants to play all the influence gain cards. But can it find a way to crawl out of this? The red hair, once again, we just need to deal with this every turn. I mean, at this point, though, with the Lorraine's sword, we can at least easily clear this with any 2-power ally, which the suited deck has many.
Yeah. I'm what oh, Ashen Riffle for the value. Let's see if he finds anything useful right now. The 3 of
There's a raised
spades.
slash. Three of spades, four of
four
spades, three of
spades.
hearts. Not bad hits, but a little bit late on these.
Yeah, if you had those cards in the beginning with an Ashen Riffle, the game would be looking quite differently, right?
Yeah, so we are going to get that raise slash, which tells me that maybe we're just gonna swing with raise slash, maybe try and play an ally into a raise slash, but I don't think there's enough cards and influence to do all of that. Might actually just raise slash and try and kill the Xiao Chao so the red hair can't swing until we play another unique ally, because they always have it.
And if they don't have it, they just draw it, right?
Yeah, of course. They're just gonna draw it. With 3 cards in hand, definitely has potential to do maybe a planted explosive, but since we are just attacking with our champion, should be fine here. I wonder what in this situation, would you go for the red hair or would you go for the Xiao Chao?
I probably would have tried with Xiao Xiao, because if they have another unique ally, maybe they deserve it, right?
Yeah, I mean, clearly Aaron is kind of blessed here with his drawing of his unique allies. Mario X choosing go for the red hair here. At this point, I think we've gone through, 2 red hairs already? So surely you just won't have another one, right?
Yeah.
Impact Hammer is a card you never want to see your opponent materialize. It's incredibly scary. Could maybe see a Heated Vengeance come out this turn, be a fat 7, but that's still not enough to kill.
This might be at the very least 2 more turns for Aaron. This one and the upcoming one to just close out the game, right?
How many cards are in hand here? It seems like I think that's 5, so I don't think we can do Heated Vengeance, Blazing Throw at least. Just gonna swing in 1 with the Xiao Chao. Actually, the thing in this situation, I think Mario X, if Aaron can't kill him probably within the next 2 turns, I think he might actually start being able to take control of the game again. But seeing that's not good. Verucan Soul Knife would definitely telegraph something like a Blazing Throw.
Maybe it's even 2 Blazing Throws.
Could be potentially Blazing Throw.
2 weapons and attack. Oh, a Blazing Throw.
There's one
Who
of
would have
them.
guessed?
Who would have
Flonne,
guessed, in fact?
you probably played 1 or 2 fire aggro matches. Otherwise, no one could have guessed this, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you've seen Fire Aggro one time, you already know the card that everyone is terrified of seeing. Blazing Throw, Red Hair, Heated Vengeance. All these cards is just like, oh, I'm just dead.
Mark the target.
Ignited Stab.
Oh, is this Ignited Step? Oh,
This is Ignited Stab. So, okay, it was not Heated Vengeance, but I wonder if we have the second Blazing Throw, we actually can do it now. Are we preparing this?
that's then 4 damage.
Well, it would be 6 damage if we include the Impact Hammer, which it seems like we are in fact doing.
Oh, I can't even read cards.
So,
I'm a true card gamer.
So yeah, we're at this. Okay, Blazing Throw number 2. Okay, it's Rococo. Okay, so we haven't killed yet, but we are very close. So now Mario X needs to find a way to clear the allies on board while also sticking some kind of defensive piece. Do we have like a Safeguard Amulet or a Tariff Ring that we can play here?
Oh, it's a Clarence.
Oh, Clarent is a great choice here. Basically takes the spot of that Safeguard Amulet here, while also being a weapon that lets us take out some of the allies on board. But now you got to really worry about the potential for maybe just a random swing.
This is looking very rough for Maru here.
3 damage or 4 damage is not hard to find. We do need to get rid of this Xiao Chao though.
She is being a menace since the game started on turn 1, right?
That's right. She's been here from the beginning. Well, not turn 1 because it was Arthur, but the turn right after that. I wonder what Mario X. What do you think Mario X can do here to just stay alive in this game? It's just such a tough situation to be in.
You now need at least one suited ally and a straight flare to clear off the Chow Chow. Otherwise, I'm not sure. You're looking at free damage by default with the board state right now. So
Oh, that's disastrous. The 5 of spades basically means there's nothing. He's got nothing. No threat of a potential deflecting edge either. So, oh,
I
actually, we
mean,
can play the deflecting edge. We do have a sword. We have a sword, so we can play it for free.
you are correct. The free sword, kind of.
Nobody remembers the deflecting edge for free. So we have protection from effect damage from that Clarent, and then we also have a very telegraphed but maybe a bluff of a deflecting edge here. So Mario X might be able to last for another turn. Do you think that Aaron has a way? I mean, he could try to. He can't even really try and play around the Clarent because Clarent is activatable multiple times per turn.
Yeah. You probably want to threaten two activations with like another blazing throw. And
Could be that blazing throw. I mean, look at Aaron at this point has done 9 damage. He's taken 9 damage. A lot of that from just self-inflicted stuff.
the thing is, as Aaron, if you have a Deref Ring on board, you basically tax your opponent again for quite a bit. Oh. Ooh.
Oh, that is the deflecting edge is not gonna save you from this one. Deflecting edge would only put you. This is a 10 damage rending flames, or it would be a 5 damage rending flames multiplied by 2. So it's gonna do 4 damage no matter what. So I think this might be a GG here.
If you had
Yeah, and that's
deflecting
it.
edge.
Aaron takes
Ooh.
it. Deflecting edge would not have changed anything. Would have still been enough damage to close it out here. But yeah, a
Would
really
it?
good showing here. Just goes to show, Fire Aggro. It's a strong deck. It's a really strong deck. Even though this is maybe not the premier version, with KFC being the one that we've often been seeing in the recent tournaments, but still, Fire Xander, it's a deck that never really dies.
Yeah, correct. It is very. Fire Zender is a very explosive deck that can finish games very quickly, right? With all those damage sources you can accumulate, and then just blow at your opponent at your command with Heated Vengeance, Planted Explosives, the combination of multiple blazing throws with the weapons you can get out without needing a materialization with the Verrucan Soul Knife and the Mercenary's Blade. That is a very strong combination of cards that deal a lot of damage very quickly.
It's a lot of versatility too, being able to use allies, being able to use attack cards, being able to use effect damage. It's really kind of the deck that just does everything, and that's why it's stood the test of time. Basically, since DOA, it's been a deck that's propped up constantly, no matter what the meta is, whether it's water is good or wind is good, it always finds a way to make it out to the other end. But yeah, that is our first round here. So, it was fire aggro versus fire aggro. You'd normally think that those games end in like 20 minutes, but that was like basically an hour. So yeah, I mean, just goes to show that when you have 2 fire or 2 aggro decks running into each other, usually what ends up happening becomes a control match.
Indeed. Who controls the board most likely wins the game and runs away with it. That's why it's important to practice this, actually.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say it. If your deck, if you're building a deck, you have to think about how you fight against fire aggro. If you can't beat fire aggro, then your deck kind of just, can you really trust your deck to in like a 13 round tournament that you're not gonna run into 1 or 2 fire aggro players, right? Especially with how strong it is in this specific meta. Even the ones that are playing Ryle, the ones that aren't playing Ryle, it's something you've got to be very, very aware of. And that's why so many of these level 3 decks are playing Serene Spirit, right? Or like Fast Cure, Serene Spirits, Fluffy Shopkeeps. Defense is at a premium, and you got to make sure that you don't just explode to every single aggro deck, even suited, right? There's a lot of aggro. You got to make sure you can weather the storm. That's also why a deck like Jin has been seeing a lot of popularity, because basically it's level 3 and then it just can't lose aggro anymore.
You're correct. It is very cool to see all those fire decks with different champions creep up again. And finally, for some, especially like Jin, who never had a real place in the meta before, thanks to this one big turtle and all his friends. It is very
Yeah,
cool.
I mean,
love it.
rest in peace. Rest in peace to my friend Genbu. I think a lot of people don't miss him. I don't particularly miss him.
I actually miss him and being able to put my CSR on the table. Ah, good old days.
Oh well, yeah. Well, I will give him my thoughts and prayers, my lost thoughts as well. So yeah, so that's it for the first round. We will just head on to a short break while waiting for the rest of the matches to end, but then we'll get straight back into it. This is 7 rounds, I believe, which means a lot of Grand Archive to see for the rest of the day. So I hope you guys stick around and make sure you keep on watching. Thank you. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Cake Regionals. I am joined here with FreedomX15 from New Zealand. I notice now I am considered Australian. So yeah, I guess we're OCE pals now. So yeah, how are you doing today, Freedom?
I'm doing all right. I'm very excited to cast again. I haven't done it in a long time due to just like time zones and such. But I'm excited to cast the Cake Regionals.
Yeah, that's right. You know, most of the events they're NA, so it's a bit tougher for us on this side of the world. But I'm glad we do have something here, and of course we do have a lot of OCE events been firing lately, like that Quicksilver Cup, which I don't think was streamed unfortunately. But yeah, and of course we have Ascent Auckland coming up in November, so looking forward to that. I'm sure you're going.
I said Auckland. I will be. I will be going. I'm trying to. I got to get the leave and stuff like that. Yes, I'm trying. I would like to go. So, the Quicksilver Cup was definitely a great event to go to. I played there. Unfortunately, didn't get day two. But seeing what decks people thought of in the first major was really cool.
Yeah, and we are actually going to see basically I think the two decks, one deck that was from the start known was going to be strong, which is Ensoul, and the other, which is a brand new deck that just blazed onto the scene recently with that Fire, Vanitas, Tax. I mean, it has like, Ponytas, Rapidash, Tax, and Horses. There's a lot of names for this deck. I usually just call it Ponytas, but yeah, I mean, it's. What do you think about this deck? I think a lot of people have been saying that this deck is actually kind of like memes, and it's like not that good, and it kind of just was a surprise, and that's why it did so well. But I'm kind of thinking maybe the deck has a little bit more staying power than people have been saying.
I think it's now become one of those like chick decks. Is that the term? I don't know. Where like if you're gonna create a deck, can it beat this deck? Right? It's now one of those kind of ones. It definitely surprised everyone. So it's like it had that huge surprise factor. So now everyone has to build a deck around that.
Yeah, and the awkward part is like a lot of the cards that you want to play to beat Vanitas are not really good against other decks, right? So maybe put you in a situation where it's like, do you want to tech for the deck that maybe is not that common, but just kind of hoses you if you're not ready for it? It's kind of like the fire aggro, or like preparing for aggro, or it's like preparing for Seiryu was another thing. It's like, am I really gonna put cards in my deck just to beat Seiryu, right? And yeah, I mean, in this situation, it's a classic line. The Vanitas is gonna do nothing pass, right? It's pretty standard. So why don't you explain
Like
a little bit about what this Vanitas deck is trying to do, maybe for people who haven't seen Ascent Boston or
mm,
haven't really run into this deck yet?
All right. So for anyone who's not familiar with Ponytas or Pony Vanitas, is that the main goal is just to turn one, get like your Ryle, get a Ryle draw, go +1 or go +1, get the floating, get the Spectre package. By turn two, you level up to level 1, and then Dungeon Guide or Beseech to level 2, and then play a 2-cost ally, and then using those, the cards of memory, to go straight to level 3. So by turn 2, you'll be level 3. You hit your opponent, and then the level 3 Vanitas effect is whenever your opponent, like whenever they try to materialize something, they're taxed by an extra 1 memory cost. So by turn 2, you're locking your opponent out by taxing them heavily.
I also wanna highlight the fact that if there's any deck that gets hurt more by this, it's Lorraine, because the Lorraine on enter effect is a materialization, which means you have to pay 1 for the Lorraine, or well, pay 2 for the Lorraine, and then pay 1 for the sword that you bring out too. So it's absolutely a devastating line. And of course, one of the big things about the Vanitas deck is going first kind of matters. It matters a lot with this deck.
Yeah, like if they go first and they've got the essential 3 cards. 3? Is it 2 or 3? Yeah, it's like Ryle, DG, or Besiege, and a horse or anything that's like 2 cost. They're gonna get to level 2, level 3 by turn 2. Going second, it's just like 1 turn slower, but like that is their goal. The drawback is you lose all influence by turn 2.
Is correct, and we are seeing exactly as you said it. Dungeon Guide to 2. I mean, with 4 cards in hand, surely there's got to be at least 1 2-cost card in there. We can even try and play around a Resolute stand by maybe playing like a Fast Cure here to get. Oh well, throwing the Fast Cure actually. So maybe I was just thinking, maybe if you want to play around Resolute, you want to play a spell here in level 2 just so you can get that +1.
Yeah.
often forgotten effect of Vanitas level 2.
So like,
But we're just gonna go for the
yeah,
red
like
hair.
there are all of some negatives to this deck, right? So like it's very vulnerable to water like negates, but it's really strong in this current meta because water is like the least played element now. It can also be susceptible to resolute stands, fluffy shopkeep, which is really effective in Boston.
Seems like something is coming out here. I imagine it must be that Resolute stand. Or are we just gonna
Exactly.
play Ryle or Creative right now? Also a
Oh, you could
potential thing. I do see a Creative Shock in hand.
you could play one of your like Riles or Creative Shocks, try and dig for that resolute stand.
Yeah, absolutely true here. We are gonna... Okay, there we go. So we go Creative, dump a float into Resolute. So this is the most important turn to not be taxed because we do want to level up the Lorraine one next turn. So getting double taxed is kind of doomed at that point. So it's a good thing he was able to find that Resolute in here.
Yeah, definitely. That level 1 is the most important level for Lorraine. I mean, like go to level 1 and then somehow and maybe hold it up, maybe put down like a fluffy shopkeep or a store shield mate, anything that can prevent that 3 damage from Vanitas as well. And then like go to level 2, get a cleave. If you can get a cleave, Vanitas kind of falls behind quite a lot.
Yeah, actually, I think that's a big reason why Bobby Tortilla had such a was able to get the win there in Ascent is the fact that he was playing Lorraine in particular, because the free swords make a really big difference in these extremely simplified game states where both players basically have nothing left. Just being able to swing for 5 out of nowhere with the swords banished by this fluffy shopkeep, it's a big deal. Also, that's why Clarent is so strong. It not only is it a 3 durability sword, it also just lets you banish more things, which powers up your Crux Knight when you eventually do end up getting to level 3. If you end up getting to level 3.
Yeah, Bobby. Yeah, exactly. Bobby Tortilla showed how strong Lorraine Crux Knight is, right? Yeah, play one, activate one fluffy shopkeep, get 2 swords into banishment, then activate, materialize the Clarent, get 2 more swords. Now you've got a sword that's doing 5 damage per turn.
Yeah, and Vanitas, once he hits level 3, he can't really do much because he has 2 cards in influence right now. Gonna have a 3rd card in influence. He eventually just kind of has to play 1 card, usually 1 horse per turn, or maybe plays like a fractal. So a lot of times, if you're able to weather the taxation storm, you're able to get to a situation where you can start taking over the game. Fluffy Shopkeep gonna get taken out by the red hair. So let's see if he has another way of stopping the Vanitas here, or maybe he's actually okay with just taking this tax here. Levels up to 2 next turn. Maybe has a flame sweep that he could try to use to get rid of these allies and get some draws. Just want to make sure he is
Well,
even on flame sweep.
if he was going to flame sweep, he's going to have to materialize 3 memory costs for this.
Yes, gonna have to spend 3 to level up to 2. That feels very painful, but sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do.
Well, what would you do in this? Would you level up? Would you spin the 3?
I think, Inert Sword is going to be the choice here. Going to have to pay 1 for this, unfortunately. But let's see. I mean, I think if I had Flame Sweep, I would have just leveled up because I think he had 4 cards in influence, so then he could go level up and then draw for turn, have 5, just play the Flame Sweep, draw, and then probably next turn, hopefully find a Dungeon Guide and you can Dungeon Guide to 3. Using a creative here. I mean,
it's an interesting decision to go for Inert Sword.
He actually just drew the Flame Sweep off of this draw. Yeah, he just drew that's a SP3 Flame Sweep, I believe. So I think that he has another Fluffy as well. But then at this point, I'm not sure if we watched Bobby Tortilla play, he would not usually use the second Fluffy Shopkeep's effect. Like he would still play her as an intercept, but he wouldn't actually use her because he just couldn't banish more swords at that point. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna play with Fluffy. Let's see if we have a Ryle, I think. We lost the creative there. So yeah, we're just going to play Fluffy. He's touching his material deck, which makes me think he actually is going to banish for this. Maybe just throw some of these, like the Carnwin on, the Drum Blade. Ooh, threw away the Clarent here. I guess because we already have Inert Sword, we don't need to bring out Clarent necessarily.
I think it's because like Clarent would end up costing 3 just to materialize that because he's taxed, right? So you got to play 2 and you got to play additional 1.
Yeah, so just gonna. Wow, we actually just swung with the Inert Sword at the face. That's I guess at this point, you know, it's let's see. I think the Flame Sweep is definitely gonna be coming out next turn. Gonna get taxed here 100%, which means we're gonna have to pay 3 to level up to 2, which would leave us with 4 card influence. After the draw for turn would put us at 5. So should be able to get at least 2 draws here.
Yeah. See, was putting out the that Beast Soul Visage, was that probably the move you'd make, or put a Terrafring? Because you're gonna see a Flame Sweep coming. So I would have materialized a Terrafring.
Yeah, I actually totally agree with that. I think you should really expect the Flame Sweep here. I mean, you don't even need the Beast Soul Visage because the Fluffy, you're gonna kill her either way, right? So the Beast Soul there actually didn't really do anything because it's not like you did more damage because of Beast Soul. So I think Terra probably was the best choice in this situation. But let's see, it might not even end up mattering.
I mean, it could be. He's put down 4 because he's going to level up to 2 next. Yeah.
That is right. We are going to see I wonder what the banishes are. Normally in this situation, Ensel kind of becomes useless because it's just not a card you really get to play. Pendragon is still decent to have. We're gonna lose Ryle, Pend, and the third Fluffy Shopkeep.
Yeah, I think that if you're gonna pick up if you're gonna have a lot of like Fluffy Shopkeepers in hand, then yeah, you play those over like Clarent. I mean that's fine as well. Like as you said earlier, you're not gonna be able to play Insol in this matchup. You just don't have the influence. You just can't build up the influence because you're being taxed every turn, almost every turn. Yep.
Yes, Flame Sweep gonna come out here. This is potentially huge. Really, I think the big thing about the Vanitas deck is if you can clear the horses, you're kind of good. He doesn't really do much after that. So once you actually hit level 3 and you just start swinging with your swords for 5, you're able to kind of take over, especially if you eventually. That's kind of lights out. We did see Pickle Sword just basically snap concede the moment he saw Pendragon drop down.
Like, what? Cleve can come in at like a really, really good time. If in this case, if UB Vola had like pretty much like no influence, 2 or 3, to just like 1 or 2, Flame Sweep is very devastating there. He's now currently up to what? He's going to be up to 5 this turn. So he can play like 1 card possibly. Yeah.
Gonna bring out the Impact Hammer here, just trying to get some more damage in, but also going to be hurting himself back. You know, we did see Rending Flames, kind of a dangerous card here, just out of nowhere. Would do. We've banished 4 swords at this point, I believe, so that would be 5 + 3, 8, 16 damage. Rending Flames out of nowhere. If you swing with this Impact Hammer, you know it puts you basically dead to rights if there is a Rending Flames.
Yeah, that is one vulnerability of Vanitas.
It seems, he's using the Impact Hammer, which means if we do have that Rending Flames, he's just dead, assuming he has no kind of defense here. I believe UB Vola is on his own Fluffies, as most of these Vanitas were. Oh, actually not on Fluffy.
Oh, so he's just full attack on this one.
Yeah, no Fluffies. I don't see...
Well, I can see that in the deck list he's chosen
Rebuke.
He's chosen Fiery Interference over Fluffy Shopkeep. So he's mainboarding those instead.
Ah, yes.
So this one's
down,
pretty much
gonna
like
play another red hair.
Oh.
I mean, we're getting close. We're getting really, really close here.
The thing is that what does Memories have in hand?
I'm not sure. I haven't really gotten a good chance to look at it. See, just gonna skip Materialize. I wonder. Okay, the important thing here: does he have Dungeon Guide? I think he does, because that is a way of getting around the tax. Because Dungeon Guide is not a materialization; it's just a level up.
Well, that's one advantage to a Crux Knight Lorraine deck, right? Because your Insult deck, sorry, your material deck is just all swords, so you don't need to materialize every turn.
Freedom. He has the Rending Flames. I saw it. He has the Rending Flames.
We've got. Oh, he's gonna DG. Yep.
He doesn't have enough to play the Rending Flames, fortunately, but that means next turn we can play out the Rend. And I believe I also saw a Pendragon in that hand, which means we could be seeing Pendragon send back this Looking Glass, draw 2, and then next turn we get to bring out that Rending Flames, just kill on the Crackback. Gonna lose the two Specters. Not really going to do much for us at this point with the Ryle gone. Pendragon coming out here on. I imagine it's gonna be the Looking Glass.
Yeah, Pendragon's
Want to
gonna
maintain that
return the
sword
Looking
for
Glass.
sure.
He's got to get rid of that red hair as well because he doesn't want to take more damage. The red hair doesn't want to take 3 more damage. So yeah, exactly. He's going to take out the red hair. He can take what 5 damage. He can afford to take because he's got 28, right? Maximum of 28 life. He can afford to take 5 damage.
Oh, he has 5 swords out actually. So that's coming in for 6. He doesn't even need the Rending Flames at this point. He can actually just swing.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's the Sword of Seeking, the ocean, the national sword.
So Freedom, how can UB Vola get the kill here? How can he find 12 more damage with only 5 cards in hand?
So he can do 3. So Memories is not holding anything. Is not holding any defense on board. So he can do 2 from the hammer, but he's going to take 3 in return. He's going to go 2 from the hammer, 3 from Veneers. That's 5. A horse does 3, so it's only doing 8. He's short.
It's pretty short. No fractals of sparks or anything, so we can't even go for like a Searing Rebuke line. Oh my god, we gotta bring out the Tariff Ring. He knows, oh my god, if I get rended, I just die here. Actually, he has 1, 2, 3, 4. He's gonna have 7 cards in hand next turn, which means even through the Tariff Ring, he can still rending.
He can.
So I think Hibivola, unfortunately, even going first and having the ideal start, this is the power of Lorraine. The flame sweeps, the fluffies, the humongous sword swings that she can do is just such an advantage against a deck that can't really do anything.
There we go.
Level 3 aside from swing.
There we go. He's
still not enough.
4.
That's still not enough because this is going to be a swing for 9 times 2. That's 18 damage off of this Rending Flames.
So he has Flames in hand.
Yes, he has Rending Flames.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he has. I'm not sure if he has 3 fire cards in grave though. We did see Flame Sweep was used, Creative Shock was used, so he might not actually have 3 fire cards.
Oh, really?
I know there should be at least 2, but I can't remember if there was a 3rd fire card in there.
I think you see Creative Shock, Flame Sweep.
Because we didn't really get any discarding off, like no hasties or anything.
Mm.
Oh yeah, only 2 fire cards actually. So we could do Cremation, kill our sacrifice our Dungeon Guide, and I don't think we'll have enough influence though if we do that.
No. You definitely don't have enough to do cremation ritual.
Through that
Tariff Ring. The King Dragon.
We're gonna have 4 cards in hand. Which would we can't do it.
Yes,
not through the Tariff Ring.
No.
I'm thinking maybe we're gonna have to stall for another turn here. Looking at the hand, do I see a Resolute? I'm not sure if there's a Resolute in there. We see a Cruxite and a Creative. Just gonna swing again with Lorraine. That's gonna be for another 6 here, putting Vantas up to 20. It's a lot of damage. Do gotta pay for the Tariff Ring though. Oh, we see an Infusion in there. Are we gonna play this Infusion? I believe,
yes, one thing
Infusion...
to know. One thing to know.
I guess we did not talk about this. That this is a unique part of this deck, as it is playing Infusion.
So this is it is essentially an insult deck, but also plays Cruxite, Spirit Blade Infusion, which is used on the Votive Runeblade.
Yeah, and Spirit Blade Infusion, a card we haven't seen basically since they changed the wake up rule. I'm not sure if you were playing back then. This was back in Doha. The way it worked is if you swung, you could Dungeon Guide and you would re-wake up your champion. So
Mhm.
it was a kind. Oh my god! I forgot we were on Serene Spirit. So actually, we were never at any risk of dying.
I forgot. Yes, we did forget. There were two things about this deck that's different from others. One is that it's playing Serene Spirit for the Recover 6, and then it's also playing a Spirit Blade Infusion. It's a very different take to an Insult, Crux Insult.
I mean, it's basically 90% of the deck is the same. It's mostly just the infusions and the Serene, and Serene has time and time again been shown to be a very, very, very powerful. I think it cannot be understated how much value healing 6 and also just getting that glimpse gets you.
Oh, but there's also, because he's Serene released, he cannot use that Raining Flames anymore. He's now lost access to the fire element.
Yes, that is correct. So we would need to. I think we've burned through all of our swords already at this point. So I don't think we can even swing next turn with Lorraine unless we had another attack card, which I guess you can't play. You can't play the Flame Sweeps anymore. Can't play the Rendings anymore. So I don't think there's any like, Crux attack cards that he's playing. So I think we're gonna have to just do Pendragon Beatdown.
He has 7 swords in the Material deck. We've already seen 4.
6.
And he's banished 2. Oh, yeah. So he's banished 6
no,
so far.
I think the last sword is Clarent reimagined. So
I mean, he can hard
cost
materialize
3.
it. Yeah, he can hard materialize it. He just needs to attack.
Could. That's true. Yeah, I think that's Clarent. So we're gonna have to banish 4 for this?
3. It's 2. Memory cost 2.
Yeah, right.
He's gonna banish 3. Yeah.
This is gonna be a banish 3 cards. How often do you see someone banish 3 cards to materialize something? Oh wait, did he not get taxed?
Well.
Oh, the Vans did not swing. Okay.
Yeah, he didn't. But is he holding up a Searing Rebuke?
Searing Rebuke would be scary here, but we are still pretty far off from dying.
So
I think we still got this though.
Yeah, he would take 4 and then 3. Yeah, so he still has lethal. He has his lethal line. He can afford.
We also have the infusion, so we can also infuse. And yeah, I mean that's just game. Oh my god, Lorraine is so good into Vanitas. Of all the the level 3 Ryle decks, she is maybe the best at dealing with him. I think Ciel is also pretty good into Vanitas. But basically, you really just need ways to clear the horses. If you can't clear the horses, you just die before you really get going. And I think there's no deck that's better at killing allies than the one that has Flame Sweep that also draws you cards.
Well, I mean, the one thing against like Vanitas to stay in the game is if you can get to like your level 2 or level 3. No, sorry. You just have to be able to prevent like the first 2 hits from Vanitas 3 and then successfully be level up as well. If you can clear the ball through like cleaves or even like find out how to recover, it's like Carter can cleave, right? Flame Sweep cleaves. Get rid of those allies. And then you're kind of
even like a Baleful Ablation could be used just to do 3 damage, even if you don't have the Advent in it. Just anything that clears allies. That's a really big deal. Actually, I think we spoke about it in the previous game, but you see there the value of using a spell at level 2 to get an extra +1. Because like playing that red hair there, when you think about it, it didn't really do anything too resolute. But if he had just played like, I don't know if he had another Fast Gear in hand or some other spell in hand, he could have played another spell just to get the Vanitas to 4 damage so he can get around Resolute, which would have been able to get this Lorraine into the horrible situation where you have to level up to 1 and then get taxed on your sword materialization too.
So, well, while we're waiting for the next round, the next game to start, why don't you go through the sideboard for memories? What do you think in the sideboard he'll put in, and what do you think UB Follow could put in?
Honestly, looking at this, Take Cover is probably something he could consider. It would just stop all of the attacks for the whole turn. Really big way of stopping yourself from getting hit by the Taxman himself. Other than that, I don't really think anything else here needs to come in. Immolation, I doubt you would put in Immolation Trap. Not really worth it. The horses are not that hard to get rid of. So I would say probably those 2. Maybe you can put a Null Spell, but a Null Spell is only really good when you go first. So
yeah.
I imagine it's
Takeover
probably just going to be that. Yeah, Takeover, it's a card we saw during Tristan meta. usually, or during Nico meta as well to avoid the Ravaging Tempest. How about Ubivola, Freedom? What do you think he might be putting in?
Well, one is the fire bubble. So he's got one.
Yeah,
He
Fire
can put a
Essence
fire
Bubble, sure.
bubble. He can also use the new proxy card, the Purifying Throwable.
Yeah, it's strange to put Thurable in Vanitas because you can only access it when you're at level 1, which means
Yeah.
with the typical play of Vanitas to go just straight 0-1 Dungeon Guide to 2 level to 3, and then usually at that point you won't have enough cards to play the Thurable to get the backup charger effect until maybe like it's a bit too late. Maybe could try beseeching it is something. We are on beseech,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, I would kind of agree if you're going to play about maybe one turn slower for that, but like Ponytails wants to start taxing immediately, so you can put Dream Fairy, probably not. So you can put in the Fire Bubble, Wind Bubble, not so much. The Thurable is like an option, but yeah, it's kind of an awkward card to put in. 'Cause, yeah, exactly. Once you go to 3, you have 0 influence, so you can't Thurable anything. You're not gonna be able to play the 3, at least 3 as well.
Yeah, I think Thurable, it's an easy slot in for but if you have to put the Fire Resonance, 'cause imagine you're replacing Viridian. So not sure what you remove. Probably Safeguard Amulet. You can remove Safeguard Amulet and put in Thurable instead. So
Yep. Yeah, no,
there's some
Safeguard Amulet
easy
does
slot
nothing.
outs.
Yeah.
So we're seeing Ubivola here, just doing the classic Vanitas, do nothing pass.
So he's going first again, yep.
Keeping 4 cards in hand. What does that tell you about the texture of Memory's hand here if he's going to choose to keep 4 on his Glimpse?
Well, for Ponytail Serene decks, you're looking for a way to get like a Rile. Either the Spectres. You want to start with either Spectres, a DG, and a horse, or you'll pretty much you might see a horse later. Anything that costs 2.
We're seeing another creative here. So Ubivola has not been blessed with Ryle +2 luck yet. But maybe the fact that Memories kept 4 cards in hand, it's making me think he might have a Ryle, a potential huge Ryle line here. Ubivola just gonna do the Vanitas things.
He's gonna do the
Level
line.
up yeah, he's gonna do it. Putting 3 down here. Could be Beseech, could be Dungeon Guide. We will see. Many ways of pulling this one off.
So now he's just thinking of his line.
Probably trying to think of a way to get around a Resolute Stand. Ideally, if he had something like a Volda, that would be great. But, there's... Actually, are we even on Volda? Seems like he's not on Volda, actually. So, forget that one. So, yeah, actually, he doesn't have a lot of ways to get around prevention effects.
Well,
his only way is to just buff himself so he's over Resolute. But something like a Crystallized Destiny would stop it.
I think here, like Ubivola just has to go for it. If he has the Resolute, he just has it, right? But you're level 3 now. Just send it.
Oh wow, he's not. He must not have drawn Dungeon Guide then.
Oh,
We're gonna dump 2 float. That's huge. If he draws Dungeon Guide off of this, we can just Dungeon Guide to 2 and then level up using the float. So it should still work as long as he finds it, but remains to be seen so far. I think he probably has it.
He's just choosing which card to keep because he's got 5 in hand. Yeah. He's just choosing which ones to keep up in the hand.
Yeah, and I think Ubivola is realizing how he has to change his game plan here. If you can try and keep more cards in hand, it's probably better, and probably not dumping your horses early. Dumping your horses early means more flame sweep targets. So, gonna lose a Verucan Acolyte, which is a really strong card in this deck. Lets you get rid of those swords. Gonna go up to
One also
Vanitas
thing that is because he's discarded 2 floating memories. 2 cards with floating memories. So that's gonna only cost 1 for his level 3 effect. He's gonna hold up. So by his next turn, he's gonna have 5 cards influence.
Yeah, this is a absolutely ideal scenario. We at least have a little bit more to work with, and then we can probably just slow roll our horses so that they don't get
Mm.
hit by a flame sweep here. So, and then of course we have the tax now at the level 1 or level 0, unless we have a potential resolute here.
I actually like
Seems
this.
like we are gonna go for something.
This way of going to level 3. That was actually really smart.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I
Being
think
able to
this was
hold
a
influence
really
as well.
this was a really good way of actually getting to level 3 and then maintaining more than one card. Usually in Vanitas decks they have 0 or 1 card in influence. Oh my god, it's that take cover here. So take
Is
cover,
that
if
the
you haven't
one
seen
of
this, is a
take
card
cover?
from the one of take cover gonna come out. ALC card, just give your champion stealth. That's basically it. And they become distant. If that ends up mattering, which I don't think it will.
Is it? Is that that's probably class bonus, isn't it?
I think the class bonus is a cost reduction because it's a 5 cost
Right.
that gets reduced. Yeah, it gets reduced. Yeah, so you got stealth, and she's distant. Let's not forget that she is distant. Maybe you want to Ranger Strides her. We do have the Looking Glass. You could play Ranger Strides.
Yes, if you were playing the wake up version,
So-
but yeah, take cover. It's a very it's an interesting card because like you would usually people would take like under fire, but you don't want to take the 4 damage, right? So take cover is an option as well, but it's just really expensive.
Yeah, so unfortunately, because Takeover is so expensive, we're not able to play the Creative Shock here. But it means we are going to be able to play off this Ryle. Gonna put 3 down. I wonder how many Spectres we got.
Looking for at least
2
one
Spectres. Okay, consider
Oh.
this game very riled up. We've had a +2 on both sides now.
Being able to discard the liminal and a floating, that's actually really good for him.
Yeah, so we are most assuredly going to get taxed here, though, which is the one thing Ubivola has going for him. I wonder if there was a flame sweep in this hand as well. I think we don't probably need it unless Ubivola starts committing horses, which I don't think he'll do, because we got to respect our opponent and that flame sweep.
So we're currently looking at one floating, one liminal, one.
Yeah, I mean, this is a
Just
lot of value. Thurable gonna come out. There it is. The card we were talking about earlier. This is actually massive. We do have to call 4 here in order to get rid of everything, because I think that should be take cover, Ryle, and then liminal plus the float. So we have to call 4 here.
Yeah, just get rid of
it. But luckily, because of the way we played the early turns, we actually have enough to do this.
This is one thing about the Purifying Thurible is that, a target opponent banishes X cards. However, the opponent gets to choose what to banish. So it's, like the Cleansing Reunion, right? They choose what to banish. That's why you want to maximize X as 4.
Yes, absolutely true. Unlike a card like Raccoon, with Raccoon, you get to choose what gets banished, or the player who is playing the Raccoon gets to choose. With a card like Thurible, you don't get a choice, so...
You want to use all 4.
You gotta, just to make sure that none of this graveyard nonsense actually gets any value. And then we do get the draw into memory as well. Absolutely insane card here. Huge boon for these wind decks to be able to have something that not only gets rid of grave while also drawing you a card.
Oh, was it? Oh yeah, there's 4.
Frida, what do you think? Is this card an SR? Because this is a card from Monarchs, or not? I don't remember what the next set is called, but it is. I think this is probably an SR, right? Yeah, Phantom Monarchs, or it could be a rare. But I kind of feel like this is an SR.
A lot of like backup charger-ish or Regalia tend to be rares, and they're really hard to pull.
Yeah, because Regalia are short printed. Because I don't know if anyone remembers back in DOA FTC meta where you open a box and you open like 500 Regalias that you don't need multiple copies of. But the unfortunate downside of that is it means cards like Backup Charger, cards like Nullifying Mirror, very hard to get.
Yeah. So he's getting rid of the Vertebrate Blade and the Kanwanin.
Yeah, we actually saw a skip materialize here, so we did not level up to 2. But by playing the Fluffy Shopkeep, we kind of force Yubi Vola to have a horse, which does make the potential Flame Sweep a little bit nastier.
Yep. But look at that. Yubi
Look at
Vola's
this,
now
a
got
Vanitas
8
with
cards.
8 card influence on a
8,
Vanitas. That is
yeah.
not a common thing to see.
Surely he's going to have a horse in there. Oh yeah. Oh no, he
Ooh,
doesn't. Choosing to get rid of the Fluffy Shopkeep with Vanitas.
Oh, the Undying Dreams comes out. Gonna give it +1, which means Dungeon Guide can still kill it. But I mean, we do get the float
It
in.
means that you have to spend two attacks to get rid of it.
Yeah, I wonder is he on that Ember Crypt burn? Because if he is, then we could at least get this float as well. Seems like not on Ember Crypt burn. So this float should be safe.
Trying to see how I can see. I think I can see a Syndergeyser, but that's not what he's looking for here.
Maybe at this point we can start probably like Frackles of Spark. Ooh, okay, we're gonna start committing horses now. Very curious. I think if you were gonna commit a horse, you probably should have just tried the tax at that point.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that. Like, why not play the horse first, attack Fluffy Shopkeep, see if he's going to get the Undying Dreams, hit it with the Dungeon Guide, and then Vanitas tax. Not sure why he did it in that way, but yeah.
Okay, so Memories has a big reprieve here. Also did forget to retaliate with the Fluffy Shopkeep just to do that extra 2 damage. What are we losing? Liminal Guide. Okay, not really doing much here. If we have the Flame Sweep, this is going to be a huge potential for Memories to get back in this game.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, he had to put all his cards. He put all his cards down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there was
So
a
he
bit
could
of
have
a risk
He could have
there.
lost that. Yep. Come on.
Let's see. I mean, could also just go Dungeon Guide to 3 right now and then just start playing Pendragons. That's always a potential. The Yubi Vola though, 5 cards in hand. What could he possibly have? Maybe like a Stifling Trap. What else could he be hiding in the wings here to disrupt Memories' freedom?
Would you think DG to 3, get a hit, or just I think you could also just hit the hit Yubi Vola's Dungeon Guide just to get the draw. No, hold on. 1, 3.
We're gonna go Dungeon Guide first here. We are gonna get that draw.
Yeah.
Draws into Flame Sweep. Wow.
Wow. Happens a lot.
Grand Archive is one of those games. It's the classic. You hard level to 3, then draw Dungeon Guide for turn. It's just it's the way that Grand Archive works. Hopefully we have the Dungeon Guide. Dungeon Guide would be really big here. If we can start dumping out our Pendragons, that would be ideal.
Well, things like you want to get if he can get to level 3, it doesn't matter whether or not he's getting taxed per turn every turn. There, he's already 3.
Yeah, and actually with the amount of cards he has, this is a universe where it's kind of feasible that we can actually play Ensoul.
Oh, it is actually true.
Yeah, we can. If we have the Pendragon here, we could go Pendragon plus DG, kill the Dilu, and then we're kind of big chilling. But we have to remember, Yubi will have 5 cards in hand and is playing Stifling Trap. So I imagine that is most assuredly what's going to be done here, unless he's not lucky enough to draw his win cards.
Well, I think you have to remember that in Yubi Vola's hand, he's got a Syndergeyser. So even if he's got a Stifling Trap, fine, he could stop Pendragon's draw. Geyser, he's gonna be able to kill the Pendragon and keep his Dilu.
Oh wow, actually changed his mind here. Instead of going for the Dungeon Guide, just choosing to play a Shopkeep.
Huh.
And 3 cards in hand. Yeah, with the Dilu on board, the Shopkeep isn't really doing anything.
Well, we've seen he's got a Stifling Trap. Is he expecting a Stifling Trap? There's only 2 in that deck, but will he have it?
Yeah, I mean, I think in this situation, it was probably it was probably it's definitely the greedy line to just go dungeon guide and like let's just go for it. But at the same time, I think when you're playing from the back foot, trying to take account for all of your opponent's potential interaction might just end up keeping you behind for the rest of the game.
Mm.
Especially when Ubivola actually has a lot of influence, unlike all the other like the typical Vanitas games where they have like one card. It's like, okay, I don't really have to play around anything. Here he can actually like he can do a lot of stuff. Oh, also has that smoke bombs if he would wants to just skip killing the Fluffy. We're just gonna go for the Beast Soul Visage though. What a card! A card I don't think anyone ever really played. Most of the time, people played Beast Soul like as a way to just get around taunts and intercepts. Or I think it was just it's just for intercepts. You can't get around taunts with Beast Soul, but
you can't get around taunts. You can't get around intercepts, which is actually quite curious. Why he wouldn't put it on the Fluffy Shopkeep instead.
I think in this situation, he's gonna kill the Fluffy with the Dilu anyway, so might as well just keep the Dilu with a huge, what is that, 5 attack?
That's 5, but that's 2 damage
also
wasted.
I do see a Stifling Trap in the hand, so he did have it, unless he drew that for turn. So maybe it was actually correct here to just go for the Shopkeep. But what do you think, Freedom? Are we going to go to level 3 now?
I think he go level 3 because he's got what 4? No, he's got 4 cards. Oh no, he's chosen not to. He's just chosen to recollect with a full hand.
Yeah, I mean this is tough because if we dungeon guide, we're just gonna get hit by that stifling, and at that point, I think the game is probably over.
I wouldn't count him out yet, but he would be.
Yeah, there's always a chance to come back, but in this situation, just you are pushing a boulder up a mountain.
Well, essentially, yeah.
I mean,
he is actually like locked out.
We're gonna play a hasty. We're gonna try and dump some float, but that means next turn we get to just do something like, oh, I mean, Thurable. I've already used my Thurable. Guess what? Censor.
Yeah.
There comes the dungeon guide. Gotta believe that the Stifling Trap is just going to be employed here. Make sure that there is no tempo gained.
Yeah.
There it is, Stifling Trap.
Is that's the SP3 stuff?
That is the SP3 Stifling Trap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty disastrous spot to be in. Only 10 life. If we could just swing up to 18 now, maybe can actually find a way to win with a possible Impact Hammer line.
So he's only got to get. He's got to do
currently
14. So he's got 3. So he's got 3. He's got 6. No, he's got 5. He's got 8. He's got to do another 4.
Dilu is
6. Another 6.
5 actually, right? Because of
5.
the B-Soul.
Yeah.
And then Vanitas is 5 with an Impact Hammer. So if we just have like 2 horses or a brisk Wind Trotter, I think he can actually end the game.
He might be digging for it.
Let's see. Didn't bring out the Impact Hammer though, so gonna need a little bit of extra damage. I mean, if we just drop like Red Hair Brisk Wind Trotter.
No, trying to think. He's got 5. He can do 5. He can do 8. He can do 12 with the Cinder Geyser. There we go. So Cinder Geyser on 4.
You guys are gonna come out here, do some extra damage.
Remember,
actually has the class bonus.
This is in Recollection Step as well.
Absolutely, which means we have a ton of cards to work with here. How often do you see a Vanitas with this much influence after level 3?
Well, you have to remember that Boston was just a moment ago, so we don't know how often we can see that.
That is true.
It's literally just been a week. It's literally been a week.
Oh my god, we forgot about Serene again.
Oh.
Oh, Fiery Interference? There, Fiery Interference coming out. There we go. Stop the healing. That should just completely seal out this game.
Unable to recover the 6.
Take another 2 here.
Takes
Fire
2
Interference,
from that as well,
absolute unit of a fire card here. I think healing was a little bit powerful in the previous set, so definitely all the fire aggro decks are happy to see that they have a way of getting around all these Serene decks like Arisana and like Luxem. Well, actually, everyone's kind of on Serene now, so.
There you go. Ubivola takes game 2. just completely locked out. It pretty much had all the answers, locked them out. That's just
But
how.
yeah, Freedom. This game is going to be different now because Memories actually gets to go first. So
Indeed.
when you have the advantage of being on the play, it's definitely a bit harder for this Vanitas deck to get to that situation where he's just completely locking you out of the game. So who would you say is advantaged in this situation?
So Vanitas with an extra influence is great, going up to having 8 as well. There are times where once they want to go second, just because they want the extra influence. But going a Ryle deck going first is huge for them. The thing is, like for Memories, you want to go first. Maybe you want to get a fluffy shopkeep down. You want to be or even like hold up a resolute stand, anything. But then again, like you're going first, so you don't really need to worry about what he's going to do on his first turn.
Yeah, probably the worst he could do is like beseech out a. Well, you would still need a level up to even bring out the Turbo.
No, yeah, you can't.
Yeah, so it's like there's very little you can really do
Mm.
going second as Vanitas to stop. Maybe like an Ember Crypt burn, but UB Vola's not even playing Ember Crypt burn, so see if Memories. Yeah. Let's see if Memories can open up a good hand. He's playing on Serene, which means that he
yes.
should have it, unless his luck is absolutely terrible. I have definitely seen, open 6 advanced elements cards, bottom 6 draw into a bunch of junk.
Yeah. I do. Yeah, that's right. He is Serene as well, so he's gonna be one less influence. So he's only going to do one thing, which is just gonna find that Ryle.
Yeah, find the Ryle, file the Spectre cards. Even Creative Shock Float is like okay enough. We just need to find a decent. Oh my god, he kept 5. His hand must be insane if he's keeping 5.
Yeah. Wow.
Vivola here. Going to actually, okay, so he's taking on his turn. He might actually be playing a Shack. We're gonna play out that Shopkeep. Early Shopkeep here insulates you probably for the next 2 turns, but the problem with Vanitas is he's actually very good at getting around a lot of the taunts and interceptors because those horses are just so big.
Yeah, but not on the first turn. Not when he's going second.
Not on the first turn. Definitely not on the first turn. Vanitas gonna go bring out his Spirit of Fire.
I think you may not have seen the Creative Shock or the Ryle, but a Fluff Shopkeep is probably the next best thing.
Yeah, or maybe he actually found the Creative Shock and just wants to play it on level 1 instead. We did see Bobby favoring the turn 1 Fluffy Shopkeep going first. Vanitas here. It seems like he's got something to play on his turn. 3 down. Is that a... Ooh, okay, so we're going to creative in main phase.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, what does Vanitas do when they're going second on the first turn?
I mean, just cycle, basically.
Mm.
Like, maybe if you had Ember Crypt burn, you could try and just hold up an Ember Crypt, but since he doesn't have it, I think he's basically just going to go creative. Maybe creative Ryle.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not bad, though. Oh, Beseech is the choice here. So we are going to
but you can't use that.
No, he can't play that. He can't play that.
No,
that
you
is
can't use that.
Legal activation. We're just going to inform the judges about this to make sure that the game is square before we move on forward.
They'll pick it up.
Unfortunately, that is something people can forget about. Hey, we're like, you don't have wind yet. So just hopefully we can get this before anything the game progresses too far. So yeah, I mean,
well, to be honest, what's actually quite funny is that I tried this deck once, and I also did a Beseech on Fire Spirit, and yeah, I got caught out for that.
There's a reason why these mixed element decks have been for lack of a better word, kind of rogue. They're clunky.
Yeah.
We've seen it work with this deck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Water Vanitas also worked, but
So we'll just
gotta remember about your elements.
So we're just pausing the game here. So a judge has come in, and they've currently stopped the game.
Yeah, so we are just gonna reverse this. I imagine, because he played the besiege, I imagine are they just gonna force him to? Oh, actually, yeah. So we should just be able to rewind this. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a
So it should
pretty
be an
easy
easy fix.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Only this time
luckily
that we
caught
know.
it fast enough.
Yeah. Luckily, the only thing we lose here.
Ooh, actually, because he did shuffle the memory, we do have to fix the cards in hand, because he should, if he's gonna just pass turn after this the creative shock.
Ah, that's correct. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so
he did create. He
we're
put
probably
3
gonna
down
have to
for creative
fix
shock.
fix the hand situation here.
I think under the guidelines, I think he just actually what actually happens here? I think he just shuffles or loses 1 card from somewhere.
So we're just gonna level up here, go up to Lorraine 1, losing a hasty. We're gonna bring out the
Okay.
Inert Sword. We have enough cards to play it. Inert Sword is such a standout card from the new set, together with that Looking Glass. I'm seeing a flame. I think I see 2 flame sweeps in hand, which is a bit funny.
Yeah.
Probably
think,
doesn't
with
need to
that-
keep those.
Just with that judge call earlier, because he had shuffled his memory, I think he's just randomly shuffled and then just put down 3 cards into memory randomly.
Would be a way of solving it, but how are we solving the second fluffy shopkeep? If you were in Yubi Vola's situation, how are you planning on getting around this? Maybe if you're able to
Well, it doesn't. Yep.
liminal guide in hand with a creative, so we could go creative liminal, but then that's still not enough. You need to have double liminal guide if you want to get around around double fluffy shopkeep.
I don't think it matters here. I think you can just get what is it? Go to level 1, go to then turbo to level 3, DG to 3. Use a horse to get rid of a fluffy shopkeep, and then level 3 just get rid of the other fluffy shopkeep as well. Just get rid of the blockers, get rid of the intercepts. Even if you're not going to be able to tax them, that's 2 less fluffy shopkeeps to worry about.
Is fair. That does leave us open to Lorraine level 2 swing to get a draw, though.
Yes. No,
We're
that
forced
is,
to play
that
out
is
a horse.
true.
Actually, I want to say Memories put down both of the flame sweeps when he leveled up or when he played the fluffy shopkeep. So if he kept 1 in hand, we could actually get a draw 2 off of a flame sweep. But maybe it's actually better to just dungeon guide instead.
Yeah.
Just so that we are ensuring we're not getting taxed here. I'm gonna use that dungeon guide, level up to 2. Then I imagine it's just Horse City. With currently 1, 2, 3, he has 6 cards in influence actually, so I think he might be able to play double horse. If he happens to have double horse, he can actually play double horse.
But that opens him up to a flame sweep.
That definitely opens you up to getting mega flame swept.
Actually, I'm just gonna think. Do you think he has the influence to do this? To do the flame sweep, if he has it.
He has 6 cards in influence, I think, or is that 7? He should have 7 because he didn't play anything. So, oh wait, no, he was Serene. So actually, no, yeah, he should have 6 right now.
He'll be at 6. Yeah, no. So you won't be able to do it.
He would be able to flame sweep as long as he doesn't get taxed. But if he gets taxed, I think to pay 3. I think he won't be able to do it. Gonna use this here. The Undying Dreams, giving buff counter and extra attack and life to this liminal guide, which also gives a +1 to the Vanitas because it is a spell.
One thing to also note that if
down.
you activate Vanitas level 3, you can use that floating to minus subtract the memory cost. It does work that way. So you only have to pay
That
for 2.
is
You have to pay
how
2.
it works.
Yep.
Dilu actually cannot attack yet, so we do have to level up first.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is we actually were able to get rid of both. Undying Dreams are coming really clutch to power up our liminal guide. Gonna banish the Undying Dreams plus 2 cards from memory. Leaves us at 3 influence, which is really not that bad. We actually did have double horse, by the way. Gonna go up to Vanitas level 3 here. Gonna swing with the Dilu, kill the Fluffy. Swing with Vanitas for 4, and then Dungeon Guide for another 1. And we are taxed. Your paid carrots are mine, says Vanitas.
Uh,
I believe that should be a +1 actually because of the Vanitas level 2 effect.
yes.
But yeah, I mean, at this point, you have a 6-card influence. If you level up to 2 here, you won't be able to flame sweep. So pretty terrible
see
situation for Memories to be in.
Okay, so we can see he's got 2 flame sweeps in hand. Okay. He chose not to materialize level 2 or anything this turn. So he's just got to play around. He can probably afford to take some damage, some more damage, and then under attacks, pay the 3 and then flame sweep.
Yeah, and it's just a really tough situation to be in. Oh yeah, so we are correcting the damage discrepancy here. Gonna get that +1 from the Vanitas effect. Everyone forgets about Vanitas level 2. I don't blame them. It's kind of weird that it's not an inherited effect, don't you think?
Was that because he played a spell?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it would be a little bit too good if Vanitas got a inherited +1 on every spell activation.
All right.
So what is that? I think you could. Okay, gonna go for the Fire Bobble here. No Serene pop. Obviously, maybe that would be a little bit hasty. Could have also considered bringing out a sensor to stop a creative or a Ryle here.
No, I don't think
that's
he
a lot
needs
of
to worry about
damage.
the sensor. Doesn't need to worry about the sensor this turn. He's gonna respond with the Resolute Stand. Yeah, Resolute Stand, go to level 2. Yeah, go to level 2, then Flame Sweep.
If Vanitas
So
if that was an inherited effect, Vanitas would go crazy here.
Yeah, I think a Tariff Ring materialization would have been the play.
Yeah, Tariff Ring is very strong against these Flame Sweep decks. If he had another Beseech, he could still go for that, but it seems like that is not in the cards here.
Well, he still has that position, doesn't he? Or did he?
He banished both of them on his level 2, I believe.
Oh yeah.
But he does have a third Beseech, so still potential for that one. Gonna go up to Lorraine 2 here, so Flame Sweep is
He'll have
a
exactly 5
possibility.
influence. Yeah.
Exactly enough to play out that Flame Sweep. Tariff Ring would have been definitely a way to stymie this. But let's see if he can really make it after this. I wonder if UB has something that could potentially stop this. This Liminal Guide is...
So he's got a Serene Beacon behind. You're just having a look at it, but that can only save his champion.
Yeah, that's how I'm gonna do it.
Now he's only going to draw 2 because that Liminal Guide is ephemeral, so it does not trigger on kills.
Doesn't retaliate with the Dungeon Guide. Should have retaliated there just for some extra free damage.
Oh, he did.
He did. Okay.
Oh no, he didn't.
No, he was taking damage for himself. Could have retaliated with Liminal Guide and Dungeon Guide there for an extra 3. Wonder if that's actually gonna come up. Very well could. We've seen the margins that this deck really works with. I see a win card in hand. I don't know if that's a Stifling, maybe a Trotter. Oh, he also could have retaliated with Vanitas because Vanitas does have an attack stat. So
that'd be 6 damage. He just missed.
He just missed on 6 damage. Yes.
Yeah.
That's it is a new deck, so I definitely don't expect everyone to know all of the little intricacies quite yet, especially because no other champion can retaliate. I guess aside from Tristan.
Yeah. Like obviously, like you could retaliate with Vanitas. The tax doesn't matter. It isn't effective here. But that 6 damage it can go a long way. It's currently on 8. Go to 14.
Jilu gonna come in, swing for another 3. So we are definitely putting on the pressure. Imagine now if Memories was currently at 17.
Oh, he's chosen to materialize level 3 using all 4.
Gonna have 3 cards influence after this. I think the only thing that could really, I mean, Pendragon wouldn't
Pendragon.
even clear the Dilu here. Doesn't have a sword as well, so yeah, I think Memories is in a really bad spot, honestly.
Well, he's only on. He's at 8. He's only taken 8. There are times you can actually afford to take a little bit of damage. You're gonna take 6, but 6, 8. You're gonna take.
And
8.
he also still has that Serene, so a lot more to chew through. But we definitely need to start seeing some Pendragons dropping.
Just thinking in my head, he could do a Rending Flame series. He's gonna go. He can do 3. He's got what, 5 swords, 5 swords, and there's that's 8. He can do 16
damage. Searing Rebuke in hand though, so we can lower that a bit.
Now we've got 1 minute until overtime, so there'll be a +5.
Yeah, but I'm feeling like this game probably will end unless Memories can just chain a bunch of Resolutes. But let's see if he can find. Maybe has that Rending Flames. If he Rending Flames for 8,
he's got it.
But he would get reduced by 3 from the Rebuke. So it would only be 10, so still not enough. Seems like taking a big time to think here. Yeah, just not only 4 cards in hand. Very little that he can actually do with this. He actually, you notice he has the Safeguard Amulet still in his deck.
Does he have a 2
Interesting.
damage sword? No, he's got. Did we see the Inert Sword?
Yes, the Inert Sword was the one materialized on level 1. So he still has Sword of Seeking. I'm not sure which ones he banished off of the Fluffy. So could maybe, I'm not sure if Clarent is still an option here. Gonna go for the Ryle here. Just gonna do a blind Ryle. Doesn't find a Spectre. Gonna Serene now. Doesn't want to mess around with any fiery interferences. Gonna get that heal, but we are still in a really bad spot. Every turn, we're just gonna be taking 10 damage.
So now we've just hit the overtime. Ubivolo is turn 0.
Means he does have a lot of opportunity here to try and end this game. Otherwise, they would go into a draw. Vanitas, are we going to use this? Okay, we are using the Impact Hammer. We're not going to play conservatively here. I'm going to put Memories up to 23. Just needs to find another 5 damage. Honestly, that's not hard. Has the Searing Rebuke too. He has that red hair in hand.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you can probably end this game next turn. I'm not sure if you can end it this turn.
Okay. So what I can see here, he's got the Searing Rebuke, which means he's gonna hit him back for 3. So I think that will be Ubivolo's game if Memories decides to attack.
That should get there. Actually, could he not have Searing Rebuke on the Impact Hammer? Or is that unpreventable damage?
It's preventable.
So he actually could have. He actually could have ended the game right there, couldn't he?
Okay, he could have actually done that. Yes.
Could have just he could have Searing himself and then swung with the Impact Hammer, prevented damage, and also done an extra 2.
One thing, I mean, it's people are picking this deck up immediately after boss, so you're not going to know all the nuances of the deck. But that was one play you could have done. But yeah, you're gonna make some mistakes on it. Wow, there you go. Pendragon, doesn't matter what he's gonna hit.
And I mean, just remember, if we actually did retaliate there, he would have already been dead by now.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, if he retaliated, he would have been 6 damage already deep. And then he's already got game here. It doesn't matter. He can play Searing Rebuke now, whether or not then or now.
Swinging here, probably at the red hair, I imagine. So, actually, swinging at Dilu. Okay, so swinging at the red hair there, so we can't use the Searing Rebuke on the red hair. But next turn, we can just go Searing Rebuke, swing with Impact Hammer, swing with Dilu, and that should be more than enough to end this game, even through a Resolute stand. Yeah, just showing I got nothing. Yeah, I mean, I think that just goes to show Tax Vanitas, not just a one-trick pony deck. it really can go the distance. I really want to see how this deck performs against water because
Oh,
I
it
mean Vanitas can get negated. I think people tend to forget that. It's like, hey, this is an activation, which means any card that can target activations, it can stop the Vanitas. So kind of
it's
forces you to play a different way.
yeah. Vanitas 3 is affected by Frostbind, Cerulean Decree, and that new one that just and the new one that specifically
Yes.
targets specific alternate activations. So those ones
Yes,
as well.
yes.
But you see, like what UB Vola did, he activated level 3, and he had plenty of influence.
Yeah.
As
You
well.
if you
So
want to,
I
you
mean,
can
like,
play slower. You're still a Rile deck.
yeah. Definitely. So, I mean, like, this is a very interesting deck. I mean, I've had my go on it. I had one go at it. It's very fun, but also sounds like really disgusting to play as well. Because like I like to have a fun game. It's a different kind of fun. But like, yeah, this is one of those decks now you're gonna have to watch out for. You're probably gonna see like one or two, possibly at least one at every like locals or regionals you'll go to.
Yeah, for sure. Like I think you have to absolutely have a plan for Vanitas. I think that a lot of people are putting more defensive pieces, like deflecting edge in their deck. Maybe you're putting in things like unyielding Wraithguard to get a double taunt out. So there's a lot of ways to play around Vanitas, but at the same time, do you really want to put those cards in when you play against like a CL or something or a
Well,
Luxem suddenly? And just
okay, so one takeaway from that game we just saw, that really should be stood out is the purifying Thurible, right? When he materialized purifying Thurible and he banished 4, that was huge.
absolutely huge.
Mhm. So now that we've
Deny
seen
the
this new
+2.
exactly denies the denied the liminal guide and the floating. So this is that card is going to be quite huge in a lot of win decks. I think like Tristan can make Tristan's going to be able to make use of it as well. But much like all win decks are going to be able to use it.
Yeah, I think Wind Luxem could potentially see some more play. Seiryu can definitely play it too if they want to.
Mm-hmm,
I think Assassin is in particular really strong just because you get agility trigger and then you add your hands cards back in hand and you get to play Thurible for like 3 or 5. So there's a lot of
Yeah.
play with that card. In the end, it's also just backup charger. Can you really complain about that?
It is. It's just a backup charger. It is exactly just another draw. But yeah, we're gonna see that. There's so many lines you could do with it. It doesn't have to be used like a backup charger pre-recollection. It can just be used at the end of the turn. You can just hold nothing. You can just draw and pass. You've got like you could probably like pay X with like 6 cards.
Yeah, and honestly, it doesn't even just hit fire decks. It can also hit like some of the random water decks, like the Aetherwing Dianas, or if someone's been trying to play Astra Diana, or one of the 2 Genbu players in your locals maybe that are still trying to like
Yeah.
force Watermill. There's so much. There's just so much utility to a card like that, and the fact that it also has a draw slapped on top of it is kind of insane. So definitely expecting to see a lot more wind in the coming meta. I'm excited to see maybe if someone's like trying to play like Wind CL. A lot of people have been on that like a servant's obligation CL to get like a free taunt every turn. So yeah, there's wind has a lot of potential right now. I'm really excited to see. Maybe we'll see some more wind in the rest of this tournament. But that's it for the round. So Freedom, thank you for breaking down what was a pretty, I would say, a bit more complicated than you would expect from Vanitas. The deck is not as straightforward, not as brain dead as I think people make it seem to be. So
I think it's like
we're gonna go to break. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. It's not very. It's brain dead when you get to before you get to level 3, but it's after that it really gets a bit complicated.
Okay, but yeah, we're gonna go to break. That's it for us, and we'll be with you in the next round real soon.
Hello, everyone. We are back for round 3 with on the Cake Online Regionals in Europe, and back here we've got Gerrit.
Hey there! Are you excited to see the next match, Freedom?
I am. This is going to be Europe Nats Nationals rematch between Hinky the Goat and Sebastian from TM32.
It is going to be glorious, right?
Now,
I'm-
if you remember last, they last played. Who won that match?
I'm actually not sure who won that match, but it was a very entertaining match that the final game concluded with a draw for this one because Sebastian drew the ensnaring fumes against Tanky's ally deck from the top of his deck and basically could stall out the last turn with it. It was so amazing. I had so much fun. I think I even commentated that one, right? I'm not sure.
Fair enough. Well, we'll quickly go into the deck. So Hinky is currently playing Firecrux Knight Insol, and Sebastian is currently playing a Serene Umbra CL Fire as well.
Ooh, interesting. Sebastian actually plays one of my favorite cards in Umbra right now. It's the Begulian Cup. I think the card is the hot shit, if you ask me. You can do so many funny things with it. I'm curious to see if Sebastian pulls off some of the infinite loops you can basically do with it. Because yes, you can kind of go infinite, not infinite, but you can deal a lot of damage with it that is unpreventable. Because the Guardian Coup has a special rule text that says you can pay to banish it and swap it basically with any Omen attack card you have. If you now have another Beguilian Coup, in your Omens, you can flip-flop them around and deal every time for 2 influence, 2 damage. And next turn, you can do this again if you get the wardrobe, as I would call the armoire.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
It is very interesting to see if you can pull something like that off.
Now, looking at Sebastian's deck, he is playing, but it's not the Balfour Ablation version. We see in his deck he's got Beguiling Coop, he's got the Cheshire Cat, he's got Carters, and a card that you won't really see is Ombre Chevalier.
You're correct.
I remember.
It is a
Ombre
very
Chevalier
boxy card, right?
I think it's a 3-cost ally that I think it's it bounces omens back and forth, returns an omen.
That is correct. It basically gives you access to so many more copies of a specific card you want to see, right? You just use it, omen it, get it again. So if you have a very bad opening hand, you basically need 1 Rival Abyss to get multiples of them during the course of the game.
As well. So moving on to Hinky's deck, he's playing Firecrux Insult. His version has 1 Cheshire Cat.
Ooh. The cat being always there, always watching.
I mean, the Cheshire Cat there it's a great 3-cost 1/3 body, right? It's got stealth, it's got and also it's affected by any distortion cards. So he's got 1, right? So if he sees that, he can inert sword when he goes to Lorraine level 1.
Free allies with stealth and spell shroud are very strong, and let's see how the game will play out here. It looks like Anki has the first turn and started with his Spirit of Fire, and of course both players are using the pre-game action. That is pretty neat. Oh, straight up gas turn for a fire deck. Good old memories, right? Stalwart Shield made into Cremation Ritual. We love to see it. Also, are you seeing those nice cards that Sebastian is displaying to us?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, they're both selling cards.
I'm I'm not sure if this is supposed to be, but surely it's surely very funny.
It is
Maybe
very funny.
he can get rid of his heavenly guides at some point thanks through that.
Well, anyway, anyway, what we'll see here, we've got Hinky's just drawn a 7. He's past turn. Oh no, sorry. He's now he's played a Stork Shield Maid and he's cremated it, so that allows him to go to his level 1 as well. And Sebastian's just drawn his 7 and passed his turn, choosing to Hinky materializing his inert sword. So he might have a Cheshire Cat, or he just might not. It's just a very good 2/2 sword.
Having a 2/2 sword might be interesting, but looking at the decks, it might not be that important right now, right? Because both decks are basically just playing one ally they wanna keep on the board. And for Sebastian, it is the Cheshire Cat himself, and for Henky, it's just like the Cheshire Cat too. Everything else is just trying to be a little bit annoying or counter some specific meta cards.
So we got here Hinky has played 2 Fluffy Shop Keeps in 1 turn. So he's now banished 4 cards, 4 swords, and he's drawn 2 back. So they've got neutral.
Yeah.
What do you think?
You know what Henky likes above drawing 1 card?
2.
Yes, exactly. Drawing 2 cards a turn.
Yeah. As we know, like if we remember in his Wind Allies list, his Wind Allies before, every time he would always play the Winterwhelm Engineer every time.
Yeah.
And now we got Sebastian. He's managed to go to level 1 with the Liminal Guide, getting the draw, and he's got now that Survival Possessions Mastery. Well.
I'm curious to see if Sebastian has something to deal with the fluffy shopkeeps. Even though they are not a threat per se, they just get kind of annoying, right?
The thing is that they both decks are playing very similar allies, like pre level 3 allies, right? They both have fluffy shopkeeps, liminal guide, dungeon guides and such. But other than that, their allies the really effective allies are at level 3. They're locked behind Crux and Umbra. Crux, he's got Carter and the Umbra Chevalier, and then Hinky has Pendragon. So before level 3, he doesn't really have an answer for the fluffy shopkeeps. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah.
So we got Hinky is leveling up to level 2.
Luckily, the only ally that Sebastian has will not give him a draw right now with the on-ender.
No, that is correct. It's gonna dungeon. Oh, actually, we've now seen 3 activated a 3rd fluffy shop keep.
Yeah.
So that's 6 swords gone. That's all. I think that would be all his swords gone. Attacking face with all of them.
Did Henky suddenly become a shepherd? But that means that the first turn Henky goes to level 3 will probably hurt quite a bit with just the default attack, right? You use the inner sword with the bonus of having 5 swords at the very least removed here. This will be
removed. Yes.
That will be 7 damage going right at ya. That is already yeah, it is quite a bit. It's a crazy number. If you imagine you drew cards to deal more damage, it sounds insane. No?
Yeah, that should be 6 swords got in banishment. Because he has exactly 7.
Oh.
So yeah, inert sword the inert sword is now doing 8. Will be doing 8 damage per turn. He's only got 1 more swing with it, but 1 more durability counter as well. But what is this board? What is this board? See, we thought it was an insult deck, but now for some reason Hinky's now is back to playing allies.
Yeah, you're correct. I was about to say in the beginning, the deck doesn't seem like a Henky deck, right? It doesn't have enough allies. But turns out he is now the shepherd of his goats.
So Sebastian has now materialized his backup charger, just trying to build up some more influence here. Staying at level 1.
One thing about the deck Sebastian plays is it is more of a grindy, controlly deck that doesn't need to be ahead on board that much in the early stages of the game, since through the end of the game with the Carters and the Chevaliers, you just want to recoup your value through cards you used again.
Well, remember, so Sebastian is not playing the Oblation deck, so it's not a turbo to level 3 kind of deck. It's not playing a Baleful Oblation. It's not playing the Blackjack attack card as well. It is playing, however, 4 Heavy Swings, 2 Lamentations Toll, and 4 Beguiling Coop. So there's a lot of attack cards in this, and they're away. And he's gonna Beguiling Coop is gonna replace all those cards. Swap those cards out and do a lot of Guardian big damage.
He just wants to hit you a bazillion times every turn, kind of. Hitting every turn for around 10. That is most likely the straight up goal of the deck. Right?
Okay. Yeah, pretty much. So Sebastian is now choosing to play his own Fluffy Shopkeep, getting rid of I think it's the Devouring Malice and
The Channel of
Chalice of
Blood.
I respect it. Chalice of Blood, sometimes you won't always be able to materialize it.
Chalice of Blood is most likely a card that you would materialize if you are against a pokey matchup, right? And Lorraine and Soul decks can just close out the game from low damage to final damage count very quickly in one turn. So you drawing 2 cards off that might not just be something you think you will be doing.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, exactly. Insult can just just go from 6 damage and then dead.
But so far, not much happening right now here.
Undying Dreams. There we go. Undying Dreams on the Fluffy Shopkeep, keeping that alive. So which forces Hinky to attack with it, but he's not going to do that because that'll be wasted damage from the sword. So that.
Oh, the frame sweep coming in.
Oh.
That is 7, that is 9 damage.
Retaliates for 2. So I think he banked on that one. I think he knew that was he was gonna play the Undying Dreams.
Most likely. However, this forced one more card out of Henky's hand, and if we look at the influence that Sebastian has compared to Henky, this is a very uphill battle for Henky the goat here, right?
The thing is that Hinky did 10 damage with that flame sweep. He's also got have to remember that Sebastian's also got Serene fires. He's got to do another 6 as well.
Yes. That is one of the strong points of those CL decks, right? You basically have 11 more health than the average champion in the game. And that is quite a big number if you think about it, right?
It is. Having to get through 36 life. So a lot of decks kind of gas out before they get to 36. They can get, because they math out to 25 and 28, but not to 36.
Okay, let's see.
So Sebastian is using his Dungeon Guide to go to level 3.
And now we have all the Umbra cards unlocked, and for Sebastian, most likely the game now actually begins. With unlocking half of his deck, right?
Well, what do you think Hinky can do from me? He's got an influence of 4.
Yeah.
So do we think if one of them is a gets one of them as a Pendragon, returns the Looking Glass. He just has to now build up influence again.
He has to build up influence, and he also has to get somewhere damage. I'm not sure. It doesn't see, I do not see any Spirit Blades are sanctioned in his deck, so he is now reliant on all his attacks that are, yeah, 2 more Flame Sweeps and the Onslaught. So
Yep.
that might
Oh,
be
here we go.
very rough.
He's activated a Beguiling Coop.
That is one of the cards, and now Sebastian most likely is at the end of turn banishing the Beguiling Coop to put it into the Omen counters. So that next turn he can basically flip-flop them around.
Ah, right. So yeah. So he's used the Beguiling Coop, not paid for the extra 2 to do the exactly the flip-floppy thing, and then put it into the banish it with an Omen counter.
That is kind of one of the cool things you can do here. Now, for every 2, so for every 2 influence, you can basically do 2 unpreventable damage in the next turn. That's 2, 4, 6, 8 at the very least, and then the attack itself for 5 again, because Beguiling Coop does 3 by its own. If it's the only 1-cost card in your omens, your attacks get +1. And since you have omen counters, you get another 1. That is already 13 damage.
So Hinky is now attacking with his second Flame Sweep, doing another 6. That's 7. They're doing 9 on this one.
That is wild.
That is why. I mean, like, look at his deck. He has 2 Rending Flames. So if he had Rending Flames, that was lethal there as well. 29 puts him at 28, if that connects.
Sebastian is most likely going to be releasing. Resolute Stand for free.
Resolute Stand before you have to use the Serene release is pretty good here.
That is interesting. Sebastian probably needs 2 more turns now.
Yeah.
Oh, the Amour. Okay.
The Maintoni Armor, which lets you kind of like return one of your Omen cards, one of the Omen cards, and then put one back in, which will also trigger the level 3 from CL to do effectively 2 damage.
Yeah. We will see. Oh, the Beguiling Coop. Let's see. Is he doing the thing? He is doing the thing. And the best part about this is, if you do this after attack declaration, you get to choose a new target and you are not locked by the intercept trigger. So you can actually hit the champion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
pretty strong.
Because it does say on the first paragraph, you may choose a new target, so it does get past intercepts.
That is correct, because intercept is actually a trigger that gets resolved on attack, and you can choose to flip-flop around the Beguiling Coop after the resolve of
He's
it.
doing it. He's doing it. He's flip-flopped it. He's flip-flopped it. He's done that. He's done the 2 damage as well. Oh, I don't know. He has an influence of 2.
We see the numbers ticking up.
As long as this card is one of your omens, you have no other reserve cost 1s. This is +1. So he doesn't get the +1 from that because Beguiling Cooper's in the other Beguiling Cooper's in the omens.
Yes. Okay. So
now does Hinky have another attack card? If he's got another attack card, that is lethal. It's gonna see if he can trigger the Serene release. So he's now I've seen a second Resolute Stand. So that's giving him another turn. But in his hand, does he have Rending Flames? If it's Rending Flames, then that's lethal.
Is it lethal? He has 7 small swords. It's 9, it's 12. Yeah, it is.
It does. It'll do 10. So it will do 10 minus 3 down to 7 and then double to 14. But he doesn't have it. So he's now so Sebastian's materialized the Consumption Ring. Very effective card against any deck really. So which you banish. It's kind of like the terraforming, but instead of attacks, it's non-ally cards. And your opponent will have to activate this an additional 4.
Yeah, but this game now concluded with Sebastian being able to do the thing again.
Yeah.
That's kind of a neat pattern he shows us here.
Oh, I see. So he's now activated his 3rd Beguiling Cube. So basically he's gonna like ping 2. Just trying to think about this. So Beguiling Cube will bounce, ping 2, and then bounce again, ping another 2, and then the armor. You got the armor there? I think he's got
He
the
used the
armor.
armoire first to get the coup back in hand.
Oh, I
And
see.
now
Yeah.
he's swapping back and forth. And since it's all unpreventable damage, there is nothing Henke can actually do besides maybe recovering. And since Sebastian has influence of 3, this might actually be very difficult.
I actually like this version. Like this CL is actually this build. It's actually really interesting because you could play slightly slower, and then I mean the reach of this deck is amazing because you're kind of constantly doing 2. Your opponent thinks like, oh, I'm going to be safe, and then it's like all these omen bouncing, omen flips, and all that, and then you're just like, oh, take another 2, take another 2, take another 2, and it's all unpreventable.
Yes, being unpreventable is one of the big upsides of this strategy. However, you get very, very sad quickly if your opponent does the Song of Frost thing. So you have to be very
exactly.
careful in those
So
matchups.
here we've got Sebastian taking game 1 through the through his dealing 20 dealing the lethal through the Sebastian level 3 effect. Bounce. As well. Now let's have a look at the deck list. So let's go with Hinky first. What you think he might put in?
He probably is throwing in Heavenly Guide, Fiery Interference, and yeah, that looks about right to me.
So Heavenly Guide would only maybe. So if you're going if Hinky's going to go second, he might side in the Heavenly Guides. But however, that depends on the pace of Sebastian's deck as well. If he's like a turbo CL, then Heavenly Guide would make more sense. Would make sense. Fire Interference, for the Serene release. That's specifically good. Blanche is not going to help here because it's unpreventable. Regal Inquisition. If you have to discard cards, then that's that just gives Sebastian like cards to like banish for omens. Let's have a look at Sebastian.
If you don't mind me, the thing with Regal Inquisition is it basically just delays the CL plays by 1 turn, because if the cards are in your graveyard, you just put them into your omen, and then with the armor you get the 1 card you really need. So it is giving you somewhat of 1 turn depending on the setup.
Yeah, that is true.
For Henke, he's probably, for Sebastian, he's probably throwing in Nocturne's Oblivion, and I can see Sovereign Sanctuary. Those are pretty good cards against the Ensor matchup, right? Nocturne's Oblivion is one of the very strong cards, so if Henke tries to start his onslaught with the... I forgot the name of the card. The Votive Runeblade, right? You just Nocturne's Oblivion the Runeblade, and your opponent can't keep his attack cycle going.
Is that the one that destroys cards?
It's the Excalibur but in dark.
Right, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, Nocturne's Oblivion. As long as you have 5 or more omens, it costs 2 less, but that doesn't matter. It destroys a non-champion card and banishes... Oh, no, sorry. The Oblivion is banished.
Ooh. Usually in the early games, nothing interesting happens, but Sebastian played the 1 card that does, oh, you take 6, deal with it.
Yeah. So Hinky is now coming in with a 6 damage counter in deficit. Well, it's actually fine, because this is how Sebastian's deck plays, right?
Yes.
With all these attack cards.
The thing is, if you think about it, right, we saw the loop of the Beguiling Cubes happening, and every heavy swing reduces the amount of loops you need to be dealing by basically 6 influence to finish off the game. because it's
'Cause, like, with
60 damage.
because with that heavy swing, he can banish that to become an omen. So that's now in the one of his omen cards. Then he's going to use the Beguiling Coop. He could swap that out for with the heavy swing. You're just going to be hit with 6 damage. Plus,
It's actually
Saval.
8. Because again, the Beguiling Coop says if it is the only card in your omens that has one attack, one cost, every attack card gets +1 attack. So with one omen, you attack by default if the Coop is your omen for 2. That is already pretty good.
The omen itself, yes.
Yes.
So I'm thinking if you swap it with the heavy swing, that's 6, and then omen level 3, that's 2, and then the end of that turn, you're gonna do another 2, and then that's very, very cool.
The numbers are coming very quickly with those type of deck.
So Hinky's now just taking a second heavy swing, by the way.
Oh boy.
So Hinky's now choosing to go level 2.
Oh. It seems like Henke's not looking forward to all those heavy swings.
No, he's just trying to turbo. He's just turboing very quickly to 3. Just out of range.
Do you think discarding the shipmate was the right call here?
Which one?
So Henke discarded a Star Wars shipmate for the creative shock. And I'm not certain if this is actually what you wanted to do. While you can play around, so while you can't play around the Beguiling Coop being activated and swapping the target, you still can negate other attacks that kind of need to go firstly into the shipment, right?
Yeah. No, that's fair to ask. So yeah, like he won't be able to use Lamentations Toll or like heavy swing. Beguiling Coop will get past it. But like you've also got what other allies? He's got the Ombre Chevalier. He's got Carter, which will cleave.
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
Okay. Let's see what Sebastian does. Oh, he gets the Tariff Ring, the beautiful one.
Oh, yes, the Revelfest one.
Which version of the Tariff Ring is actually your favorite one?
I own one of the Japanese one, the Hoshikawa Sara one. So I'm enjoying that one. Actually, no, I've actually never played that card because all of my decks don't use Tariff Rings, but I've got one.
Okay. That is a fair statement.
Yeah. However, a lot of people will be able to get their own at Ascent Akihabara. A lot of people have this Tariff Ring. It's like being given out as if like it's a one of like promo cards, one of those Genshin promo cards. Like a lot of people just have them.
Oh, interesting. Maybe I might get my hands on one of them too at some point.
Yeah. Definitely don't buy it. Don't buy it yet. But you can trade directly. It's gonna be much cheaper that way. Anyway, back to this. So he's got so Sebastian's activated a Fluffy Shopkeep, banishing a Chalice of Blood and the Umbra Sword. The freak.
What is it called again? The Sonnerie? Is this correct?
Oh yeah, so the Grande Sonnerie.
Oh, close. It is most likely a weapon you don't need in this matchup. Even though
it's
it
more
will
damage,
hit.
like...
Yeah. If you think about it, if you have a reserve cost of omens of 10 or greater, right? Yeah. You most likely have 3 to 5 omens already. So it is a lot of damage just coming from this one card.
Well, this set has introduced a lot of French names, so it's a language lesson. Hopefully, though, when if the future set is German, I'll be coming to you.
Oh! Let's see. Maybe not. Maybe if we have a mecha set of some sort, that might be German. but who knows? The inert sword for Sebastian here. So one of the cool things about the inert sword in CL is that you actually attack by default for the value of 4. So the shopkeepers are just going to be gone and without any further assistance of some sort.
Yes. It is a Guardian class bonus, so he is going to benefit from that. So the sword is now doing 3 attack, 3 attack and 2 durability. 3 power.
Yes, and with the Surveillance Possession ability, you get +1. Genki getting out the Clarent here.
Oh, here we go. We got the insult.
Ooh.
No response for Sebastian, but I think is Sebastian holding up his hand? He has a full hand, right?
Yes, he has a full hand. It is pretty cool to see actually Ansel popping off here right now. One from right.
Okay.
Yeah, it is for Sebastian.
So he's looking for the Resolute Stand, or he has it. He just doesn't have the influence to do it. Or yeah, okay, he had it.
Yeah.
All right, so this is going to this is going to nullify all the all the swords that do 1 or 2 damage, but they do break. Actually, hold on, I'm trying to look at the swords. Okay, so he breaks all the swords that were on 1 durability.
Yes. He's kind of breaking all the swords, but the Votive Rune Blade in the end, right?
Yeah, so Votive Rune Blade is the one that attacks you want to attack with first, but you need 2 swords out, right? So Votive Rune Blade attack. Lorraine attacks first, breaking 1 sword, then attacks again, breaking a 2nd sword, and then attacks with if you would have a 3rd sword, so in this case it'll be Clarent.
And it will be dealing. Oh, I'm so bad at math. Is it about through Resolute Stand at least 10 damage in total for the turn?
It still does. It still does some damage. So it's got the first hit will do 3, and then 4, and then 5.
It is at least quite a bit of damage through Resolute Stand. Without it, Sebastian would have lost already here. Even though he has 26 HP.
As well. What's interesting is that you can use Clarent. Well, Clarent can be a 3rd sword. No, can be used. Can also break itself, so like boost the damage. So there's a lot of there's sequencing you could do there.
You are correct. You think Genki has a 2nd End Soul in his hand?
I haven't seen it, but I wouldn't. I mean, this deck only plays 3 End Souls, so the likelihood of seeing that, you'll see less cards. You won't. Sorry, someone's gonna reset that. He only plays with 3, so if he had another one, it's going to be quite difficult for Sebastian. So assuming he doesn't have a Resolute Stat, but we'll just see what he's going to materialize this turn.
First of all, we have the on-enter of CL. That is pretty strong because you basically get more filtering cards going on, right? On enter, he says, for the amount of Omen counters you have, you do the following. You discard a card from hand or memory and draw 1 card into memory. So you get to dump all your floatings or liminal guides, even though you don't activate any card that cycles you. That is pretty nice. I did it once for 5. It was very absurd.
Really? You had 5 Omen counters at level 2?
Yeah. It was a very back and forth starter deck only event. So
yeah.
Let's see.
I mean, it's great when you go to level 2 and then discard a liminal guide through the level 2 effect, and then DG and then use Dungeon Guide and go to 3, get the liminal guide back. Plus,
you can drown in value through that ability if you sequence it right, and fate is on your side for that matter. And what's Sebastian's influence right now? Can you see it? It seems to be something like.
So he had 7.
7.
He'll be at 7 again because the so he's just he activated another Flappy Shopkeep, which will draw banish 2, then draw back to 7. So he's banished a backup charger and didn't quite catch the other card.
That is interesting. What other card did he activate during his turn? Was it the Liminal Guide? Oh, maybe I just slept on Barravi Abyss. Thanks to production for this. Okay, so basically, Sebastian is now pants down, as you would say. If Hanky has like a flame sweep or something, that will be hurting him quite a bit.
So if it's a flame sweep, it'll get past the Fluffy Shopkeep, dealing 7, dealing 9. So he's just going to dig for an attack card with Ryle.
Yes.
Two Spectres carded.
Also, if Hanky finds the flame sweep now, he also threatens the spirit release. That might be a little bit awkward for Sebastian.
Instead, chooses to play activate a Ghost of Pendragon.
That is clearing off the Fluffy Shopkeep. Hanky unsure what to do with the Fluffy Shopkeep of his own, because if Sebastian has the coup, it doesn't matter if he has a shopkeep or not. And is the 1 damage worth so much to you? Who knows?
So Sebastian going to level 3, he had 3 floating memories, so that was free for him basically.
It was indeed free, and now he has all the influence to deal with the things. 16 damage is the number he needs to be dealing to Hanky. That might be a tough ask. So
16.
if you deduct the 2 from Seal's end of turn ability, it's 14. Might that be doable? Oh, Carter, let's see. Our good old friend.
Yes. So Carter's on enter. We will sacrifice the guard was ephemeral. He still gets the +2 attack, +2 power until end of turn.
Yes.
So that will clear the Ghost of Pendragon and the Fluffy Shopkeep, recovering 3. He recovered 3. No, he only recovered 2. Sorry, because the Liminal Guide was ephemeral, so it does not get the recover.
Yes, exactly. Because in Grand Archive, cards count as being dead or dying if they actually hit the graveyard and an ephemeral object doesn't hit the graveyard again. Because it goes straight to banishment.
Sebastian's now activated the Lamentations Toll. So it is a 3 attacks, 3 power sword, and gets +X, where X is the highest power stat among your omens. So he's got the heavy swing, that's +6. So this is attacking for 9, +3 from the inert sword. He's doing 12.
Is it only 12?
It is, 3 plus 6
it should
plus
be 13.
3.
So we have 3 from the inert sword, plus 3 from the Lamentations Toll is 6. 2 from the Surveil's Possession is 8, and 6 from the heavy swing itself, so it's 14.
14. I forgot the Seville's position.
That is,
but then he's also going to do 2 at the end of the turn as well.
Yes, that is why Hanky needed 2 resolute stands here to not die. That is quite the number.
He lives. Right.
But this is looking very dire for Hanky. Either he finds the kill now or finds something to recover a little bit of damage counters from his champion. Otherwise, just by going
he just has to draw an Insult or a Rending Flames. That's how he has to win, because otherwise next turn Sebastian has lethal with just on his materialization with the armoire.
Yeah. Creative shock for Hanky.
So no insult this turn.
Let's see what he discards. Private Abyss. Probably doesn't need it anymore.
He has to play a Rending Flames. Is even Rending Flames even lethal as well? So that'll do that'll do 10. That'll do 20. No, because he'll be at 30. That does 30. That goes to 33.
It is
36,
not
actually.
enough because the
sorry.
spirit was not released yet.
No.
Thanks
Actually,
to
no,
the
that is
recover
36.
too.
Actually, Rending is actually 36 because the Pendragon was doing 3. So that'll put him to 36.
It seems like the Pendragon is not hitting face.
Okay. So if the Pendragon is hitting, yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, if the Pendragon was hitting Carter, he gets the recover. That also suggests that he didn't have Rending Flames. He just dies on his materialization. There we go. And that is the game.
This is a new version of CL that people haven't discovered enough yet. It is super interesting to me to see this deck in action. It is one of the ideas I had after seeing a couple of cards initially. And I thought like, the Begalian Coup is a very cool card. Maybe we can throw it together with the Cheshire Cat. So to have a very obnoxious deck coming along. And it seems to be very strong, right? You hit your opponent basically 3 times and then the game is over in either direction.
I like that CL there's so many ways to build CL, right? Because you can build it the ablation version, you can do the blackjack, you can also play the beguiling coup, you can also focus, it could be a bit more control as well. Any of those elements work. Fire is very effective. Water, I've seen water. Wind, it could builds that kind of like an allies version. CL is quite very interesting, but a lot of ways you can build CL. That's really nice. This game in particular was actually really entertaining to see how many times you could do those beguiling coup bouncing and all that.
Yeah, that is actually one of my personal favorites that we saw on stream. The flip-flopping around with the coups is a very cool thing to me, and it is not just a cool thing because it does something very unique to this specific deck and card, but it is actually also pretty strong, right? Because you loop unpreventable damage, and unpreventable damage is very rare in Grand Archive, actually.
Unpreventable damage, we don't see that that often now. We saw it a lot during ALC and MRC with Umbra Diana, right? Taking all those the curse damage.
Yes.
So it's nice to see. It's pretty cool to see it back in a very
unique
it's damage
way.
that you can't. Yeah, a very unique way. And it's because Umbra Diana, if you draw, you take damage, but your opponent has to draw. In CL, however, they'll just take damage from just playing.
I'm very curious to see what other builds of CL we will be seeing in the future, because this is more like of a straightforward I attack you version, right? And you could also just build somewhat of a value pile that just wants to accumulate resources, do the Begalian coup thing as its quote-unquote only win condition, and then just has some of the vortexes or other cards to recover an obnoxious amount of health during the game, right? And then occasionally you have a Cheshire Cat that does silly things, what silly cats do, right? Hitting you for free at times, banishing itself to draw, to letting your opponent discard a card. There are so many possibilities for this deck.
One thing to also note is one of the the MVP ally of obviously in Boston, the Fluffy Shopkeep. We just saw it played so many times in this round. 3 from Hinky in just 2 turns. Hinky playing the insult like an allies deck.
And so it allies my Hinky.
Yeah.
That is pretty cool.
As well. Hopefully, the remaining, we've just now round 3, remaining 4 rounds, we'll have some more interesting decks. What do you think, Gerrit? What are you hoping to see now?
If we look at the statistics, if you don't mind me just putting out some numbers, we have about 24 Lorraine decks, 16 Zender decks, 12 Tristans, 11 Gugiers, 9 Seals, 8 Merlins, 7 Dialogshans, 5 Vanitors. That is quite a very low number. I would have expected more. 3 Dianas, roughly 3 Sylvies, 2 Jins, 2 Nikos, and then some others. I'm pretty confident in saying, oh, we will be seeing more Lorraine today. Just looking at the spread.
We might be. I believe. Yeah. I mean, I'd like to see maybe like a Fire Fractal Diao-chan has seen a resurgence.
Hmm.
I've seen
That is
that's come back. It's gotten better.
It is a deck that roasts you very quickly, right?
It's like Serene Rebukes, Fractal of Sparks. Yeah.
Yeah, the Ashwick Cremator, that is a card I dread to see on the field of my opponent's side. Did you ever take 10 damage in one turn from 2 Cremators and a Searing Rebuke? It does not feel good.
Yeah, it does a lot. I mean, other decks that we might also see, like KFC. It's just like Fire Aggro Suzaku.
Yeah.
We've just seen a suited Lorraine. We might see another one, different variant as well. Merlin as well. We might see those. Luxem. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? This set has opened up like a lot of deck builds, a lot of decks.
Yes.
Well, and it's just finding the right one.
I hope personally to see Gojira with the burning chicken at some point, because I never really paid attention to the decks stream-wise, because I was busy with the academy program that is Weeps of the Shore running around across the globe right now to introduce more new players. So kind of missed out a little bit on that and for the stream, but got to onboard new players, right? Always important to do that.
The Grand Archive Academy is currently a great program happening right now. If you've got a local game store that's running the academy, refer a lot of your friends. Get them to come play. They don't lose anything, right? Because they get packs and you get a referral bonuses packs as well. So get all your friends to play Grand Archive. It's a good game.
Indeed, onboarding new players is always rewarding. And worst case, you have a new player that you can hang out at locals with. That is also worth something, right?
Yeah, like a local that already plays at your store, get them to play this one as well.
A very interesting thing that some people do is that they offer, I try your game, you try my game, and then in some way you can convert other people.
I mean, what also? So, well, I've got an anecdote here. Is that we've had, what was it? My locals collectively, we opened 11 cases of the set, right? And we only pulled 2 looking glasses. That was 11 cases, 2 or 3. Well, and we just had four new academy players each open a looking glass with their 6 packs. Yeah, I know.
So you told them, you have to be happy now because you got the biggest hit ever.
Yeah, I mean, no CSRs have been pulled yet, but a looking glass is also just as crazy.
It indeed is. It is a very cool thing that Weeps of the Shore is doing for their game here to support stores across the globe.
Yeah, definitely have a go at it as well. It's going to see. Shall we move? I think we should move on to a break before the next round. Very good. Well, this is me, FreedomX15, and this is Gerrit. Hopefully, we'll see, and then we'll see you back for round 4.
Hello and welcome back to the online regional from Cake TCG. I'm Gerrit and I have Flonne with me for the fourth round for our regional, and I'm already super excited to see some more cool gameplay. How about you, Flonne?
Yeah, I love that last game. I'm a huge fan of Beguiling Coup. The only thing that I think was missing was a Morpha Strike, because I would have loved to see Beguiling Coup, the Morpha Strike, banish, heavy swing, and then suddenly you're like hitting for like 10 trillion. But yeah, I mean, a lot of creative deck building. So I'm looking forward to see if anyone else has got some new stuff. I love CL, so love to see maybe. Seems like we're having the CL from last round coming back
Production
for this one.
great
So
news for us, right?
yeah, I
So
mean, I'm always happy to see more of that.
Yeah, so we will be having Sebastian again against Pervy this time on his most famous and favorite deck, Fire Merlin, with a looking glass. Both players having the glasses on, for that matter.
Yeah, and notably with Perfy, he is playing. He's actually not playing Cheshire Cat, so it's just there for mostly for the inert sword, not even on something like Reckoning Swag. I kind of hate that card, to be honest. It's like I'm like, this. Whenever I play Reckoning Swag, I get reminded, oh, this is why I don't play Idle Lots. But yeah, I mean, this deck has a really cool deck, which has Flame Wreath Call, mostly to kill Suzaku and to just kill like, it's a 2-for-1, kills 2 allies with one card. I mean, pretty good trade if I do say so myself.
Yes.
But as far as looking at the list, it's Merlin. It's Spectre Merlin.
She is back in business with the good old clock called Fireball, and then just all the funny things that you can play in a level 3 advanced deck with Flame Sweep, Sun Steels, Incarnate Majesties, and Spirit Blade Ascensions, one of my favorite cards. I love to
Tell me,
do
Gerrit,
the thing. Yes.
Since you just watched this seal deck, kick Hanky Steethan on a build that I would say was faster, since it gets to play more fluffy shopkeeps. It gets to just like kill you with Ensoul and Rendings really early. For a deck like Merlin that's slower, do you think that is more to Sebastian's advantage or not?
The thing is that Merlin Elite needs quite a bit of time to ramp up the level counters to threaten lethals with fireballs, right? So unless Sebastian stumbles early on very heavily, he might just be the faster deck with even a bigger life total in general. The Beguiling Coup doesn't care about your Majestic Spirit because the damage from the swapping is basically unpreventable, so you will be dealing 2 damage every time. If you get a small damage lead early on with the heavy swings or attacks from swords, this will be very strong for Sebastian here. And let's see who's
So we're gonna
winning
just get straight into it. Die roll is pretty important. One thing that we have not mentioned is that Merlin is kind of annoying because of that banish effect. Just very obnoxious for a deck like CL who really cares about putting specific cards in his grave. If the Merlin is able to just go like, oh, level 1 and then Dungeon Guide to 2 and then sit on level 2, and every time you dump an Omen, she gets to just take it. It's actually very frustrating.
You are correct. That is very frustrating. I played against a friend at my locals recently, and I was just on a wind deck with all the banish all your graveyard cards, and he was very frustrated and annoyed by that. So staying on level 2 might be actually a very good call for Pervy here to just accumulate some level counters or just removing key cards from Sebastian's Omens.
Totally agree with that. So let's see. I mean, both players here. Well, it seems like Sebastian got to go first. Both have the Looking Glass out, but Sebastian gets first knock here, so probably has a bit of an advantage as far as tempo goes. Gonna keep 3, it seems, which must mean we got some good stuff. Probably a creative or a Ryle in there. Maybe a Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, maybe even some liminal guides to discard from the Ryle. That is also always a pretty good start. Pervy with only running 2 fluffy shopkeeps might be somewhat in a disadvantage here. for
the
going
big
against
difference.
decks.
The big difference really is that with Lorraine, it's like every sword in the deck you're like kind of okay with throwing away. With Merlin, you're only really okay with throwing Majestic and maybe Prismatic Edge if you play that. So all the other stuff you kind of want to keep. You at least need to keep the Drawn Blade because you can't really get that back unless you Ascension for a Drawn Blade, which doesn't really feel worth it.
The only two cards you really want to banish is the Majestic Spirit and the Prismatic Edge if you are on somewhat of a list for that. And having two fluffy shopkeeps is good, but I probably would prefer if I had more interceptors actually right now in the meta.
Yeah, also looking at the list, we have Shieldmate at least. That's something. So we have two fluffies and 4 Shieldmates. That's 6 possible. And of course, we have the biggest interceptor, which is, well, not even, the biggest interceptor, which is the Majestic Spirit, if we can actually get to that point.
Yeah. Oh,
and just like we talked about, the fluffy shopkeep has been found. And we are going to banish those 2 notable cards here. Those are the 2 cards that we basically never materialize them normally. We only bring them out with another card. And since they can be recurred from grave, it's not really a big deal here. Ooh, only throwing 1. So unfortunately, we did not get the famous +2 off of our Rile the Abyss. We are only moderately riled up in this game.
You are correct. Also, Burby, seeing that he can deal 1 free damage here against Sebastian's deck is a very heads-up play. If you are unfamiliar what you are up against, you might just hesitate and lose this 1 damage that might make or break the game here, right?
I think you see your opponents on Serene Spirit, you must know that it's a level 3 deck, so you probably don't have to worry about that first turn. There's probably not really any damage, but we did see those very early heavy swings. Oh, and speak of the devil, we are seeing a turn 2 heavy swing. So I don't know, maybe that fluffy shopkeep would have been better served being an interceptor in this turn, but I imagine Perfy is not gonna want to attack with this fluffy shopkeep again.
This is so much of a threat, right? That is
absolutely. I mean, that's 6 damage. Just 6 damage, and we now have to worry about the potential for Lemon Station Stole for another 9 after this. So Perfy definitely on the back foot here, but it's got a lot of cards in hand. So I imagine as long as we're able to smoothly get to level 3, we should be fine.
Oh, players are asked to have like a app for the life total, or rather the damage counters. Sure. Probably so that we can follow better along, for that matter.
Yes.
I'm curious to see if Sebastian has maybe another heavy swing. What is your guess on that, Flonne?
It's definitely possible, but I guess every heavy swing you play... I mean, the thing about Sebastian is that they have 2 cards in hand, which means next turn we're going to bring out Inert Sword, which means we can have a swing for 9.
It is actually 10 because of the Surveillance Possession.
Oh, yes, because of the Serve Up Possessions. Yes, that's for 10. And then next turn you level up to 2, and then you bring out the Lemon Station Toll, and then you swing for another... What would that be? That would be 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage. So it's a lot.
I'm actually quite flabbergasted how much damage this is, actually.
Oh my god, we just banished 2 Shieldmates off of this dungeon guide. Oh my god, the double dungeon guide coming out here. I wonder if we will eat one of these cards in the grave, maybe that Rile, just so we have less Omen fodder.
That is for sure a thing you want to do now, unless you want to start clearing the limit in the guide.
We did lose a Fireball and Ascension here, so 2 of the very important win cons of this deck, losing 1 of each. Can't be happy to see that, but Perfy did put the cards down, so must be part of their plan.
Okay, not attacking with Merlin and not banishing the Rhyme. That is...
Maybe... yeah, I mean, we're already in run 3, so it's not like we can really hold anything up. I'm gonna bring out that Inert Sword, get some more firepower in. We still have to find 21 damage, so quite a ways away, as well as get dealing with that fluffy shopkeep.
It is kind of two
What do you
Lamentations
think,
stole away, right?
Oh, Cheshire Cat is huge here. Cheshire Cat gonna get the +2 from, or actually no, it's +3 because we are on Guardian. So that is a 4/3 Cheshire Cat who has Stealth Shroud. So I think the only way that Perfy can kill this is through a Merlin buffed Sword of Seeking Swing, or maybe through Flame Wreath Call.
One or the other. And this is already being very dirty on Pervy here. It's 4 more damage from the Inert Sword and 1 from the Liminal Guide. Oof, we are going places very quickly
We
here.
are gonna get that Omen. See, imagine if we did use the Merlin to steal that float, we would at least denied one of these Omens, so we wouldn't be able to hit that 2 Omen breakpoint on the servile possessions.
I'm not sure if the Sebastian did attack with the Inert Sword, right?
Yes. So it was on Fluffy, right?
Oh,
It was Fluffy Shopkeep and then swung with the Cheshire, it seems. So gonna bring out Safeguard Amulet, kind of an odd choice here. Do you think maybe Perfy doesn't know that we're not on Ablation?
He probably doesn't know, right?
Or maybe just wanted fodder. I guess it just needed to get a 0 cost for fodder for the Pendragon. That is acceptable as well. Now, what are we going to actually swing into? I guess we just have to sink everything into CL. Could maybe consider taking out that Liminal Guide, but at this point, maybe you just want to put more pressure. Try and maybe end this game quickly before CL is able to get to that level 3. But the Serene Spirit is going to make that a bit difficult.
Yeah, it is for sure making the game difficult here.
Do you think that Merlin will be able to stall long enough to actually get that Majestic Spirit out on field, though? Currently, with the amount of damage with Cheshire and the Inert Sword, it's going to be pretty difficult to actually keep holding on here.
The thing with Merlin is that on the even level counter turn, your influence kind of can just randomly explode, right? If you draw 1 more for your trigger on the even count. Then you can draw 1 more for, let's say, GCR. When you flip Pendragon, draw 2 more. Then you suddenly drown in influence, right?
Absolutely, Merlin is the OG. Like, I just draw a million cards deck. I guess Rai was there, but Merlin's like very consistent. Like, she just gets it. Like, just for existing, she kind of just gets all of this. While Rai has to draw specific cards to really get a lot of drawing. So that's why she's always been so strong in the earlier metas where it wasn't so fast. But GA's gotten so fast now that a lot of times she just can't actually get to that high level, play fireballs, bring out Incarnate, and just sit on it. That playstyle kind of, and especially with a card like Consumption Ring, it's going to be really hard to chain together a bunch of non-ally cards. What do you think about Consumption Ring? It's definitely an interesting choice and kind of a big part of why we are choosing to play this Looking Glass card.
The coolest thing about the Consumption Ring is that if you have multiple Cheshire Cats, right, you can just pop the Cheshire Cat instead of the Ring of Consumption and threaten to increase the opponent's cards every turn for 4. And against Merlin, who wants to Spirit Blades, a Sanction, Incarnate Majesty, Fireball, or just draw cards through spells, that is very, very nasty.
Absolutely. Like, Cheshire Cat is... Some people play her, but she's kind of, I think, underrated. Mostly seen in decks like... Sometimes some of the Mad Hatter decks play the Cheshire because you can like double your Ranger strides and... Oh my god, a second heavy swing. So, I mean... we burned through 2 already. We are at least under Resolute. Are we using Inert here? I feel like you don't want to use Inert because you want to keep your Cheshire Cat buffed. But then this is only going to come in for 3, so I'm not sure how worth it is.
The 3 damage is probably just there to have a card in your graveyard that you can banish as an Omen for your level 2 next turn.
That's fair. Well, actually, it's 4 because of the servile possessions, actually. So,
oh, yeah.
So we're going to get Another Omen, which means when we do eventually level up to level 2, we can cycle 3 cards deep and really dig for that Lamentations Toll. Gerrit, I mean, we're getting
Lamentations-
really close there.
Yeah. The
Next turn,
Lamentations
we can
Toll
swing
will
with
hit
Cheshire.
hard.
Yes, Cheshire swings for 4. Lamentation Toll is 9. The Nerd Sword's 3. That's 7, 16 plus the Serval Possession. So we can potentially do up to like 20 damage next turn.
Oh, interesting. Popping the Ring of Consumption itself here in the recollection phase.
Notably, we're
So
doing this before Merlin gets the draw.
Every non-ally activation costs 4 more this turn. This is very stifling here for Pervy.
One thing is that
Especially
Merlin
since
is
it
very
doesn't draw.
good at playing at fast speed. So she could theoretically just pass and then like hold up a bunch of Ascensions and Fireballs. But because CL has so much life, it's a bit tough. We do get to take out the Cheshire here, at least. Actually, maybe in this situation, Sebastian could have considered just popping the Cheshire instead of the Consumption Ring, knowing that she was probably going to die to the sort of Seeking Swing.
I'm not sure. Maybe Pervy just decided to clear the Cheshire Cat right now because of the usage of the Ring of Consumption. There are arguments for both ways, right? Sure, true.
Imagine
true.
just getting chain Consumption Ring 2 turns in a row, though. That sounds absolutely devastating.
It is.
On the bright side, it seems like Sebastian doesn't have like the creative shocks in the Ryle, so leveling up here is going to be a bit difficult. But maybe he doesn't even really need to hit level 3. Maybe we're just going to try and go for big Lamentation Stole to try and end this game.
Big Lamentation Stall might be enough if Pervy doesn't have like another Resolute stand here. We are at +2 from the Surveil's Possession, 3 from the Inert Sword. If we now level up, we have the ability of Lamentation Stall active. That is 6, 3, 5, 11 damage, is that? Did I do the math correct now, right? 6,
3
9,
plus, it would be
12.
3 plus 2 plus 9. So that would be 14.
I think one break point we both and the chat can remember is that Lamentation Stall on level 2 with 3 Omens and the Inert Sword is always 14 damage.
Pretty much. And that would not be enough to kill through 1 Resolute.
You're correct.
Oh, we just lost 2. That's actually pretty unfortunate. We probably wanted to keep those because we want to throw them off of CL, but it seems like we're pretty float rich here. We have
seems
2
like
more
Sebastian...
discards that we can have here.
Yeah. Oh, discarding a cat. Let's see.
Oh, unfortunately, we just kept losing all of the float here because if we did survive another turn, we could have gotten 2 float in the grave if we didn't banish these Reckoning's Wake, which could have gotten us to level 3 for basically free.
Let's see what Sebastian has.
If you have Lamentation still here, would you just go for it?
Yes, 100%. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. If you want to play safe,
I like that attitude.
If you want to play safe, you have to talk to someone else. That's not me.
Instead, we're just going for the dungeon guide here. Big thing is that since we do have the, oh my god, we had the 3rd heavy swing too. A big thing here is that because we have that 1 float, that means next turn we get to bring out Grand Sonri, and suddenly now we have even more damage.
Yes, even more. And 2 unpreventable...
Also could consider Devouring Malice. Gonna get that Omen trigger here on end phase. Which card do we choose to Omen here? Oh, we're just swinging with, actually, we're swinging with the Inerts, which tells me probably it's Grand Sonri next turn.
Or we
are probably going to Omen.
Or Sebastian has just prepared a coup for next turn. That might also be a thing.
Choice here. Ooh, coup could go absolutely insane here. Would need to have to have 4 cards in hand, so we at least need to draw. So maybe we could
Yes.
try and get into Chalice of Blood range.
Looking at
Or
the
we could go
pace
for
of
the Devouring
Merlin,
Malice, draw 2. Another option.
yeah, that is also a possibility. Or you just get out the Grand Sonnery and hit your opponent. That is probably the straightforwardest way.
Now, Gerrit, I'm really worried that if Merlin could potentially just go for hard played Incarnate Majesty at this point. With currently, we could break the Drawn Blade here. So Merlin would be level 3, so 6, 7. So we could just play the Incarnate Majesty for 5. It's very possible at this point.
Yes, it is. However, since Pervy is at 24 damage counters, he actually needs to recover, otherwise he's just dead.
Yeah, he would die to a Manxome into an End Phase Omen.
Yes, exactly. That is one very strong point of a CL deck, actually. You need to recover instead of just preventing damage, because his champion ability says deal unpreventable damage. That is quite a strong line.
Yeah, it's just that CL's Mirage's Grave is... Initially, I think I kind of looked down on that effect, but it ends up being really, really powerful. Actually, it does not target, yeah, right? No, it doesn't target, so it gets around the spell shot as well. It's just like very hard to deal with. Not something that a lot of decks in a long game can really withstand, especially with all the other effects that can just like create more omens.
And
I'm seeing a lot of cards getting put down. I think this might just be
4?
hard played Incarnate Majesty.
It's 4? Ooh, yes, it is Incarnate Majesty.
Incarnate Majesty gonna get played here. 3 cards in hand, so I don't know if he can survive just double Omen Trigger at this point.
It will be very hard, right?
A fast cure would not work here since he does have a higher influence. Not playing like Restorative Flames or anything like that, so I'm not sure if there's anything he can really do. Fortunately, Merlin just doesn't play much Recover outside of fast cure.
If at all these days, right? Since a lot of lists just cut fast cure for the Riot package in favor to play Undying Dreams.
We are going to pop this Serene Spirit of Fire before we get knocked into Fireball range. Actually, we are still in Fireball range. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, that's Perfy's life. So yeah, we are outside of Fireball range. I mean, yeah, we just need to bring out that Manxome and we should be able to end it here. Let's look one more time at the deck list to see if there's anything. Do you see anything, Gerrit, that he could potentially play?
I don't see anything at all. This is...
Yes, that Blanche is not going to work because it is unpreventable damage. Yeah, I think this is just over.
It indeed is.
We're going to bring out that Wardrobe. Are we just going to see it? Okay, I'm just going to make Omen, End Phase, Omen.
Does it say as a spell? Oh.
It is as a spell, but it does not... Oh, it does target, actually. Yes, so we do get to survive here. But I wonder if he has a way of just killing the... If we bring out the... Oh, we don't have a weapon anymore. So yeah, so I think we would need the Lamentation's Toll. If we had Lamentation's Toll, we don't have enough cards to play it. So... Oh yeah, that's just a little bit unfortunate. This just goes to show Merlin, you know, it's like... She's been playing the same game basically since the start. We just sit on Incarnate and we wait till we level high enough and just throw fireballs at them.
You see, we both fall trapped to the typical TCG player thing. Not reading the cards fully.
Not reading the card. I actually glanced at it and I didn't see the word target, so I was like, oh, it doesn't target. But unfortunately, I can't read. You explaining the card does explain the card, right? So yeah, I actually think Sebastian might not have a way out of this unless he can just stall for another turn. But this is currently 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage, even level counter turn. So I think you're like super dead. Beguiling Coup is a start. Oh, actually, this is huge.
You can remove the Can you not just kill the spirit right now?
Can kill the spirit, but I don't know if he can still end the game after. So we're gonna
Yes, because
Beguiling Coup.
then if you Beguiling Coup right now and swap with the heavy swing, you will be attacking for 10 damage. That will be clearing the spirit, and when you use the armoire, did he use it to get the coup?
He already used the armor to get the
Oh.
coup. So
okay.
So I think we're gonna do heavy swing here would do 6, 7, 8, 8 damage plus an omen trigger. So we could. So Beguiling Coup is gonna swap itself out. Oh, actually, she also gets +1. Yeah, so Incarnate's dead here because we got heavy swing for 9, I believe, plus the dungeon guide swing. So that's 10. But we cannot end the game, unfortunately. So that means Perfy has kind of free reign to basically do whatever they want here. I think this should be very easy as long as we have a single fireball. Currently 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage on board already. Just need to find another 6. One fireball or a couple ascensions should be enough to close this out.
I'm curious, did I do the math wrong? Because the Beguiling Coup, if it swaps with a heavy swing, will be attacking for 7 from both attacks, and then you get another 2 from the omens, right? That is 9 in total. If you prevent half of it, rounded up, you prevent 5, so you end up at 4 total damage.
You can't target Merlin as long as he's on field because of the Spell Shroud. So if you wanted to kill the Incarnate...
If you just attack...
yeah. Oof, Resolute. Okay, we might survive here. Okay, I'm also thinking about if we went Beguiling Coup.
Yes.
Swing for 7 with heavy swing plus 2 from the... We could have done 9, and then we also Omen, so we don't even have to swing with Dungeon. Oh yeah, actually no, I think he didn't have enough cards to even swap the heavy swing, so we had to just do Beguiling Coup raw on the Incarnate there, which was the issue. Because Beguiling Coup does require you to pay 2 to activate that effect.
Yes.
Yeah,
maybe I should get another cup of coffee so I can pay better attention here.
I'm thinking, okay, assuming we survive here, which it's okay. Are we gonna just Incarnate again? I think if we Incarnate again, that's basically that's lights out. He's doing the math. Yeah, it should be more than enough to play another Incarnate. Only need to pay a couple because of the banished Prismatic Edge that's already in the banishment. Gonna bring out Incarnate again. Gonna swing for another 4, and then we just wake up, Vigor, and I think we're in the clear. I think Perfy has gotten there. This is really the strength of Merlin. Her grind game is almost second to none. I think the only deck that can really grind as long as Merlin is probably Luxem.
Yeah. This is what you don't want to see if you play against Merlin. Back to back for the spirit. This is so much damage you have to sink in this one card.
And
it gives you basically 2 free turns.
Worst part 2 is we had to play that Resolute stand for free, which means we're skipping our draw phase this turn, which means, yeah, I mean, this one card in our hand is basically what we're stuck with. Could maybe try and bring out the Devouring Malice once again.
Maybe it's time to take 8 Unpreventable to draw 2 cards. What are your thoughts on that?
That never feels good, and then you just get fireballed. I think also very... Yeah, I mean, Sebastian sees the writing on the wall. He's like, okay, I can't get through the deer another time and then kill you. So just going to pass it back. We're going to go to game 2. And yeah, I mean, what do you think? Let's look at the sideboard. What do you think Sebastian can do to better address the Merlin game plan?
Nocturnes of Oblivion for sure will be a card that is needed in this matchup to just remove the Majestic Spirit right away without much thoughts, right? It is basically Excalibur Cleansing Light, but as the dark version. Sadly costs 1 more, but it is a card that will help you in a lot of situations. Worst
Yeah, I
case,
also
if you
think
see,
potentially could put a Sovereign Sanctuary.
yeah,
Merlin usually does a lot of like small hits, like Pendragon Swing plus Dungeon Guide swings. So just having basically like a Veiling for 2 for a whole turn that also replaces itself, really good against this deck. But I'm not sure if there's anything worth replacing. Maybe the Cheshires come out. I'm not sure.
I can also see a Tariff Ring coming in against Merlin. That is always a little bit annoying if your opponent has one, because you need to plan around, right?
But let's talk about Perfy. What about on Perfy's side? I do see 3 copies of that Crystallized Destiny in the sideboard. You think those might come in here?
Yeah, for sure. Those might be coming in for sure. And maybe even the one Disintegrate he's playing in his sideboard might be worth it. Just to remove
Maybe just break a Grand Sonnery or something.
Yeah, just to remove any annoying Regalias, or worst case, the Cheshire Cat that your opponent has.
I believe Disintegrate's a spell, so you shouldn't be able to target the Cheshire Cat.
You're right. I just forgot that the card has Spell Shroud.
What do you think about Regal Inquisition in this matchup? Because one of the problems with CL is that the graveyard is kind of a second hand for him. So maybe a card like Regal is actually not very good into CL because he just omens whatever he discards anyway.
So one application for a Regal Inquisition could be that you just want to know what you have to play around with. So worst case, it is a pay to see what your opponent has and discard the 2 best cards, if at all. And then
agree
you
with that.
know how to structure your game plan further on.
I think there's the big thing about CLC. It doesn't really play that much interaction. It's mostly just a lot of like solo, I only care about my game plan stuff. He doesn't really do that much to interact with the opponent. So like no profane bindings in the deck, nothing to like potentially negate. So maybe the only thing you really have to play around is Resolute, but that's not the hardest thing for Merlin to play around. She has a lot of effect damage.
Yeah. I think the deck that runs Profane Binding is a very different build of CL, right? Because it is more of a grindy and just nopey deck that has a lot of tricks added up his sleeves and can even activate Regal Inquisition at fast speed during your opponent's turn with Grim Prestige. A very strong card.
Spirel is another one that's really good at just making your opponent's life miserable.
Yes.
So Merlin going to get the glimpse here.
Glimpsing one card to the bottom. Ooh.
Bottom 1, you really hate to see that. That means they must have a pretty good hand if they're willing to just keep almost all of it.
That means a lot of creative, shocking things in here.
Ooh, that does not spell well for Sebastian to just do nothing past backup charger. I mean, what do you think is potentially going on here? You think maybe he's got a lot of like Umbra cards in his hand?
I think he just has one of the turbochargers he plays in his hand and wants to use the opportunity to actually drown in value for this one turn with raw card draw, and then the next turn just turbo to level 3 upwards.
Problem with playing this way though is of course you give Merlin a lot of opportunity to just Dungeon Guide to 2 and sit there, and suddenly all of your +1 Rile creative shocks don't really work the same way anymore.
It seems like he didn't even have a turbocharge, so that looks like a very bricked up hand to me.
Yeah, maybe I'm gonna have to adjust the way he plays his game, because Merlin, you can't beat her in the grind game, so I think maybe he has to just try and start throwing the heavy swings out. Seems like there's just an end phase on Perfy's side, so just gonna end phase, use the Reckoning Wake, try and sculpt the next 4 turns out here. We do love to see slightly better Idle Thoughts.
I think one very interesting thing about Reckoning's Wake is it is an Umbra card for CL that you can play early on during the game, and you can enable some imbue shenanigans with it for Umbra cards, like Slip
That
Away,
is
for
true.
example. It increases your Umbra card count by 4.
There are a lot of random imbued Umbra cards. Slip Away comes to mind for sure. I
Yes.
think there's
Suffocating Miasma.
there's some there's Suffocating Miasma. There's a couple of them.
Those are randomly
Creative
actually
Shock
pretty
here?
good. Getting Creative
it
Shock
seems
into
like-
Liminal Guide. Ooh, that is good for Pervy.
All right. I mean, Perfy here doesn't even necessarily need to Dungeon Guide to 3. Could be content to just sit on Merlin, because CL really doesn't really play well with someone who can banish from his graveyard, especially with the level 2 effect.
Yes.
Right now has no cards in his grave, so you could just completely deny all of the omens.
At the very
I'll
least,
pitch
if
a Ryle.
Sebastian wants to get omens, he has to -1 in influence, because you can also omen from your hand.
That is an option, but it's never one you really feel happy to do.
Yeah, that is so true, so true.
Fluffy Shopkeep gonna come out here. Make sure we don't get hit by any heavy swings. Gonna hold down the fort. Probably just gonna swing in with. Ooh, actually, okay.
Just correcting his mistake
sure.
from before.
We're gonna go swing in with that liminal guide, and let's see if Sebastian has anything. The problem is Merlin 2 is so strong when you're ahead. You can literally just sit on this. Your opponent can't do any of their float dumping shenanigans anymore. He's just gonna bring out that inert sword. Another problem with CL is because everything's on the end phase. It's like the Merlin always kind of has that free reign to hit them before you actually get to the CL level 1 trigger. I wonder if
At the
Sebastian
very
has any.
least-
Even if you throw the heavy swing here, it's gonna get banished.
Yeah, indeed. You probably just want to clear off the Fluffy Shopkeep with the inert sword, right? Because you attack for free.
I like how Sebastian just took the 1 damage, expecting the intercept. Who knows? Maybe there's an Undying Dreams.
Ah, it was from the liminal guide, so the damage was
It
just
was
missing.
from Liminal Guide. All right. I mean, I think you are more than content to just sit at Merlin here. Or are we going to actually level up? Yeah, okay. Seems like we're done. We have stalled the CL enough. Just the 1 turn was more than enough. Probably didn't even have a dungeon guide to begin with, so we now get to pop that Fragmented Spirit. But the Merlin is level 3, has a lot of cards. I think Gerrit, do you think Merlin's really got this? It seems like everything is kind of coming up perfy.
It seems to go along Pervy's way quite strongly here. If you have a healthy influence with Merlin going on level 3 with hard leveling, that is already a pretty strong tell that the game is going into your favor. Now he's most likely just throwing down the Pendragon to draw 2 more cards. Yeah. Putting back most likely the Looking Glasses. Yeah.
The influence doesn't even say the whole story too. He also hasn't taken any damage, which is a big thing with Merlin. If the game, oh my god, the double penned, a really big reason why we're playing this Looking Glass is because it allows us to get that double Pendragon without really needing to commit anything to the board or like waste a materialization. That's huge. I mean, I don't know how you come back from this. I mean, if he has the 3rd one, it's just purely for the damage.
Yeah. 3? Oh, another Fluffy Shopkeep. Okay.
Oh no, Fluffy comes back. We're probably just gonna throw. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Backup Charger, and I was actually expecting maybe the Looking Glass to get thrown away. Not sure if he really wants to spend more materializations on Inert or Looking Glass, but Seems like the choice was Safeguard. Not really useful in this matchup since all the effect damage is unpreventable.
Yeah, you're correct. It seems like the game is running out of Sebastian's hands here very quickly with the board state and the influence. It is, as I said, if you look at it, the influence just exploded with creating a board state that is very strong with the 3/4 Ghosts of Pendragons, and also getting 2 more cards basically for playing the Ghost of Pendragon to your hand. So you go plus
Silver
1 for each.
lining, because Merlin got so much influence, we get to play this Faskier and most assuredly heal. I think it's 7 influence to 5 or 6 because we were able to play the Reckoning's Wake.
Reckoning's Wake is a pretty interesting card for CL because if you level up to level 2, you basically get to decide what you want to draw into your memory, right? And also what you want to discard through the ability then. So setting up the top cards of your deck might be very variable. I probably throw this card in my deck too, just to have somewhat of experience with this kind of sequencing. So, the second fast cure. Sebastian seemingly trying to reset the game state here somewhat, at least health-wise.
Yeah, we got a lot of healing, but currently Merlin is very healthy and also has a lot of resources. Might just start that incarnate loop coming up here. And it's kind of hard to out heal Fireball, Fireball, Fireball for like 8 each.
You're correct. It is the clock that Merlin brings with her.
We also have 2 Pendragons on board, so I think we really need to see a Dungeon Guide into Carter here to just at least clear some of these annoying allies.
That would help quite a bit.
We were able to at least dump a Liminal Guide, so if we do have the Dungeon Guide, we can immediately cash it in. Oh my god, but it seems like nothing.
Ooh, that is a very bricked up hand.
Can imagine it's probably just like a bunch of like Umbra cards or attack cards. Gonna bring out that sort of Seeking because it's even level counter turn. Want to take advantage. Maybe if we draw an Ascension here, it'd be crazy as well.
Ascension on this draw would be very, very strong.
Seeming like nothing though.
It's a very rough game already. 8 damage on the board without considering Merlin's attack here. So you are back at 11 damage counters.
Yeah, Merlin's absolutely just playing her game. She's summoning her ghosts. She's building up that level counter so that she can just start playing everything for free. Can she back-to-back Incarnate, Cruxite the Incarnate back. I don't really know how Sebastian can come back from this situation.
You hopefully have 3 Nocturne's Oblivion, a Carter, and a Dungeon Guide next turn to reset the game state somewhat again. Otherwise,
would help, but it would not help you from getting hit by Fireball 3 times.
You are correct on that one.
We're going to see the 3rd Faskier here. Absolutely insane. But I don't think we got the heal off there. Yeah, it seems like we did not get the heal off. So, oh no, we did get the heal off, and then we took the damage from the Pendragon. So, yeah, we've healed what 12 off of 3 Faskiers at this point. Guess you can't be too upset about that. Sudden Steel gonna come in here, do a bunch. That's what 7, 8 damage if we use the sword. Seems like we did use. Are we gonna see the 3rd Pendragon now?
Maybe.
Seems like a no. So we're going to just play out Undying Dreams. He's asking, "Who are you buffing? Are you? Do you want to buff my Liminal Guide? Are you sure? No, no."
Always nice to have a little bit of banter between players, right?
Gonna go up to that CL Mirage's Grave. Gonna bring out Liminal Guide off of the level up as well. So we're pretty well set up. A Carter here would be insane.
It would, at the very least, make the game a little bit more playable for Sebastian here. But I'm
Would get
not
some
sure.
healing. Would also clear the Pendragon. Curious to see, what do you think Sebastian's thinking here? How is he going to kind of get back in this game when he's already at such a disadvantage?
I have actually no idea what he can reasonably do besides the line of Kata and just trying to recover a little bit here.
This is definitely a start. Another thing to note is he only has one Omen, even though we're on turn 5 at this point. He only has one Omen because his first off turn he went backup charger before even hitting level 1, and the other turns he just didn't have anything in his grave to Omen. So
yes,
he's even behind on that end, because maybe if this game is gonna drag on, you could try and hope to hit the faded 5 Omen on your servile possessions, but
that is looking very dire. In response to Kata's on enter, Pervy activates Spirit Blade's Sanction and gets out the Prismatic Edge. So Kata will not be helping to clear the board here.
that is a very, very strong play here. Big thing is Carter only has 3 life. If you have any 3 damage ping, you can basically stop the whole cleave line.
Spirit Blade's Sanction is a very strong card because it is very flexible in what it can do, right? In a Merlin deck, it basically reads, if you have a sword, you always have default 3 damage from a non-spell source, so you can basically clear every ally on the field. That is frequently played.
It's actually pretty funny because he had the second Carter. He put it down to pay for the first Carter. So he actually technically could have played another one here. Probably just wasn't expecting the Ascension.
Yeah.
Also, Perfy could have just let the Carter kill the Liminal Guide and then Ascension on the attack so that the Liminal Guide wouldn't stay on board. I think maybe the sequencing here was kill the Carter before Liminal Guide, or before the on-enter finished, so chose just not to kill that Liminal Guide instead.
Yeah. It is
Actually gonna play out a Resolute here. Just trying to hold on for dear life. Liminal Guide gonna go to the banish here after getting killed by Pendragon, and we're just gonna pass, I imagine.
For dear life, did you just summon something? The Incarnate Majesty that gets sometimes called the deer.
The deer, the horse. Oh my god, we have Taunt Intercept now as well for an attack-based deck. This is basically the worst situation you could find yourself in.
This is looking very dire.
Definitely in a bad situation. I think we might even Majestic Spirit on top of this.
I wouldn't even be surprised.
We're just gonna go here. I mean, this is a big part of why Fluffy Shopkeep is really strong in this Merlin deck, because even only at 2, you can obviously just throw the Majestic and the Prismatic, but you can also just throw swords. Like maybe you return an Inert Sword to your material deck, or throw like a Drawn Blade maybe that you don't really need, just to get that Incarnate out even faster. Chalice of Blood coming out when you're at 13 life. Hate to see it.
Probably the best thing Sebastian can get out right now. So he will be for sure taking a little bit of damage for the next few attacks just to be able to draw the 2 cards.
I'm gonna play hard play Liminal Guide so we can Carter right after, but do you imagine another Ascension could be coming out here to take care of that?
I can totally see it coming here.
Carter gonna come out here. Perfy touching his hand already. Could even just fireball this if he wants to. There we go. Second Ascension comes out here. Tronte gonna come out back in the material deck, and then in comes in that Prismatic Edge, gonna reveal a fire card. And let's look at the hand. We see that Nocturne's Oblivion. We have the Carter, we have a Beguiling Coup, we have Heavy Swing, and we have Lemon Stage. So we have like all the big attacks, but we just can't do anything to the face of Fluffy Shopkeep and the Shield Mate. And then probably next turn we could definitely see an Incarnate if it's in the hand already.
This is looking so dire. This I hate to say, but this looks like a very one-sided game here.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to agree, but I think the real big difference here is Perfy did have a decent start, and it seems like Sebastian just had a really, really bad start, having to go backup charger in the first turn.
Yeah. If you have
Didn't really even find the Riles, right? Like we didn't really see Riles and Creative Shocks this game either.
Yeah, especially if you draw so many cards with backup charger for turn and even a turbocharge, that is very disheartening to see. It is always kind of sad if it happens to you, right?
You know what? Let's just draw more cards. Why not? Maybe if we throw a fire card here, okay, we're just gonna throw another float so we can refund this Drawn Blade next turn. I can't even count how many cards are in the Merlin's hand right now. I think it's probably like 18 or maybe like 15 or so.
Mm. It looks like a
Just
quarter
gonna
of his
swing in with
deck.
everything. Very well could be. Pendragon? Oh, 3 down.
4?
Oh, it seems like Majestic Spirit is...
Flame
oh,
Sweep.
it's Flame Sweep. Okay, yeah. So this would be a Flame Sweep for 3, 4, 5, 7.
Big number
And
going
I imagine after this, in response to the Chalice of Blood, we could just go for that Fireball. Or it seems like did not have the Fireball, or maybe it just wants to slow roll it. I mean, there's very little things that Sebastian could actually draw at this point. Umbra doesn't really have a lot of like one card plays.
Not really, at the very least, not in his list right now, because most of the cards either I draw a card or I hit you cards in his deck.
At this point, Sebastian basically has to end the game this turn because you are almost assuredly dead. We actually did have the third Carter, so if we can maybe, I don't know if there was another ally in hand that we can play before the Carter, but even then, it's like you're just clearing the board and then you're just dead for sure.
So you could do the Amour, get a Carter, play a Carter, and then play another Carter.
That is Resolute Stand is the pick here. Maybe hoping to just try and stall for another turn. Well, actually, no, you can't actually do that with Carter because he would force himself to sacrifice because he is a unique ally.
Right. Nothing
That
worse.
is why the Zhang Zhao trick, where you use Zhang Zhao and replay a Zhang Zhao so that you can dodge a Stifling Trap.
3
cards down here. Cheshire Cat is not what you want to see. I imagine it's going to be Cheshire Cat into Carter. And then probably hold last card in hand, Resolute Stand.
Most likely.
Not even swinging with the Cheshire Cat.
Has he another Spirit Blades of Sanction?
Oh, I think this is Flame Wreath Call. That's a lot of cards. I think this is actually going to be Flame Wreath Call.
Oh,
there's the Flame Wreath Call. Which would take out both of these allies. That is tragic. Flame Wreath Call is not as well, so it will take out that Cheshire Cat. Both
this is very oof.
Yeah, oof is a way of describing it. I think at this point you can't really do anything. I think the Serene has still not actually has the Serene been popped? I don't think it has been popped yet, but I mean we should have
Serene
more than enough damage at this point.
Been popped, but it doesn't matter at this point, right?
Yeah, this is already 3, 6, 7, 8 damage on board, plus a swing with sword 9. So you just need to find we just need to have any Ascension or Fireball. It should be all she wrote.
Yeah.
That lovely Sword of Seeking, I think, from Nats last season.
It is.
See beyond worldly perception.
It is the Day 2 award card for reaching that for Nationals last season. And Perfect just showed the Fireball very quickly with a glance.
Okay, I'm gonna throw out that Resolute. So we just need to have, yeah, okay, there's 2 Fireballs. And look at it, it's all attack cards. It's all attack cards, and I can't get rid of the Fluffy and the Shield main. So Sebastian, unfortunately, the CL hero going down to Merlin. I mean, Merlin's good. I hear she's always been good, even if there's some metas where she can struggle. The Ryle package really has done a lot for her, and even the Looking Glass stuff has been huge. Oh, he also had 2 crystallized destinies in his hand. But yeah, I
It
mean,
was
great showing. Great showing here from the Merlin.
indeed a very great showing. And Purvey cited in a very interesting card I wasn't even considering myself, the Staggering Strike, because it has True Sight and can clear off the Cheshire Cat. So that is a very smart and also very heads up from him here.
Yeah, Staggering Strike, a card that we've seen get played a lot. It just like you kill any ally because it's just 3 damage. So majority of the allies in the game you can kill, but also against Tristan if you run into one of the few Tristans. Always nice to have a Staggering Strike in your back pocket. So definitely has that extra utility though when you run into Dream Fairy, run into Cheshire. So there's a lot of good stealth units at this point. Even a Xiao Xiao sometimes just comes up. So heads up. I think Tristan was quite popular in Boston, and then I know that obviously there's a lot of Tristans in EU, and we just got Thurible, so I think maybe trying to hedge a little bit against the Tristan army coming out. So definitely an interesting sideboard choice there.
Seeing a Staggering Strike as a Tristan player myself is always please don't, no. It means
I know Tristan's at a point we're playing like Deflecting Edge or like Crystallized Destiny just to not get Staggering Struck, which is it's not a great place to be in, but you gotta do what you gotta do, right?
Yeah, correct. Or Veiling Breezing for free, so you just don't lose your preparation counters. It is not something you want to do, but sometimes it has to be done, right?
That's right. So that was round 4 out of 7.
Round
so
4.
I'm not sure who currently is still in the undefeated bracket. Maybe we can take a look at that. So obviously Perfy currently undefeated. Just want to take a little look at some of the other players that we can look out for. Chem Collapse. Oh, Pro-An is here. I didn't even know he was playing today.
Ooh.
And he did win his game in this round. Gruthos is still up here. Jimmy Lee in table 7. He's probably playing Ensoul, but he's playing his Neos OTK deck. So yeah, there's a lot of Asuna currently in Europe's Hope, still here in table 9, and just won his round as well. So a lot of players that we can look to maybe bring us out of this Ryle world that we're living in. Is there any deck in particular that you're hoping to see in the coming rounds, Gerrit?
Maybe some Tristan would be very cool. So Asuna has probably to make it a little bit further upwards for me. Otherwise, I'm super excited to see something more new that we haven't seen at Boston or at the Winter Case, for example. But
yeah, for sure.
Besides that, nothing I really prefer. Maybe even some Luxem, right? Haven't seen that one in a while.
People don't usually ask for Luxem on stream, but maybe we will see. I would like to see a Jin, actually.
Ooh. Also a very cool choice.
We could do maybe like Jin Luxem or Jin CL. There's always fun matches.
Always good. I had yesterday my first encounter against Jin, and it is quite frustrating to play against him if you don't have instant speed, fast speed things that can deal damage to him, right?
Honestly, if you're playing an aggro ally deck that doesn't have any burn spells, it's like it feels almost impossible to win against Jin. He has to kind of brick and just never find. Or you have to also have Fire Interference, one of the few cards that actually gives you a shot at maybe surviving. But with 35 life and Serene, it feels almost impossible to kill a Jin when you don't have like fireballs or like light weavers as a way of getting around
myself
that
the Ponyta's deck, and I actually got outpaced by the Jin just leveling wise. It was kind of funny.
Yeah, and the thing about Jin is his Regalia suite is so strong. The Shuangji is insane. The Berserker's Blade is insane. It's just, it kind of reminds me a bit of Sylvie, where it's just like, you just need to hit level 3 and you bring out your busted Regalia, and it's like, oh, I lose. Especially because
Hmm.
everyone is packing specifically like reduced to ash, like Mustangs. It's not really the removal that lets you kill the Berserker Blade. It's like no one's really playing Spurn to Ash. I guess the Suzakus have a Break the Brittle at least. So there's a couple. Shatter the Brittle, sorry. There are a couple. So, but yeah, I mean Jin, I think was pretty well positioned. I think his matchup into Vanitas, I've been told, is not great, but it really also depends on dice roll things, right? So
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see if maybe we have a Jin in the high tables here. But yeah, I mean honestly, a Tristan would be fine too. We haven't seen a Tristan day, be fun. But yeah,
Oh, sure.
that's our fourth round, and I think we're just gonna go to a short break because that last game only being despite being a 2-0 was pretty long.
It
So
indeed
yeah,
was.
that's it for us. And we'll catch you again in round 5. Just be back in a short bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome back, and it's round 5 of the Cake Regionals for the European region. So, Freedom, how's the event been treating you so far?
I've been enjoying it. I've been seeing like decks of all types. That last match was pretty interesting. Merlin just kind of like dominating that that spell shroud kind of game. Mhm. And then like with the
Yeah.
logistic
So,
spirit out just to like prevent more attacks. Yeah.
yeah. So we've been seeing a lot of fire. So this round, we're gonna be trying getting used to a little bit of variety. Maybe we can throw in we can get a little bit wet in here with some water decks. Definitely the least popular element for this whole season. Wind at least has some ways of fighting against Rile, but water is just like can't keep up. Mostly water allies are like Aetherwing decks. So we got a pretty fun one for you. It's an Aetherwing deck, but maybe one that is not quite as standard as the ones we've been seeing. It's not Astra. It's still like just level 1, 2. But how about
Mhm.
you break down some of the interesting stuff we're seeing in Destiny Clownfish's Water Diana deck?
So while we're waiting for the other deck, for his opponent, I think so. This one is a water kind of one of like a water aggro-ish kind of deck. I've seen this like being played in testing. So like the whole like Mad Hatter build, we've seen it in like the wind, like the wind wake up Lorraine or even no champion build as well. But this is a water variation as well. Doesn't play Astra. Yeah, no. Yeah, it doesn't play Astro because there are cards like using distant, ranged, and the new what is it, Ranger Strides?
That is right. The
Yeah,
new
yeah.
the
Mm,
Distortion Regalia version of
mm,
the Ranger Boots, which is it's basically the linchpin of the whole Mad Hatter combo decks. Whether you're playing like
mhm,
Fire or Wind, it's really all about Mad Hatter, bring out Ranger Strides. And then notably, this deck plays Cheshire Cat. And one of the big combos you can do with Ranger Strides is that you can have a Cheshire Cat on field and then use the Cheshire Cat to copy the effect of the Ranger Strides. So you can give something distant or ranged 8, basically. So you range 8 your Mad Hatter, so then he swings for a bajillion. And it's a really interesting deck. Uh, I was playing some Mad Hatter Cheshire Cat like aggro decks and fire, but it fits in really well into water just because you already play all of the distant cards. You play
mm.
you play the Crystalline Archers. You're playing Diana, so you can even distant Diana herself. So a lot of things to do. But also another fun thing is that this deck's playing Carp Song Coda.
This is actually, we didn't actually notice the deck list because so one aspect of this one part of this deck is that it plays a lot of like range like cards that make you distant. It plays a lot of like you said, Mad Hatter. There's like a few allies in there, right? Definitely a lot of interaction just for the sole purpose of making your champion distant. Then there's a lot of like cards that make allies that actually defend as well. So we've got the languid toe troll. We've got the is there another one? There's a second one, isn't there?
We are not
Yep.
on Thronekeeper Bullfrog in this one. We are just on the
No.
Toad Troll. But we
Yep.
still have Paladin,
Toe
and
troll. That's
Paladin can
the
defend.
yeah. I mean that's Paladin, which is the 3. Languid toe troll, which is the 0/6, I believe.
0/6 taunt that comes in hindered.
Yeah, the 0/6. Exactly. So that's why you got Carps on Coda as well, because if the toe troll is in the graveyard, then the Carps on Coda is going to be dealing 6 to the opponent. That's actually
That's a
pretty
lot of
like
damage.
a second. Gotta have that kind of like second win con as well.
Yeah, so it's like you just do a bunch of damage with your range guys and your like big Ranger Strides Mad Hatter combo, then just out of nowhere you can just drop a Carp Sun Coda for 6. So
Yeah.
I'm definitely looking forward to seeing. We don't know what they're playing against yet, but
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing if we can see the Carps on Coda for a kill here. It would be very funny for a non tamer deck to just like drop like the big fat frog on top of their opponent.
Yeah.
And of course, it's
Because
still just nice as a taunt. Your allies are
it's a
very
zero.
strong in this deck.
It's a 6 life taunt. Like it's 6 life taunt. Your opponent has to get past that, and if they can, I mean, you've now just given them something like a Carps on Coda kind of like ammunition.
Okay, and we have gotten information about who he's playing. He's playing against Perfy. So unfortunately, Perfy has
It's
to
perfect.
double up on
Yeah.
stream. Now, one thing we
Yeah,
can
yeah,
say,
yeah.
I can tell you about the Aetherwing deck is that it does not like Merlin because one of the most important parts of this deck is it's all about dumping float. A Weaving Mana Stream
Yeah.
is probably the best card in this deck, and unfortunately,
Yeah,
Merlin can just eat all of your float. So I'm very curious to see how Destiny Clownfish is going to navigate
Mhm.
the Merlin level 2 ability. Maybe just gonna try and like constantly use the float on their turn with the Crystalline Archers and the Paladins. Just make sure there's nothing left, so Merlin has nothing to nom on.
Does well, do you think does Destiny have any answers for the Majestic Spirit?
Unfortunately, it seems like a no. It doesn't even have a smoke bomb to try and maybe
Mhm.
like hit
I know that.
over it.
So like Diana can do the damage, do enough damage with like and helps to like the Aqua Mirage Whisper or the Minor Cascade. They've got a lot of range, like they can do a lot of damage, single target damage, so they can take down the Majestic Spirit as well. But then like after you
Yeah,
kind
but
of
it's gonna
gas
have to
out,
eat up
right?
a ton. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
You have to sink so much just to kill this one horse, and it's like, oh, and
yeah,
then on the crackback they just summon it again, or they just kill you.
yeah,
So tough
yeah.
spot to be in. I think the best strategy is to just not let them get to that point.
Yeah, I think like that's probably one strategy. One strategy that Perfy will do is just to get to the Magic Spirit, because once that's out, Water has no answers for it besides having
Historically
to
speaking,
straight hit it.
Water has always really had a hard time
Yeah,
dealing with Majestic Spirit. You know,
yeah,
Wind had a Dream Fairy and like all the other suppressed cards and whatnot, or like return to hand cards. And then you have like Fire has Disintegrate. Water just never had anything. And even something like Snow
yeah,
Fairy doesn't really work on Majestic because it has Vigor, which gets around the Snow Fairy effect. So that's always why Merlin has been kind of good in water. It's like they dump a lot of float, and then they also have really no good way of addressing
yeah,
Majestic. Like Nico
yeah,
basically, and again with the whole idea was like, oh, we can't get around Majestic, so we're just gonna mill you out.
yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, okay, yeah. So like, I mean, we won't say like it's one side. We'll see if Disney Clan can find a way to get to defeat Perfy and his Merlin. So hopefully it'll be a good game.
Yeah, I mean, this deck does a lot of damage really quickly, and Merlin is not particularly good at
Yeah,
withstanding a lot of aggression. So if
yeah.
Destiny can just get a ton of allies on board and Merlin just can't deal with them, it's very possible that she just dies.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, like, yeah, exactly. Like, if once Merlin gets to level 3, then the game can kind of like go Perfy's way. But yeah, exactly. With the Mad Hatter, Ranger Strides, Cheshire Cat, you could also deal like a ton of damage very early before they get to level 3. So
Yeah,
we won't
exactly.
count
I
them out
think
yet.
this version of the deck is extra explosive because of the Ranger
Mm,
Strides Mad Hatter stuff. It's just like it doesn't have the restand or like re-wake up capabilities that Wind does, but it's still a lot
yeah.
of damage. And especially if the
Mm.
Merlin flounders a bit, we can definitely see uh, this could be a very fast game for all things considered. If the
Yeah, yeah,
stars
yeah.
align a
It could
bit,
be.
even though we're not on Astra.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, like I've noticed, like we've been seeing less Astra builds, right? We've been seeing more of the early, early aggression builds. But we'll see what we can do here.
Yeah, it's just a
We'll
little
see
bit
what we see.
fragile.
Mm. I mean, it is a glass
So
cannon. It's all
it's
in. But
oh my god, this is scary. Destiny Clownfish going first starts with the Cheshire Cat turn one. So this is a just to explain a little bit. The idea is you bring out the Cheshire Cat now, and then next turn you either bring out Ranger Strides or you get to bring out Mad Hatter to bring out the Ranger Strides. So then you can do the immediate combo. Actually, ideal scenario here is if you have Inert Sword. I have to just check if they are Inert Sword. They are an Inert Sword. So the idea here is we go Cheshire Cat turn one. Your opponent probably can't kill it. Inert Sword, swing for 3 with Cheshire, swing for 2 with Inert, and then bring out Mad Hatter and do the Mad Hatter combo. And it's a lot of damage. It basically just kills them right there.
what is the math on that?
So Cheshire will swing for 3, Inert will swing for 2.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
15. Mad Hatter, as long as you have a way of ranging the Mad Hatter, obviously. The Mad Hatter would swing for 4 plus 4 plus 4, so 12. So that would be 6,
Right,
uh, 17. And you can kill a shield mate if they put a shield mate down.
right, right. I mean, like, let's see. We'll see if Disney actually got that line.
and see if Perfy has anything. So this is the thing, is because the inert sword can get the Cheshire Cat up to 3, we can actually kill it with Cheshire Cat inert sword, which would let us still pull off the combo, but then we're gonna have to find a little bit of extra damage. Even if it's just like an Aether charge that we fire, like a charge the soul for 1, would still be enough. Big thing here is, do we even have the Mad Hatter? Because we kind of need it. Inert sword going to be brought out here. Cheshire Inert is so powerful.
I mean, you also got to remember that the Mad Hatter is also Mad Gamba as well, because you could
yes,
literally
Mad
just
Hatter.
ban anything.
That is the thing about the Mad Hatter, is he is mad, and sometimes he will just, I guess what, 1 in every 10 games he'll just randomly lose you the game out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Gonna swing in for 2 with the Inert. So yeah, so if we do have Mad Hatter here and we do not banish the Ranger Strides, that would be 12 damage. Because Mad Hatter is range 3 plus his 1 power, and then you double Ranger Strides him for 8. So as long as you have a way of gaining distance, that's 12. So we just need to find... actually, yeah, so that would just seal it up here.
So you would need the Mad Hatter.
5.
Yeah, a Mad Hatter. You need the Mad Hatter and then a card to make him distant.
Yes. So seems like we did not actually end up going for that. We just killed the Fluffy and then passed. So probably gonna try and go for a longer game here. Diana level 1, probably gonna try and backstep Diana, or give some distance in some way, maybe undercurrent advantage or reposition to level up to Diana 1, and then we actually would rather just spend the range on Diana and then range up our Diana with the double Ranger Strides here.
Yeah.
Makes it harder to deal with because you can't really stop it with a Flame Wreath Call or any other kind of random burn spell. I want to highlight the fact that Ranger Strides has to be on a ranger unit, so you can't use it on Cheshire Cat, as funny as that would be. So seems like Perfy is just going to go up to level 1 here, bring out their own Inert Sword. Pretty classic play here. Looking Glass. I mean, what do you think about Looking Glass? It's tough to say because a lot of people have different opinions about it. Some people think, oh, I'd rather just play GCR. Other people are really all in on this. Some people just play Inert Sword, or some people just play Looking Glass. Other people are really on like Consumption Ring or like the other distortion cards.
Yeah, I mean, like it can be quite mixed, right? Because there are some decks that they would prefer, like you said, will prefer GCR over Looking Glass. So like for example, the Insult deck, you will see a version with Grand Crusaders Ring. You'll also see a version with the Looking Glass as well. I have been like when I've been playing this season in Soul, I have been putting like GCRs in the Maturity deck, but then I've actually been finding that I don't need it. I'll be winning without it, right? Because I've been materializing something else or whatever. So like using the Looking Glass for Pendragon, it's very effective.
Yeah, for sure. And a lot of times, right, you don't really have turns where you're going GCR. Instead, you'd rather just keep going, leveling. So we are going to go through out that Weaving Mana Stream here. Key critical card for this Diana deck. It's probably the most important card in the deck. At least, especially if you're going level 3, it's the most important. We're going to lose that back step, unfortunately, but we still have Distant, which means we can bring out the Aqua Mirage. So I think it is very possible that Perfy just dies right here. We could just go Cheshire and then swing with Inert. If we have the Mad Hatter. This all really depends on if we have Mad Hatter already.
So yeah, if we have the Mad Hatter, then he'll banish one card from the Mature deck. Hopefully it's not the Ranger Strides, and then he could bring out the Ranger Strides.
Hopefully. I mean, at this point we have burned through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards in our material deck, so it's it is a 1 in 7 chance that you just randomly lose your biggest win con.
Can you do 18 in one go?
Should be possible.
Well, there's the Mad Hatter.
This would be 12 on the Mad Hatter. Actually, no, the Mad Hatter's not ranged, so he would probably range the Diana here. So that would be 4, 8, 9, and then depends also if we're using the Inert Sword or if we can load up this Aqua Mirage. Also, because the Ranger Strides draws a card on enter, it means that we would refill our hand, which would let us play maybe like a Crystalline Archer. So
right.
a lot of opportunity here. Thank God we did not banish the Ranger Strides. We managed its undistorted counterpart here on that Ranger Boots. So we can materialize Ranger Strides here, and I think sparks are about to fly. I hope Perfy maybe has something like a Resolute stand to hopefully try and survive here. Oh, this is another
Well, there's the
huge
plan.
synergies that we can actually use the Weaving Mana Stream to bring out the Ranger Strides instead, which would then loads it. That's actually crazy.
Oh, great. Yeah, exactly. You still pay for the memory cost of the Ranger boot, Ranger Strides, don't you?
Did we get the draw off of the Ranger Strides already? I imagine we did. So here we are. We're going to use the Cheshire Cat, and we're going to we are going to double Ranger Strides our Diana, which would give her distant 9 or ranged 9 rather. So that would make her swing for 9, 10, 11 right here.
11, and then there'll be 12 with the Mad Hatter. I think just like pushing damage is probably a really good play here. It's not going to be lethal, it's like complete lethal, but just pushing that damage.
Yeah, and then if we find the card, actually we could potentially hit like a Languid Toad Troll off of this.
He's also now
Harps on Coda.
No, because he's also doing what, 9, what was it? 9, 10, 11 damage. He's also glimpsing 11 plus 1, so he's glimpsing 12.
Yeah, actually, I kind of forgot that the glimpse can get that high. Kind of shades of Rye here with the glimpsing over with a 2-digit glimpse. It seems like how many did they keep on top and how many they keep on? Okay, Languid Toad Troll. Are we about to see Carps on Coda for game? I actually think we are.
Oh yeah,
14.
True,
that would be exact lethal. It's exact lethal. Oh please, I want to see it. I want to see it.
Oh,
so bad.
okay. Yeah. He's got that.
Oh no. Okay. Actually, are we just gonna?
Okay.
No. Maybe we'll do it in response to materialization.
Okay. Let's
see. Resolute being lost here. Okay, wait, he's picking up his cards. Okay. Carves on Coda for game.
There it is. So
does Verby have like a
no?
You have to be
so in response to the. So just what's happening here in response, so Perfy's materializing Merlin level 2, but in response to the materialization, so he's not level 2 yet with the 22 life. It's technically still Lorraine level 1 with the 20. So in response, Destiny Talon uses the Cups on Coda for exactly 6. That was exactly 20.
Well, that was a game. That just happened.
Yeah.
What was that? 18 damage in a single turn? Because we did swing with the Inner Sword in the turn
12.
before, so
that was 11, 12. That was 18. Actually, he did do 18.
It was 18, but we also killed the Shieldmate. So technically, it could have been 21 in a single turn.
Actually, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I think this deck's kind of it's kind of hot. I'm not gonna lie.
It's kind of gas. We were just like writing off Destiny Clown, but he actually had it. So like I said, he can kill. The deck is capable of killing very early as well. But then if they don't have those cards there and Merlin gets to level 3, then the game gets away from them.
Basically, the idea is we gotta. It's just like Wake Up Lorraine or Wake Up Mad Hatter. It's like you kill them on turn 2 or 3, or the game completely spirals out of your control. So
I don't think there was anything Perfy could have done differently. He put down the Shield Man and that was done. I don't think there was anything you could do differently. Maybe hold all your cards for a Resolute stand, but yeah, it's so this Diana was so explosive that you weren't expecting it.
Yeah, and the main thing about the deck is because you get that glimpse 11, 12, it's kind of impossible for you to stop it, right? They're going to find it unless they're the unluckiest player in the world. They're gonna find one of these Languid Toad Trolls.
One of the Toad Troll. Yeah, I mean glimpsing for 12, and he saw the Toad Troll, and he knew what he was gonna do. He saw that as well. All right, so let's have a look at Destiny Clown's sideboard. What do you think he's gonna put in? Does he need to put anything in?
Honestly, probably don't have to put anything in here. Maybe Fracture Eyes or Tactical Retreat, but then that's more float, some more things from Merlin to hit.
Yeah.
On Perfy's side, I don't really like Sparkleite could be good, but I think the idea with this deck is you don't usually give your Ranger Strides to an ally. You usually give it to your champion, so they can't really interact with it. Crystallized Destiny is absolutely that has to come in. Because that kind of kills this whole deck.
Sure.
Because I mean, really, this deck doesn't play a lot of.
It'll be a really good card in this matchup. However, Diana does have ways around it. So like Prudent Knock does 1 damage. It's a fast speed 1 damage.
Yeah, charge the
so
soul as well.
Charge the soul as well. So like he will play. So Perfy could activate Crystallized Destiny, but then Destiny will let it resolve. That becomes a shield, and then he'll ping it for 1. So it will help if he doesn't have an answer for it. Yeah, there are ways. Exactly.
We also have Chain Charge. So if if they played like a Shield Mate and then they tried to Crystallize Destiny, you could just negate it. So there are plays. Also, Perfy does get to go first here, which is a really big deal. Means we get to get to that level 1, level 2 a little bit sooner. We are still going to bring out that fragmented Looking Glass. Hopefully Perfy can find a decent hand.
I think his hand was probably fine. He just wasn't expecting 18 in 1 turn. But then again, like that's how good like Mad Hatter and the Mad Hatter and the Ranger Strides are. Like it's just that good.
But just remember, there is that universe where that Mad Hatter banished the Ranger Strides and then he just loses the game on the spot, right? So can't exactly say it's the most reliable deck, but maybe that's part of the fun. It's the gamble.
It's Mad Gamba.
We're gonna go bring out our Spirit of Water here. Try and see if we can find another nuts opening. That was kind of nuts. It was like Cheshire, Mad Hatter, Carpsong Coda. Like all the exact cards you needed to pull that off. Even the Weaving Mana Stream there was pretty necessary. I see Mad Hatter. I see him in the hand. Good sign, but do we have the other pieces of this combo? At it, could just go for a typical Diana line where we just do nothing and then hopefully.
Well, that is a valid line. Yeah, that is totally valid. You just do nothing and then make yourself distant.
Or we could just drop the Toad Troll here.
So you're holding up 3.
You gotta kill it eventually.
Yeah, exactly.
One thing about Perfy's deck is he is on Flame Wreath Call, which means he does have a way of killing the Cheshire Cat. So that is a big deal here. Gonna throw away the Shield Mate, so maybe it tells you that he's got some other intercepts in hand, or maybe that was the only float he really had. One thing I can say is that Merlin to 2 is not bad. Like Dungeon Guide Merlin to 2 against this deck in particular is not bad, considering how much it relies on the graveyard, how much it relies on float.
Yeah, like you get to level 2 and then lock out. Yeah, exactly, and then like lock out all the floating, or even like also the Toad Troll as well. You could also banish the Toad Troll, so you're not going to get hit with the Carpsong Coda again.
Seems like it was just a pass back. We're going to hard level to Diana 1. Gonna bring out that Aether Wing, even though we technically haven't distanced ourselves yet. Imagine it's a backstab or undercurrent. Ooh, Weaving Mana Stream. All right. We already had the Mad Hatter, so we could basically do the same thing as last time. But we don't have the Cheshire, so kind of a different situation. Or if he having a little think here, maybe he wants to try and play his cards here before potential for more negates.
Yeah.
But what that rile.
Okay.
How riled up are we getting here? Oh, we are very riled up. The perfect rile situation. +2. I think Destiny Clownfish has to try and end the game in the next 2 turns. Otherwise, I don't know. It's gonna be pretty.
I think
it's gonna be pretty bad.
That's pretty good from Perfy to use the Rile the Abyss there, because Destiny Cloud didn't have anything had no cards to use like Frostbinds or anything like that.
I don't think this deck even plays Frostbite. I think it's just Chain Charge.
I don't think so either, because like with Ryle have given
But
you
you
so
wouldn't
much
know that.
influence, you can't. No. But Ryle decks tend to have so much influence that Frostbind kind of loses its value.
All right, let's go gambling. Let's see. It's a 1 in 8 chance. I want to believe that, destiny is shining upon him.
Yeah.
Oh, losing the Mana Cascade. You were definitely not too upset about that one.
No, definitely
exactly
not.
the easiest card to pull off.
Oh, is it happening again? Not like this. Well, actually, let's see the damage here again. If it's gonna happen again. So Dinah's
But we don't have the
range, so that's
Cheshire, so
range
we can't
1.
double.
True. Backstep.
That is the backstep on the Mad Hatter, I assume. Yes. So this is gonna be 4, and then Diana can swing for another. Actually, do you even swing with Diana? Because if you swing, that Weaving Mana Stream goes back into the grave, which would then allow the Merlin to steal it. So I think maybe you actually just hold off here.
I don't know here, because like Merlin will just probably eat one of those cards, but then like you could glimpse and then see another one, giving you two floating in the graveyard. So you could eat one and then like at 40 you have the other.
Middle guy gonna come out, draws another card. Really great start from the Merlin here. Basically everything they could have possibly wanted, aside from maybe like a fluffy shopkeep. Imagine we're probably just gonna try and dungeon guide the 3 here and get the Merlin advantage train rolling.
But it's actually smart from Disney not to attack with the Mana Stream. No, that's like not with the Mana Stream, with the Aether Wing.
Yeah, for
exactly
sure.
like you said, with the weaving Mana Stream going to graveyard.
Mana Stream is the most important card in the deck. You lose that, it kind of like your whole plan just falls apart. One nice thing about this deck in particular compared to like the Wake Up Lorraine decks is that because we play a lot more Ranger cards, if we find a second Mad Hatter, we can at least like use a random float for like Ranger Boots or like some of the other Aether Wings in the deck. So at least unlike Lorraine, where it's like, oh, you really just have Ranger Boots plus Ranger Strides, this deck has like a lot of random Ranger regalia. You can bring out like Flash Grenade is a great one. It comes up a lot. It's basically Veiling for 3.
Basically, yeah. That I've seen that played a lot, especially just to protect like Frostborn Paladins.
The Toad Troll is coming into block here. So that was a swing for 2. So we need to find another 4. Pendragon gonna come out here. Looking Glass or Inert? Probably Looking Glass.
Yeah, it's always the Looking Glass.
You retain the sword.
Keep the sword. Yeah, because although like
Potential
Perfy here
Ascension.
doesn't have any level counters at the moment.
So we are going to take out that Toad Troll, which does mean Carpsong Coda is online now.
Yeah.
But the 28 life on Merlin is a lot to chew through. Fire Resonance Bauble going to be the pick. We need to just look for more stuff. This is definitely...
What do you think?
We can do a lot of damage in this turn if we can find like the Cheshire or something. We can do a lot. It's just more like, how are we going to finish the game? So I don't think we can actually do 24 in one turn.
No.
Actually, now I think about it, without the Inert Sword, I don't think it's possible.
Not unless you've got like 3 Carpsong Codas in hand, right? Because you can. Do you think he's got like he's got influence of 9? Yeah.
Undercurrent Vantage here, gonna make. Who are we ranging? I imagine it's got to be Diana. It's really risky to do this on the Mad Hatter because 4 cards in hand, that could be an Ascension, kill you. It's very risky to Ranger Strides anything but your champion here.
Yeah.
Gonna bottom all except for one. Could also just start going for like the Paladin, Crystalline Archer plays at this point. But I imagine you don't really want to play the long game against Merlin. Ooh, we're gonna use that the -3 health Aether Charge here to take out the Pendragon with the Mad Hatter swing, which will also let us load. So that must mean that the ranged went on Diana.
Ah, right. Yes, Giant and Aether, the
Diana.
fast activation. Target rested ally
Yes.
gets -3 life.
So this is coming in for, oh, the Crystallized Destiny. Do we have the Chain Charge? Charge the Soul
double toss one.
works just as well. So Charge the Soul it was in response to the attack, so that means the Charge the Soul is going to load itself now.
But does it get included in the attack?
So it doesn't include attack, so it would be in the next swing. It would
Right.
be included. So this was for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we should be glimpsing 9 here.
What do you think he's going to look for here?
I'm actually not sure. I guess
Actually, I'd
Carps
like
on
to think
Coda?
he's looking for. Yeah, exactly. You're looking for like maybe 2 cups on coders.
So you're
least
probably
one.
gonna stack the Carp songs and then just get a draw regalia and try and draw into all of your Carp song Codas and just like blow up Perfy.
Yeah.
This would need 6, 12. You would need 16 damage, so you need
So
2
12,
Carp
that's already
songs plus
12
some
here,
extra
yeah.
damage.
Yeah.
So what was that? Was that 1 on top or 2 on top? Oh wait, this is the mill as well. So we're gonna mill this Fracturize. We can also level up to 2 and then load some Aether charges into our Aether Wing to draw into more of these things. Sword of Seeking gonna come out. Merlin did not get any level counters, so we're still quite a ways away from actually getting to Incarnate Majesty.
Yeah, I mean, like Perfy had to pretty much quickly level out. Wanted to level to Merlin 2, tried to like eat any of like Disney's like floating memory, but Disney chose not to attack. So it kind of puts like Merlin 2 in an awkward place. I mean, he could have just like stayed on level 2, but having seen that 18 damage like OTK, he couldn't afford to just stay there again.
Absolutely agree with that assessment.
Mm.
Choosing to kill the Mad Hatter here. I mean, that's a lot of damage. If you're able to like range him, that's suddenly 4 damage out of nowhere. Shieldmate gonna come down to try and block any advances we have here. We have a lot of float, so I think we really hope to try and find something that we can use it on, like a Crystalline, a Paladin, or maybe we just level up to 2 here.
He could. Just gonna quick check with the deck list if he's got smoke bombs in this one. No, he doesn't. Okay, no smoke bombs. So that he's got to find a way to kill the shield mate.
Pretty surprising actually to not see a smoke bombs. Pretty powerful card in this deck because you have so much float. So we're just gonna go for the Ranger Boots here. Gonna use the Weaving Mana Stream so that we can reload it. As well as get that draw. So what do you think
the Ranger Boots
Destiny Clownfish can do here? Try and finish this game off.
He might try and finish it next because that Ranger Boots, well, it just comes in it comes in hindered, so he's not able to use it to become distant. Then again, like you probably don't need it. He's probably just using it for the draw. But it's an option to have. Like you can just hold off for another turn. Whether or not Perfy doesn't have the influence. Oh, like so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. 30. Okay, so he would have so Perfy would have the exact influence to call out the Majestic Spirit.
That's that would be him putting his whole hand down though, so potential to get chain charge there.
Yeah, but we're seeing that he doesn't have the smoke bombs. He doesn't have I don't think he has enough damage to take out the spirit, the magician spirit, because he's already lost the Ranger Strides.
Crystalline is a good start here. We also always have to worry about the potential for Crystallized Destiny. There are 3 in the side, so we've already seen 1. Could definitely see more. We've also already gone through a lot of our Aether charges, so less charge the souls to use here. We do need to get rid of this Crystalline, so imagine Perfy's going to be... Oh, Paladin as well. Oh my god, that's so much damage. I wonder if we're going to see a Flame Wreath? No.
No, that's just what Destiny just has to do. He just has to push. Just has to push damage.
And then notice now we've put some allies on the board, put them up to 20, which means if we have double Carps on Coda, we can kill next turn.
So this next turn from Perfy, he's got to see the Incarnate Majesty. So he's digging.
Sure,
he's
gotta
digging.
see that Incarnate. Currently he's gonna be on level 2.
Yep. So
I think no Fluffy Shopkeep, so no Broken
cards.
Sword.
No. So he'll be drawing 3
Has an
cards
influence
this turn.
of 9. Ooh, we're digging. We're digging for sure.
Okay.
Gonna crux sight this. A lot of pluses here on the recollection phase. Definitely should be able to play the Incarnate Majesty this turn if we have in fact found it.
Yeah. And also you break one of the swords just to like to gain that for the influence. No, for the efficiency.
That is correct. I also see another shield mate, so maybe if we want to just play goalie a little bit longer. So I think this is probably like an influence of like 11 or 12, so it should be more than enough with a Broken Sword as well to play out that.
Oh, there it is. I think I see the Incarnate Majesty. Yeah, it's the 3rd card down.
Pendragon, the first card here, we're going to just throw away the Drawn Blade back in the material deck. Just dig deeper. You know, there's also a world where you might just be able to kill here. We have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage. And we can Ascension, and then we can play Fireball. So we might just be able to kill here if he's found all of his damage cards. Ooh, it's also, we're playing against water, so I think we're naturally just going to get the draw here.
Yeah.
Pretty nasty situation to be in. We're seeing just a lot of Aether charges. We see a second Totro. We actually don't see a single Carps on Coda. So either they're in the hand or...
So there's the Incarnate Majesty, but he's chosen not to keep that in hand. He might have a second, but also he might also just have he could also have lethal this turn as well.
I think most assuredly has lethal in this turn. This is more than enough damage. Dan only has 19 life. So 3, even 6, level counter turn as well. So it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 12, just needs to find 9 more.
So that's 13 done on board. Yeah.
Oh wow, we're actually choosing. We chose to attack the Crystalline Archer with that Prismatic Edge. That's really interesting. I wonder, maybe he's actually not going for game this turn. Oh, did not draw Fireball, I guess. So we're just going to try and clear the board here? So are we going to send this on to the... I imagine we're just going to send this into Paladin, kill it with the Liminal Guide or the Dungeon Guide. Yeah, this is a pretty unfortunate turn of events to have not drawn the Fireball.
I think I just forgot. This is pre-recollection, isn't it?
No, this is already recollection.
Oh no, that's right. No, because the Ghost of Dragon came down, so this is main.
Oh, maybe he has drawn something good off of that swing here.
Yeah.
9, 10. So we still need to find another 8 damage.
10, 11. So that'll be 11 with those 2 guides.
Yeah, so a single Fireball would not be enough.
He does have we know that he's got another Ghost of Pendragon in hand, so you can return the Inert Sword.
That is correct. We are going to take out the Paladin. So now we just need to hold up cards to stop ourselves from dying to double Carps on Coda, I suppose. Probably wants to have a Crystallized Destiny if we have found one. Oh, we still had enough to
There's
play the
Incarnate, yeah,
Incarnate
okay.
anyway.
Okay, so yeah, exactly. So he had a second one in hand.
Okay, I mean, Destiny Clownfish, do you have a way? Freedom, do you see anything, any way for him to actually still like push for damage? We can't go for the Carp Song. Actually, Carp Song Coda is a skill, but we still do have that half damage effect from the Incarnate. So I don't know. Like
Yeah,
I
so you only
think
do you
it's
so
probably
it's a s- so it's a yeah, it's exactly it's a skill. It's a skill card, so yeah, he's only gonna be half. So yeah, 6 down to 3. So he needs so the total only
needs to
doing 3 is
find
pretty rough.
that is right here. So we're going to Diana level. Wait, what did we materialize? Yeah, Diana level 2 here.
Yep.
So we are gonna bring out that Weaving Mana Stream back. Is it possible that we can kill the Incarnate with a swing? If we're distant,
It,
we can because that Ranger Boots will wake up this turn, so we can swing for 5 with what we have right now.
so I think
But then we
he
still need to
has
find
to
another 5 after that.
no, so yeah, if he can do if he's got enough to do 10, and if he's got cups on coders, he's got to do what? So 1, 2, 3, 4. It's only 4, 5, 6, because he can make himself distant. So that's up to 6. It's got to do
So we need to find
4.
another 4 damage. Crystalline Archer could do it. So we're gonna Ranger Strides here, buff up or give this range to Diana or distant to Diana, which would let us swing for
Yep.
6. Then if we have a Crystalline Archer, we can kill the Majestic Spirit. But then do we have enough cards to play double Carp Song after that? Carp
Actually, no,
Song
just thinking
being
about this.
used here.
No. So I'm actually just like thinking about so even if he with Diana swings into the Incarnate Majesty, and Incarnate Magic will retaliate back for 4. Oh, never mind.
Oh, it seems like chose not to retaliate. It seems. I think because Diana was swinging first, you probably don't want to retaliate yet because he might play like allies, right? So kind of just like baited him into that. And then the Carp Song Coda comes in to finish off the Incarnate for the remaining 6 damage. So now we just need to find 7, or yeah, we just need to find 7. So a Carp Song Coda plus any ally should be able to kill here. If we have a 1 Carp
I'm actually
Song plus a Crystalline, I think that's
I'm
enough.
actually quite curious because like he didn't what Percy could do was retaliate with the Incarnate Majesty. He chose not to, but then like also that because that'll put Disney Clan up to 18, right? And then 1 Fireball was just enough to close the game.
Seems like Destiny Clownfish doesn't have it. Doesn't have a way to end the game. Has only 5 cards in hand only. I mean, currently has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage on board. So this should be a hop, skip, and a jump unless we have maybe like some kind of defensive card, but I don't think there's any resolutes or anything. So I think this is probably gonna go Perfy's way. Yeah, I don't really. Maybe a tactical retreat. Oh, there's the second Carp Song. Gonna use it to kill the Pendragon. Maybe that might just be enough. We have to have Fireball, Sparklight. Literally, even a Creative Shock could do 2 damage.
A creative
We are
yeah,
so
even
close.
a creative shock would do it. Well, because we know he's got the second Incarnate Majesty in hand.
Oh yeah,
He had it in
yes,
memory
right. So we just play
previously.
another
So
Incarnate.
you just play that again. Yeah, and that's the game.
Yeah, wow. Destiny Clownfish, I think, was 1 Crystalline Archer away from being able to end that game right there. Because I think use the Weaving Mana Stream Float again, draw a card, then I think that would have been enough to play the Carp Song Coda. So really close game, honestly. All things considered, despite how well the Merlin start was with the double Ryle, or Ryle for 2 rather. So the big thing now is that Destiny Clownfish is going first, and it's a world of difference when Diana or Mad Hatter gets to go first versus when they get to go second. So I'm really looking for those crystallized destinies. I think those are going to be the most important cards in this early game if we can just survive the first volley of like Ranger Strides. I think Perfy can definitely make it out, but let's see. It really all comes down to how these players navigate that very, very early game.
Mm. I mean, like remember he hit the crystallization with the Charger Soul. He also couldn't hit it with like Prudent Knock. So like there are answers to get around that. Okay.
Yes,
But yeah,
for
the first
sure.
turn really matters. Whoever's going first really gives them that advantage.
Yeah, I'm really. We also didn't see the Cheshire Cat in that game, so that also makes a huge difference because the big. It's not only is it the doubling of the Ranger Strides, but also being able to just swing for 3 with an Earth Sword for like
Yeah.
a couple turns makes a huge difference.
Well, like he only runs 2 Cheshire Cats in this deck, so the chances of he's not going to see it that often.
Yeah, it can be a bit bricky. You just find Cheshire Cat, and it's like, oh, you're kind of forced to materialize your Inert Sword. Then if your
Yeah.
Inert Sword gets hit by Reduce, suddenly it's like, okay, she's just here to double my Ranger Strides. So definitely see why you wouldn't
Like
want to like max out on it.
it's a really good ally, but you don't want to see too much of it because like it's just going to be staying. It's unique, so you're going to have one on the board. So you don't want to hold up more Cheshire Cats in hand.
For sure. Players here are just going to cut their deck, and we can see if Diana here, guided by the stars, can find that lethal line. Maybe if we can get a little bit mad here. Let's see what the opening 7 is. This is going to be a really critical thing. The problem with this deck is because your opening hand's really important. You have to have a way of getting distant. You have to find like the Cheshires and the Mad Hatters. A lot of things. I guess that's why you have to put so many Aether Charges, so many distant cards, just to make sure it's reliable enough. Going to pass back on nothing. So it means we didn't find the Cheshire in the opening hand. Probably just going to level up to 1 here with a distant card.
What's
Put 3
interesting
down
that
for back.
one way you could like in turn make yourself distant is to pay 1 for reposition as well, and then next turn use like Crystal and Archer with the reposition.
Yeah, that works as well. You can also, if you have Mad Hatter, you can reposition now and then just use the reposition in your grave to bring out the Ranger Strides.
Yeah, exactly. So many lines.
Though
So many
obviously,
lines.
Weaving Mana Stream is ideal. Looking at that hand, I saw the Liminal. I didn't see the rest of it. You know, maybe we could also just hope that Perfy doesn't find Rile Abyss. Undercurrent Vantage is the pick here. We're going to glimpse 3. We're also going to gain distant. And it's a float, which means that once we hit Diana level 3, we can just use this for a Paladin, a Crystalline, a Ranger Strides.
Oh, yes.
That's the thing about this deck is it's just jammed full of floating.
There's so many cards that make yourself make you distant and floating, and it's also floating memory. Some of them are of course like locked behind class bonus.
Languid Toad Troll, unfortunately, going the way of the Dodo here. Well, it shouldn't be too hard to find another one considering how much we glimpse and mill.
I have to say, this Ghost of
Let's see
Pendragon
it.
playmats looking really nice.
That is the Ascent promo version?
Yeah. Yes.
With Uther riding upon the Spectral Steed.
That is the playmat you get for achieving day 2 and at a current an ascent this season.
Stalin Archer going to be the pick here. Probably just going to use this Undercurrent Vantage. It would be quite a shame if we don't have an Aether Charge here, because we probably want to swing with Diana while she has ranged right now. See, I'm really hoping we can start getting some glimpse action going. Try and sculpt. Ah, I see double Dungeon Guide. Charge the soul.
Well, that is done.
This is a bit risky. This is a bit risky because we could very well just Dungeon Guide the 2 and steal that Charge the Soul with Merlin.
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly what's going to happen if we don't have a way of spending this.
I don't think he would he? Because he has 2 in hand.
Yeah, I don't think there's any card that can do it here. Crystalline is a 2-cost. That's double Dungeon Guide, Ascension. I think Crystallized Destiny. So opted just to not use a Crystallized Destiny here. The attack wasn't big enough to force any action. And we have also got that float now in the bin, which will allow the Merlin to accelerate even faster. Gonna lose a Mana Bolt Convergence. Interesting that that's the choice. I think that must mean that the other card that they kept on top, this is basically just a filler because we don't want to dump a second float.
It could be.
Ooh,
Yeah,
okay, so no Ral, no creative.
Could be it could be that he didn't see a floating in those 4 cards, or he did, and yeah, exactly. He put it to the second card on the top.
Well, if he had a float, it was probably better to put the float in just because like Merlin's gonna eat one of them no matter what. So you might as well have dumped the second one. She can only eat so many. Actually, let me check if
it was like it's like one of the 2 choices.
Okay, not on the language dreaming, so doesn't have the ability to double float steal. I'm seeing so many specters in hand without the Ryle. Very unfortunate. We have the double dungeon guide, so I think we're fine. This is going to be Dungeon Guide to 2, eat the float, pop the Fragmented Spirit, Dungeon Guide again, most assuredly.
Okay, so he did have the Creative Shocks though, but I think he's looking for.
I imagine that was drawn for a turn.
Yeah. Okay, so you got that line right. Yeah, go to get the floating memory for a level counter, which puts Merlin to level 3, allowing you to use the Spirit Fragment, the Shard Fragment to draw a card. So it goes to 4 and then double DGs.
We also now have 2 allies on board, which lets us kill the Crystalline Archer. So this is like perfect for Perfy. And we have set ourselves up. So the next turn, we're on an even level counter, which means we can get the draw. And everything is looking good. So I think Destiny Clownfish basically has probably another turn or 2 to end the game. Otherwise, I don't think he can just outgrind this like super fast Merlin start. 2 cards down, gonna pay for the Inert Sword. Maybe there's a Cheshire Cat in here. I think that's a Mad Hatter or a Cheshire that he kept on top off of that glimpse. If there's any way that Destiny Clownfish is going to end this game, it's going to have to be probably through a double Ranger Strides massive swing.
Yeah. So this is probably just like setting up for the next turn. Playing Cheshire Cat now, the next turn you get the Ranger Strides.
Oh, actually, there is a really big problem right now, Freedom, which is that this is an even level counter turn. So we go Sword of Seeking, we can just kill that Cheshire Cat.
True, that is true.
Wonder if maybe Destiny Clownfish didn't think about the possibility that Cheshire could die. I mean, she usually doesn't die, so yeah, nothing. Can't play anything. Can't play like a Dissuading Aether. Not enough cards in hand. So yeah, I think the combo has kind of been like diffused here with that Sword of Seeking. We still did a decent amount of damage, but Merlin is just gonna keep building more and more influence. So we really got to do something right now. You know what would really help right here? Some Languid Toad Trolls and some Carpsong Codas.
That's true. Like currently, Perfy doesn't have enough influence because he kind of went down to 2. Get one for turn, 1 for level, 1 for even counters. So he's currently sitting at 4.
That is enough to play Crystallized Destiny at least.
That is enough.
I think just drew a Weaving Mana Stream for turn. See, we can just swing for 2 with the Inert Sword, puts up to 15. We still need to find another 13. Pretty far off here. No Ranger Strides. I feel like there must be a Mad Hatter in here, or maybe was just planning on hard materializing Ranger Strides with a Cheshire Cat. Really needs to think long and hard. We have to try and find a way. I think probably if you don't kill this turn or the next, the game is probably over. Languid Toad Troll coming out. Okay, so that will let us stall just a little bit.
just a little bit. Only like like it comes in hindered, so he's got to stall for another turn. Attacking with
Chances
the
are
Inertial
Merlin's not killing you unless she's got like sudden steel, fireball, like ascension, sudden seal probably. So you're probably fine. But now you really got to worry about the looming threat of Incarnate coming up real soon. Gonna be at level 3,
Yeah, quite
which means
possibly
we are
because he's going level.
currently
So level 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, because you'll come in with kind of level 6, and then you can break a sword that goes to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Just has to play 5.
5.
He has enough to he has enough, but does he have it in hand?
It seems like I don't see it in the hand, so I think probably going to be hopefully finding it off this pen, but I don't think we can play it after that. So draw another 2, but we have so many cards in hand. I think we just drew another Pendragon. No, Resolute stand as well. So there's a lot of defense here between like Crystallized, Resolute. I think Destiny Clownfish might not be able to get here. Fortunately for
So I
our
think
for
I
our
can
Mad
see.
Hatter.
So I can see he's got a Spirit Blade Ascension as well. So for any like 3 life allies that will come down, he's got an answer for that.
Yeah, everything's
So even if he
really
plays
looking
Mad
up
Hatter,
earthy here.
the Mad Hatter is a Mad Hatter. It's 1/3, so
1/3.
yeah, it's 1/3. So he's got an answer for that.
Yeah, so I mean I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna find another 13 damage here aside from we can't even do the carbs on Coda yet just because we don't have the Languid Toad Troll engrave. And I imagine with the Resolute and Crystallize, it's probably not going to work.
I think he's not. Yeah, he's also not going to kill the Languid Toad Troll because he doesn't want to send it to the graveyard.
Yeah, at this point, you can actually just try and sit on this and wait for fireballs and ascensions.
True.
Materializing the Ranger Strides here, and then probably gonna try and like backstop ourselves on the Recollection phase after this draw off of the Ranger Strides. Try and find any way. Leaving Mana Stream is the pick here. Only working with 6 cards in Influence. I'm not sure if it's possible. Do you see any avenue that Destiny Clownfish can find to suddenly bring out this last 15 damage he needs? Or I guess 13.
So assessing the board, he's distant. He's got range 1. Oh, okay. So we do have the Mad Hatter coming down for. Mad Hatter can come down. It is a Yume. Oh, yes, he's choosing to do the on enter.
Probably gonna try and bring out the Ranger Boots here. Probably wants to. Okay, we lost Mana Cascade. That's fine. Probably gonna bring out the Ranger Boots to get the draw here.
Actually, yeah. Put the.
Oh no, Flash Grenade. Flash Grenade is perfect here.
Flash Grenade. Pay with it with a Mana Stream. Load the Mana Stream.
Also gets you a draw. So, and I think that kind of ensures that you live for the next turn. But the Merlin can also just do nothing. I mean, between Toad Troll and the Flash Grenade, it's kind of hard to actually kill you because through attacks you have the Toad Troll, and through effect damage you can just pop the Flash Grenade. So maybe hoping to try and chain like multiple fireballs to the Flash Grenade activation.
Could do that. Flash Grenade on the Toad Troll is kind of funny.
If you can get the Toad Troll distant, yeah.
Actually, no, just that you. I mean, no, you just gotta make it distant.
Yeah, it has to be distant. So if you can like backstop the Toad Troll, technically Diana is already distant right now. So very possible to have basically immortal Toad Troll.
So it's 1, 2, 3. Could do 7.
We're gonna swing.
Could do 7 with the Ranger Boots.
So we are popping the Ranger Boots here, holding up 3 cards in hand, which makes me think he probably has to charge the soul for the potential Crystallized Destiny. Crystallized is the pick here. Do we have... Ooh. Seems like it doesn't have anything to stop that. But, you know, in the end, we baited out the Crystallized Destiny. That would have been for 3, so we're not going to get the Crystallized Destiny extra effect. Fortunately. Actually, no, that was +4. So actually, no, that is taxed. We are now taxed.
That was exactly 7. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna have to hope that this toad can hold the fort down. I'm kind of not. Oh, especially with the safeguard amulet now. I think it's looking really Joe Burger. So if we find incarnate, this game is like really impossible to win now, I think.
Yeah, no, that'd be correct. He losing the ranger strides there, you kind of like lose like a lot of damage, so he's kind of like gassed out of it. Yeah, and he's got the safeguard amulet, so that'll prevent any of the carps on coders. So since he was hit with it game 1, I really like that. Like Perfy's able to kind of like foresee these like kind of lines.
Oh, you see it right there, the double carps on Coda. So I think I imagine we're just not even gonna kill the toad troll.
Yeah.
Unless we can just kill right now in this turn. I imagine we just start doing ascensions and fireballs to try and end the game.
So you just have to do 9. He's got to do 11. No, he's got to do 10. So you can do like 3. Oh no, he's got to get past the toad troll though.
Okay, seems like we are in fact killing the toad troll here.
Yeah. So
we got to be worried about that
3
double carp
very
spawn next turn. We have the safeguard to stop one of them.
Yeah.
Or at least reduce it. Should not
It's not
be
gonna
able to kill here
respond.
through flash grenade.
Mm-hmm.
Staggering strike for 3, 6, 7, 8. Wow.
Okay.
We're going to use that dissuading Aether here just to stop some of that damage at least. Oh, wait, yeah, to
So that puts him to
kill here. Do we not have like an ascension or something just to do this remaining damage? We're actually not distant right now, so we can't even pop the flash grenade.
Trying to see which damage he do. So 17, so it's 8. Yeah, okay. So he would have done 19. That was actually lethal there with that 1 DG, I believe.
We are so close here. Look at the material deck. There's like barely anything left. So many of these are just like materialized through Diana, or the Looking Glass just like coming out. The Ranger Boot's gonna be the pick here. Do we have a float?
Well, the Language
Yes,
Total
Leaving Mana Stream.
is a float. Yeah. But obviously, yeah, like Weaving Mana Stream, which just has a really good card in this deck. Every time you spend it, you can load it. Every time you spend it to pay for memory costs, you can load it.
This is really scary. Perfy seems to have. I think Perfy has a Resolute,
I think
so we can always just like free
I think
play that.
like
So
anything that Destiny would do, I think Perfy could just respond.
yeah, so even if we carps on Coda twice, with the second one being in response to the, so we could potentially do 8 damage off double carp song, putting Perfy up to 24, and then this no attack damage because of this Resolute.
Trying to think of
Unless
the
maybe
math.
we
So if you
tactical retreat here to end the combat phase. Seems like nothing.
So could do 8. Push with 24.
Yeah, I think you would need to have triple carps on Coda to end the game here.
Yeah.
Which
He's got
you
2.
would
He
need to
could
have
respond.
9. You would need to
You
have
can play the
9 cards in
first.
hand to do that though, which I'm pretty sure he does not have.
Cups on Coda the first, respond there, and then yeah, you're doing 8 with that.
If Destiny wants to survive this turn, probably needs to just immediately distance right now, and then but then you would just get Ascensioned on your turn. So I'm not sure how we're gonna get to the other side here. I think we are slowly closing in on the end of this game. Perfy just playing a very measured, intelligent game of Grand Archive. Gonna swing for 1. The only 1 damage we need. I imagine this is just gonna fiend out that flash grenade.
Yeah. He's gonna make himself yes, there we go. Tactical retreat.
Ooh, we actually did in fact have the tactical retreat.
Yeah, makes you distant, and it's it's a Song of Frost effect. Right, so it makes yourself distant. Yeah. Solar Frost and makes you distant. It's trying to see what's in hand. Wow.
Oh, actually, look at Furphy's hands. He has nothing. Oh, I see. He
Nice.
actually drew off the Resolute Stand, even though he shouldn't have.
Yeah, he wasn't
So
supposed to, he wasn't supposed to draw for turn, so he's just letting the opponent see what he has.
yeah, no,
in
but
hand
look at
for
the hand.
for turn
Actually,
one.
he can't get through
Hmm.
Flash Grenade.
Currently not on this turn.
This is
No,
not
he could
even
also just wait.
no, but none of his cards are fast speed pings. Oh, they're all allies.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so actually, this Flash Grenade is gonna keep him alive. I think he has a Rile. He could try and Rile to draw into something at least.
You can like rile and draw into a Creative Shot. Creative Shot can also just ping 2. That's all he needs. That's all he needs. He just needs.
Yeah, it just
one.
needs to find something, anything. But we actually do know what the top card of the deck is because of that mishap. So let's see. He just needs to find. There's a lot of things here. An Ascension, a Fireball, a Sparkleite could do it. So we are gonna go for that Rile. I think the top card was a Shieldmate, so double. We are gonna get to see 2 cards deeper. Did you find it perfect? Do you have anything that does affect damage? I'm thinking that's a no. That's looking like a no to me.
Well, he doesn't have to do damage on his turn because the Flash Grand is up. He could just wait until the next turn. Wait for Disney's turn. Carps on Coda now.
Carps on Coda on the end phase to try and force out that Blanche. Wow, what a
Blanche,
rip off the
okay.
top here. So this is gonna be doing 1 damage because of that. Okay,
Yeah, okay.
that is a very
He's not worried.
fortunate top deck. That is a very fortunate top deck to find that Blanche here. What is even left here? Backup Charger and Diana
much,
level
'cause,
2,
yeah.
I think. We have 1 float. Are we gonna go to Diana
Guys.
level 2? We don't even have an Aether Wing, so it doesn't really do anything. Yeah, I think Perfy has perfectly just ground this game out. So, but let's see. Maybe Destiny Clownfish can find the line that gets him this last 12 damage. But there's a Blanche as a safeguard. It's gonna be really hard.
Yeah, and well, that was an excellent counter to Carps on Coda to the first one because he could have just played. Yeah, I think he was fully intent on playing the first Carps on Coda, and then he's gonna pop the safeguard, respond to that with a second Carps on Coda as well. But that Blanche really threw that out of the window.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of Aether charges in the hand that don't do anything. We do know about the second Carps on Coda. I'm not sure. I'm thinking Perfy has got this basically in the bag. Yeah, Destiny
Yeah,
Clownfish is
there
just
we
showing
go.
his hands like, I got nothing. You got me on the next turn. Is
Yeah.
that 3 Carps on Codas?
That's 3. He's got
Did he
4 Carps on
Did he have
Codas.
all 4 Carps on Codas? Wow, that is insane.
Yeah, that's all 4.
If Perfy did not find the Blanche there, I actually think he was just dead because he was probably not going to
Yeah.
play the safeguard on that turn. Then you get to play Carp Song, and that would have actually done it. So Perfy really like fortuitous with the Blanche there.
Yeah.
Amazing game. I think the Diana list is super cool, even if it did not win.
It's very
It
cool.
had
No, it's very cool.
basically
He just
3
had to
very close
like,
games.
So Disney, he definitely had the cards. He could just play play 1 Carps on Coda, force him to pop the safeguard amulet. Had them if the Blanche wasn't there, right? Pop the safeguard amulet, then just hold 3 cards up again to Carps on Coda the next turn, and then do it, and then like kind of repeat that the next turn. So that was really good. That was really cool.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
we're back.
I think all 3 of those games were incredibly close. Even the second game got pretty close there. It's like a couple different draws, or maybe like a little bit less riled Abyss luck could have completely changed the outcome of that game. So yeah, I think people really gotta look at this Diana list. Like Mad Hatter is kind of a crazy card. I know nobody wants to take the gamble. If your Ranger Strides gets banished, it's like, okay, sometimes it's just not meant to be. Or I actually think it's very possible to still win a game, even with Ranger Strides getting banished.
So if you activate Mad Hatter and use his Onita, you've got like a 1 in 8 chance, right? It's just a 1 in 8 chance of losing the Ranger Strides, and then just like kind of like find another way. It's one of your win cons, but it's not the end of the world. He obviously had Carps and Coda. That's a second win con. So to play out. So we saw in the first game, right, he saw exactly what he needed. He glimpsed 12. That's it. That glimpsing 12 was pretty funny.
And you can imagine when you play against an aggro deck that is sitting at Spirit, if you find Lag with Toe Troll, mill it, and then double Carp Song, they just die, right? It's like
Yeah.
when you play against a level 3 deck with Serene that has like CL, I feel like this deck will probably have a way harder time because like 30 life with Serene is kind of, I don't know if you have that much damage, but unless you kill them at level 1 or level 0, you know, that it's very
It's
possible
quick,
for this
right?
deck to do
Remember,
that.
it's quick, right? Because I think we just saw like a turn 3-4 lethal in the first game. So like Seal isn't level 3 by then. Seal can plays a bit slower than that.
Yeah, so I really think more people gotta look at these Mad Hatter decks. They're very interesting, despite their Gamba, and I think Water
Mhm.
Allies. I'm kind of hoping Water Allies makes a little bit of a comeback, especially if more people are gonna keep playing this Vanitas deck. We gotta bring the gates back.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely might see more. Like I get like Water Allies is also a really good deck just in general. It just struggles against like certain I guess it just struggles against like Ryle decks that gain too much influence, and that's where it like gets a bit it kind of just loses out there. Like seeing these these Mad Hatter Ranger Strides, the wind version, the water version, it's really cool. It's really cool.
Yeah, for sure. So that was our 6th round and our 5th round. So there's
Oh,
2 more rounds after this. So
yep.
don't go anywhere. We will be right back real soon with the penultimate round of the Cake Regionals. See ya.
That's it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It is the penultimate round of the Cake EU Regionals. I I was really pleased with the last game. I thought it was very close. What did you think, Gerrit?
It was very interesting, and it was very amazing to see a Water Diana deck that tries to do a little bit different things with the Carp Song Coda, right? Not something you usually see and haven't seen from the beginning of the set on release, where people just did go, oh, evac charges, brrr, let's shoot the spells.
Yeah, I think definitely the advent of the Mad Hatter decks. Actually, I've been on like Mad Hatter cope since the start of the set, but I think a lot of people didn't really start thinking about it until the Wind Mad Hatter decks started to show up. So I think that kind of like unlocked some more paths that people probably weren't thinking about. And Ranger Strides, love Ranger Strides. But yeah, I mean, we've got another deck that we haven't seen yet today, which is the Wind Tristan, and it is the I want to say what the pride of EU, I guess, aside from Henki, probably the EU player that shows up on stream the next most, which is Asuna on the Wind Tristan.
Yeah.
So go ahead, tell us a little bit about this player.
Okay, the funniest thing I can tell you about him is I know him for already a couple of years from a different card game, and I was visiting him for a different games event, and I was like, yeah, how about you start Grand Archive? It's a great game, and this box probably fits your playstyle. And I threw a Tristan Recollection at him, and it seems like it is serving him very well recently.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Tristan's strongest warrior. I don't think ever played anything aside from Tristan. So, I mean, that's the great thing about the Rico decks. They're just so strong. You know, like you
They
get
just
so much out
work.
of it, and decks are so cohesive. I think especially that set of Ricos, the Sylvie Tristan ones, they were like insane. So I'm really excited to see if maybe Merlin can kind of continue that tradition and become another busted Rico deck that we all gotta complain about. So, but on the other side, we have Noel, who is on the Chess Club Fire Tax Vanitas list, which they all, I guess, trailblazed. I think this is going to be a really interesting match just because, especially with Durable, and Tristan has a lot of ways of getting around the tax with like Veiling Breezes. So I'm really curious to see. I mean, what do you think, Gary? Who do you think is advantaged in this matchup?
I think this is actually quite draw dependent, right? If you have as Tristan the incapacitate for, let's say, the Besiege the Wind early on, or other draw spells, if you negate those, you make the turns for your opponent quite awkward, right? Because you not only lose the one card you activated, but also the potential value that you need to facilitate your game plan in regards to discarding cards to your graveyard of liminal guides or other floating memories of some sort.
Yeah, and we can just look at the list. We have a Crystallized Destiny, which is crazy. We even have a One of Heavenly Guide in the main. I imagine because these Vanitas decks hit level 3 so quickly, we obviously have the Stifling Trap, we have Cleansing Reunions, a lot going on here. Actually, I'm noticing now that there is, I think, the Purifying Thurible is in fact in the list. So yeah, there's a lot. And as we can see right here, seems like Asna has advantage going first here, which is a huge win for this. So Noel is going to go up to level, or bring out that Fire Spirit. Is that that must be an Ascent Fire Spirit.
It is.
Is that a Vera?
Yes, it is. Unmistakably for me.
Now here's the question. What are we going to do here? Because I imagine the Tristan here, I mean, you just bring out Purifying Thurible, do you not?
It is a very difficult decision, right? You can get different cards, especially if you play Sensor right now. Depending on your opening hand, you want to do very quote unquote strange things, as in like not getting out Sensor or leveling up as he does right now.
Oh my, we're just going to level up the Tristan 1. That is definitely telling me that there is a possible incapacitate, but then Noel can just use the Ryle now before the class bonus gets the discount on this.
Yeah.
Potentially, Asuna could also have a cleanse. Oh my god. Just Value Town coming in
Ooh.
here. Getting a +2 off of this Rile and Creative Shock. I think if Asuna has got the Cleansing Reunion, he's got to use it right this turn.
Ooh.
Fairy Whispers can help dig.
Seems like he's looking for it right now. Checking
Purifying
Ang, checking
Thurible would have been
Marie.
really crazy.
It would be indeed.
Is this list on Beseech? I don't think it is. Oh, we have a one of Beseech. Wow. Is Asuna a one of fan? He's got a one of Heavenly Guide, one of Beseech, one of Ensnaring Fumes. So if maybe we could find that Beseech and then bring out the Thurible, that could be another potential line.
Those are mostly cards that you throw in your main deck so you can make sideboarding in the cards you need more reasonable for the amount of cards you want to throw in, right? Because
That is true. Oh my god, we find the Cleansing Reunion off of this Fairy Whispers. That is a huge win for Asuna here.
that is very mean.
Gonna completely eat up this graveyard here. So I'm assuming we can imbue, but I imagine we can imbue this.
At the very least, Noel will be getting information of 2 cards in Asuna's hand here. And that might already be very favorable for her, right?
Yeah, we definitely need to imbue this so that we can hit all the cards in the grave. Otherwise, we probably choose to keep one of the floats. But yeah, really fortuitous here. Probably just gonna do nothing, pass it back, and the next turn we can bring out that Thurible.
Let's see. Vanitas level 1.
Ooh, I wonder if we're just gonna go for it. The thing about the Cleansing Reunion play is that it technically doesn't hurt the Vanitas deck that bad because Vanitas really only cares about having 7 cards to be able to pull off the instant turbo. So I think Noel's probably okay with this as long as there isn't another piece of interaction like a stifling trap that could potentially stop the horses from coming out.
Yeah. If you are Asuna right now and you have an Incapacitate and a Stifling Trap in your hand, you're basically set for every possible scenario, right?
Beseech the Winds coming in here. Are we incapping this? No, no
Seems
incap.
like we are not. Ooh.
Okay, I mean, now the question is, do we have a way of stopping ourselves from taking the tax damage? Or maybe are we just okay with getting taxed? Red hair is the choice. I'm going to bring out Vanitas level 3. The problem is if we play a card here, that means the Sadie is going to get hit. I actually feel like he might just take this and then try and play that Windmill Engineer so he can kill this red hair.
He probably choose to protect the Sadie over, if he has a Veiling Breeze in hand, over just not getting taxed this turn cycle.
I definitely agree with that. I imagine we're going to force the Sadie here. With a 7-card hand, you still can do Windmill Sadie, so it shouldn't be the end of the world. That would also get us the Agility trigger.
Asuna checking his material deck to what not to materialize right now.
Really risky to material. Maybe he really wants the boots, though. Start getting those prep counters, chugging.
Woods
It's a tough decision to make.
But can you even afford to materialize something right now? Otherwise, you might not get rid of the red hair here.
I think the safe play is definitely to just skip your materialize, go for that windmill into Sadie, or maybe if you have a wind bless. No, okay, it's gonna be okay. So we do have a Veiling Breeze, so we can put that back with the off the agility trigger of Sadie. So I think Asuna's in a great spot here. He has cleared the horse. He has 2 allies. Noelle has 1 card to her name, and Tristan is actually the kind of deck that is perfectly content with just sitting at level 1 for a couple turns, which is normally what she does anyway. We have the Sadie, which means that we can continue to generate prep counters without really needing to commit material deck cards. So I think Asuna's in a really good spot here. What do you think, Gerrit?
Unless Noel has like another force in her hand, this might be a very comfortable spot for Arsenal right now. Because with 3 cards in hand, you basically threaten 3 different very strong cards that hinder your opponent. It is a reclaim on whatever she wants to attack. Then just bouncing back the Sadie to hand, having 2 cards for a Veiling Breeze, so you can possibly just, for whatever reason, negate the on hit. And also incapacitate and stifling trap. This is a very strong position to be in.
Denser is the pick here. That's a really strange choice. Probably worried about reclaiming this Windmill Engineer. But yeah, we're going to take the tax damage here. And then Asuna can... Are we going to return Sadie? Probably. Oh, okay. Boots is going to be the pick. We're going to go Boots here. That's going to get us our 3rd prep counter. Then we can also just return Sadie. We're going to lose a Shadow Strike, unfortunately. Probably wanted to keep that, but can always just find another one. Are we going to use Sadie now? Okay, we're going to choose to keep the Sadie this turn. We don't technically need to use her here. We can just hold up more cards in hand. Sadie plus Windmill Engineer for another 3. Ooh, 2 cards
This looks
down.
more like a Surveil. Oh, is it an... Oh, it's another Windmill.
2nd Windmill. Actually,
And
a bit
we saw
surprising to see that Surveil go down. Oh, I see. I think Asuna had to do this because he's gonna get taxed and he needs to have 3 cards. So Windmill was the best choice because it's a 2-cost card that technically puts another card in memory. So we can still pay for the tax even if, and then we just return the Sadie to our hand to get that 4th prep counter so we can get our draw 2 and hopefully find a dungeon guide.
I think the biggest issue here might be that Asuna has only 2 win cards actually in his hand, and that is Surveil the Winds and Veiling Breeze. Otherwise, you would never put those 2 cards down.
I think a really critical thing here too is the fact that once Tristan actually hits level 3, we can start redirecting these Vanitas swings to the shadows, which will stop us from getting taxed. So really nice little synergy here.
Yeah, against an attack-based deck, Tristan is very strong with the ability to going up to level 3 to just redirect all those strong attacks, right?
Gerrit, do you see what just got banished off of the level 3? It was a Heavenly Guide, which we drew off of the Windmill Engineer. That's actually so tragic.
Is it tragic?
This would have been so perfect. It would have been perfect right here. Oh, wait, right. It doesn't work against Vanitas 3 because Vanitas... Right. I forget that that's... Heavenly Guide has to be the top card of the lineage.
It is something I also forget very frequently.
You think it's like, oh, as long as there's any card in the lineage that essentially got dungeon guided in, but does not work, unfortunately. So we have double Windmill Engineer here. I mean, if we have the dungeon guide, I think we're really in a good spot here. We can just bring out Shadow's Claw and start doing a bunch of damage every turn. Vanitas has no cards in hand really to do much. And we can just start redirecting the shadows. I don't think this is a Shadow Strike game necessarily. You can really just swing with allies for the whole game.
Yeah. Sadie and 1 Windmill Engineer can pick off basically most of your allies that you put on the board, right?
Yeah, aside from Dilu, we also didn't pop that Terrafring here, so... Actually, I wonder, can we... If we have Shadow Strike here, we could Shadow Strike for 10 plus another 4. Ooh, the Searing Rebuke is used here.
Mm-hmm. I guess that stops 1 round of attacks here.
Looking like a potential dungeon guide. There it is, dungeon guide. Gonna go up to level 3 here. We don't even need to bring out the Shadow's Claw. We could just sit on a bunch of shadows. We don't really want to take a bunch of more damage from the Searing Rebuke. I mean, maybe Asuna's okay with taking an extra 6 here, but I imagine probably does not want to do that. Gonna draw an extra card off of the boot and Mastermind Scheme. All right, so now we just need to find the Shadow Strike, and we should be able to just close this game up.
Maybe the Shadow Strike is already in the memory, or rather in his hand again.
He did banish one earlier, so maybe he had a second one, but I haven't seen it off of any of the... anywhere. Like, most of the imbues have just been showing win cards. But actually, if anything, I feel like he's not even gonna use the shadow. I think the mastermind scheme is actually more to just keep redirecting. This is like so many redirects that we basically never have to worry about getting taxed for the rest of the game.
Yeah. It is a very strong position to be in with 10 prep counters, so that's 5 turns of redirect. And
And
always
let's also not forget,
1
the
damage
shadow can also
retaliation.
retaliate. Just 1 damage. Okay, Volda's gonna come out here, which is actually gonna take the shadow out because Volda makes all your fire damage sources unpreventable. So shadow gonna get taken out here, but I mean, are you that upset about that? I guess it does make your kill turn a lot slower. But let's see, if we have Shadow Strike, we can do potentially 5, 6, 7, 8, 12,
12,
13,
13,
15
15,
damage. Not
16,
enough
17,
yet.
18 in total. So it would be
But that's assuming
lethal.
the Tariff Ring. That's
Ah,
assuming
yeah.
the Tariff Ring doesn't get popped though.
You're correct.
Let's see if the Tariff is going to get used here. Ring gonna get popped. Then Tariff? Yes. Notably here,
Yeah.
Volda only has the anti-prevention effect on the turn she comes in, so that means the next shadow should be fine as long as there isn't another Volda waiting in the wings. Asuna could definitely just like chill here, could just sit on. He has a lot of cards in hand and is decently healthy. 13 is kind of hard to chew through. If we have a Sadie, we could also just try and kill the Volda. Mastermind scheme again?
Yeah. That is a call.
So that would put him to 16 prep counters, I believe.
Yes, you're correct.
That is a lot. That's a lot of prep to chew through. And we are even gonna attack here, just because it's like, you know what? You really can't kill me through the million redirects I have. But how silly would Asuna look if the second Volda comes down?
That would be very unfortunate, right? Especially since Asuna's deck doesn't run any other shadow generators for that matter. Usually you see at least one penumbral waltz in a Tristan deck list as for the main deck. And sometimes even some other cards that generate you shadows just for the off chance that you lose all of them. Or have to ensnaring fumes at a crucial moment to just not lose the game. But
Yeah, and I think
Felix chooses to not to do that. So he is banking on something here.
he's got a lot of one-ofs, right? It's like the one of Heavenly Guide, the one of Besiege.
Yeah.
So I think definitely taking up a lot of the space that could have been taken by some extra Umbra cards.
That is
Swing
correct.
for 3 here, not even gonna redirect because we did get smoke bombs. But I think we're fine. We have so much life left.
Indeed.
Reclaim coming out on the Windmill Engineer, which will essentially compensates for the tax here. Maybe brings out probably not an Assassin's Ripper. I imagine it's probably something like a. Have we used Ring yet?
I don't
think we
so,
brought out
no.
our GCR yet.
He doesn't have used the GCR yet because first materialization was
yes.
level 1, and after that he just leveled straight after getting the boots.
Oh, Dilu comes out here. That's a big one.
We should not forget
Okay.
Asuna should have at least one Veiling Breeze in his hand, right?
I think he actually banished the Veiling Breeze off of one of the level ups. I don't quite remember what was hit. So we do have to banish an extra card here. Are we maybe just gonna slice and dice?
Might be.
Losing 2 slice and dices! No way!
Okay.
Wait, that's really bad.
It is. Let's hope he has the third one.
Oh man, losing the 2 slice and dices. Oh, I mean, it was a 2 in 4 chance, I suppose. Right, you just had to keep one of them. This is very unlucky.
As you could see, he was banking on at best losing 1 slice and dice because he had 1 floating memory, right? And I think forgetting about the sensor threw off his whole turn quite a bit.
Absolutely.
especially since the win condition he was holding in his hand is now seemingly gone.
Shadow's Claw going to be brought out here. That is not a materialization, so we don't need to pay for that. I imagine we're just going to start trying to clear the board here. Really, really, really tough spot. Asuna was like in such a good position, but I think just a critical misplay there, forgetting about the sensor, has put us in a quite difficult position. We're just going to go Claw and then kill the Dilu here. Gonna play another Windmill Engineer, then we're probably just gonna kill Volda, I imagine. Or do we just start swing face here? Maybe feeling like we're running out of time. Oh yeah, okay, we're just gonna swing face. Totally,
Okay.
you know, we are one Shadow Strike away from winning this game.
You're correct.
How are we playing 4 Shadow Strikes?
He's playing always a free Shadow
Three.
Strike and 3 Slice and Dice.
So we have banished 2 Slice and Dices and 1 Shadow Strike. So we just need to keep waiting and waiting and waiting until we find the remaining ones.
Let's just hope that Noel doesn't find a Volda yet to remove the second token from Asuna so that the game isn't over yet.
We're going to put that Beezel Visage on our Volda so that she's a little bit more threatening. We do have a lot of Shadow Redirects, so should be fine as long as another Volda doesn't come in to make something unpreventable. But if you do play another Volda, that would make the first Volda sacrifice. Well, I guess you wouldn't have to sacrifice this Volda specifically.
The thing is,
Vanna's gonna swing
Asuna
here.
now has to use every turn for preparation counters at the very least to not run out of damage counters to be put on his champion here. So
That is true. So Vanitas gonna no retaliation because the shadow was already awake. Then we're just gonna play Fluffy Shopkeep. Okay, so I think we're definitely getting there. We just really need to find the Shadow Strike. I mean, there's 2 of them left in the deck. I imagine we're eventually gonna find it. We also just have a lot of allies that we can just keep chipping in, plus the Assassin Shipper. We can just activate the Assassin Shipper and start hitting. I'm gonna use the Fluffy Act here to actually take out one of these windmills, so there's less board clear. Can we just find the shadow? Okay, that's a way to get closer to our Shadow Strike.
Is it 3 to bottom?
Garrett, do you think he's gonna find it? You think he's gonna find it?
Maybe.
Or is
one card
on top? Okay.
2 to bottom.
That means it's not Shadow Strike, unfortunately. To draw up for turn.
Did he find something?
It doesn't seem like it. We could just kill this Volda here. Probably don't want to leave her on field. Doing what, an extra 3 damage every turn. Gonna just play another windmill.
Ooh.
That's have we found all 4 windmills this game, or is this the 3rd windmill? I think it's the 3rd windmill.
Isn't this the one he reclaimed?
Yeah, he Fairy Whispered 1, so there were 3.
Okay.
So we are just slowly chipping. Every turn, we're just chipping with our allies. I definitely feel like the game is slipping more and more out of Noel's control. Unless we can somehow remove this second shadow and just start swinging for an extra 3 every turn. But even then, we just need to find the one last Slice and Dice or one of the remaining 2 Shadow Strikes, and this game will just end on the spot.
Yeah, at the very
could
least,
maybe try and could angle for a Searing Rebuke line.
You're correct.
We have the Impact Hammer.
Impact Hammer for 5. I see the Volda coming. Oh, no, I don't.
Let's see how many Voldas there even aren't. There's 3 Voldas, so definitely potential to find it. But it's really just a game of who's gonna find it first. Is Asuna gonna find his Shadow Striker Slice and Dice first, or is Oh, I think, yeah, so we're going to use that Purifying Thurible basically just as a backup charger.
The green backup charger, you could say.
Yeah, it's a basically a green backup charger that also has extra upside of vanishing. Come on, Asna. 2 cards down. Is that a potential Shadow Strike?
It is a
Shadow Strike has finally been found.
Okay.
Oh boy. You know, this is the thing about Tristan. I feel like as a deck, you always end up finding one half of it and not the other. It's like, oh, you find Shadow Strike, but you don't find Mastermind. You find Mastermind, but you don't find Shadow Strike. But you know, that's
Yeah.
also why she's so versatile. She has like so many ways of winning. She has like lots of different angles she can take. Asna just showing the power of the Wind Tristan, especially against Vanitas, a deck that's completely reliant basically on attacking outside of the small amount of combo you can pull off with the Searing. But
Yeah.
I gotta say, Gerrit, I kind of feel like if instead of going for Tristan level 1 there, if we just went for the Thurible turn 1, it would have been. I don't even really know how Noel would have been able to make it out of that one because we would have gotten the draw and then we also had the Purifying above that as well. So
Would it have
lots
made a
of things
difference?
to think
I'm
about.
not sure. If you
I think
have
it would
a
have made
cleansing
Asna Chain a little
reunion
bit
in your
faster.
hand, it doesn't really matter, right? Because we
Well, I
saw
guess it's
the
more like a velocity thing, since you would have cleansing is a -1, but purifying thurible is a +1. So
the thing is, as soon as you have the class bonus for Sadie active, you basically +3 for your opponent's turn. Every turn you get to remove an ally. And in
that is
combination
true.
with all those windmills that are kind of nasty to deal with, if you only attack for free with 1 or 2 units a turn, right? It is essentially saying you have to waste at least 2 damage on an ally that does 1 damage at best. And you force your opponent to make a decision if she want to trades or not, right?
So let's talk a little bit about the sideboard. Looking at Noel's sideboard, Wind Resonance Bauble is definitely coming in to replace the Fire Resonance Bauble. It's actually interesting. I see a Beast Bond Ears in the sideboard. I'm imagining they are worried that people would start playing Dusklight Communion, or maybe there is a distortion, Tome of Ignorance, I want to say, the one that gives you a -1 level. So
Yeah.
I think they were worried because it's pretty critical for their Pride 3 horses that you don't have any minus levels. So imagine they put the Beast Bond Ears. Sylvies were doing this as well when all the Xanders started playing Dusklight Communion.
I think Dusklight is a very interesting card, especially for those Umbra decks that are running those cards anyway, right? So you have
especially Shadow Reaver
and Tristan.
was a classic.
Yeah. I can see Cinder Geyser and Fiery Interference also coming in.
Yes, those definitely have potential to come in. Just, lets you clear some allies. Lets you kill a Sadie, like maybe in response to the Sadie bounce back the hand, you can activate a Cinder Geyser to get rid of her. Really important. On Asna's side, Heavenly Guide is not really useful. Maybe Dream Fairy to just remove a horse without much effort.
That is actually a pretty strong sideboard here, if you can find a Dream Fairy for your opponent's horses, because let's face it, Vanitas is most likely not going to get rid of him unless he throws a Fiery Interference or a Cinder Geyser at them.
Yes, right. And then we also have Innervate, we have Ensnaring Fumes, and Waltz. So there's lots of options here. You can probably just remove the Heavenly Guide here. Probably not going to do anything. I think the only way Heavenly Guide actually works is if... Now, I don't think it's really possible because in the end, it's like they're going to Dungeon Guide to 2, and then even if you stifle, it doesn't really work. So we do see that Cinder Geyser there into a Ryle. So just going to get our discard off. Drawing a bunch. Let's see if Noel has a way of pulling off the tax this turn. We also have that Sadie that we might want to try killing here. If we have another Cinder Geyser, we could try and go for that. Very helpful that the Cinder Geyser does in fact get that Cleric class bonus to reduce its cost if your opponent has 4 in memory. Most fire aggro decks just use it as a 3-cost, 3 damage burn, but in this case, this deck actually does have the potential to pull off the 2-cost Syndergeyser.
It's kind of interesting. Most fire aggro decks I play against are actually cleric decks. So in my area, most people don't play Zenda that much.
And actually, looking at Asna's list, he's not even on like any Fantasia removal, so it actually does work out to play things like the fire aggro Diao-chan, because the moment they resolve 1 or 2 Fire Bloom flourishes, the game kind of feels over.
Yeah. Replenishing all the cards every end of turn, just to have more influence on those glimmer counters. It gives you a lot of gas.
We have found the critical line here. 3 damage to face. Are we gonna play that Veiling Breeze maybe, or a Crystallized Destiny perhaps? Ooh, Veiling Breeze is the pick here. Noel has no cards in hand, which means you don't have to worry about a potential Volda. And we also did not get a +1 buff off of Vanitas because we did not play a spell. Oh, and we see the Dream Fairy right there.
And another Veiling Breeze.
This is huge. This is huge. We are going to return that Sadie. Or no, we have 2 cards to return the Sadie in case we swing the red hair into this. But actually just going to choose to not swing the red hair so that Sadie can't try to kill it. So definitely agree with that one. We're just going to go Ring here. I think he did show a second Veiling, right? So we do have another one on deck if we need to. And we can definitely get to, even if we bring out the Impact Hammer, we can still get above that. Dream Fairy on the red hair. Tragic. Probably just going to kill this Dungeon Guide. Even if we don't get agility, it's just worth it. Remove all the allies. I think Austin's in a great spot. What do you think, Gerrit?
It is a very strong position to be in, as we already established during the sideboarding. If you can Dream Fairy one of the horses, you basically remove one of the 3 possible threats. If we disregard a little bit the Bestial Visage.
Ooh, looking at the revealed cards from this Veiling, I saw Stifling Trap. It was Stifling Trap, Ensnaring Fumes, and a card that I did not get a good whiff of, but we'll see. Maybe through this Banish. We are going to go up to Tristan 1 here. We're going to use the Stifling Trap. Actually, probably a card maybe you wanted to see to stop a potential Volda from coming down, but I think we're in a good spot. We have Sadie, we have our prep counters, we have allies. This red hair is locked down. I don't really think Vanitas has a really good out to the Dream Fairy outside of the Syndergeyser, so we'll see if Noel can find that to try and re-unlock this red hair.
That's for sure now a tough position to be in for Noel here, right? Not having
it's
that
really
much
hard.
influence.
You compare this to maybe the first Vanitas game we saw today, and that Vanitas was able to get to level 3 with like a lot of cards in hand. Well, Noel's just here with like 1 card influence, right? Not a great place to be in. What is the plan here? Are we going to try and stop this again, or are we finally okay with getting taxed? I think Asna is okay with getting taxed here. Could just bring out Boots, perhaps.
There's no reason to do anything about the taxing, right? Because you kind of already established what you want to have here. You have a Dream Fairy that locked up 1/3 of the win condition of your opponent, right?
Yep. We also got that Sadie, which means we can just keep generating more prep. And look, we have played the Fluffy Shop game, which is perfect fodder for us to get an agility trigger off of. So I definitely think we are in a more than acceptable spot. Fairy Whispers here, probably gonna dig. If we can find another Veiling Breeze, we could just keep spamming Veiling Breezes as well.
If you are, so now here right now, you're probably just looking for either dungeon guides or win conditions of some sort to close out the game. Because
yeah, I think a Surveil would be great here.
Yeah, Surveil would be an amazing card. Or just a Slice and Dice of Siege. There are so many ways to close out quickly the game now. Worst case, you just start to level up into 3 and then hit your opponent all the time.
We lose that ensnaring fumes, but I don't think Asuna really cares about that. Probably doesn't want to bounce back up Fluffy Shopkeep anyway. So we're just gonna go in, kill this, get an agility trigger, and now we have got Black Market Broker. We are filling the board with more allies. Gonna hit 3 prep at the end of this turn, which is gonna activate the stealth on that Black Market Broker as well. So now, I don't really know how Noelle is going to be able to get out of this. Stealth, 2 stealth allies, and a Sadie that is pretty impossible to kill. Our prep counters are absolutely in a fantastic spot. We can even level up to 2 next turn if we would like to.
Maybe it's time for Vanitas to start playing Sadies to have the slice and dice kill available, right?
Ooh, I kind of like that. I've seen CLs also, like win CLs playing slice and dice, where they try and get like a +2 on their serval possessions and then slice and dice you. Pretty interesting. Interesting things people have been trying to come up with, abusing cards that were never meant to be played with their respective classes.
The thing is Sadie Blood Harvester and Slice and Dice is like a package deal, right? If you play one, you might also just be playing the other. Because it gives you...
and especially in a... Yeah, go ahead.
You get basically a quote-unquote, a free win condition and an infinite ally that your opponent has to deal with, if you can play a little bit of a slower-paced game.
Yeah, I really like how the water ally lists in particular play the Sadie as a prep source so that they can just keep reusing their trappers, which is usually normally like a one-and-done card. But having Sadie, even though like the prep counters for a lot of decks don't matter, but every now and then you actually get something out of it.
You don't expect the Gogia hitting you with the Tide Order Claymore with a slice and dice suddenly, do you?
Yeah, I would never expect that.
It is also nothing that
Stifling
came
Trap.
ever up, but it sure is a nice scenario to think of.
We are playing Stifling Trap on the Dream Fairy. That is a desperate situation Noelle finds herself in. We're gonna go replay the red hair. And now what? I imagine we just leave it up. We swing into Sadie, she just returns the hand. If we leave it up, at least we cannot attack it. Otherwise, it's going to retaliate. But are we not kind of okay with this? Backup Charger is the choice. You're going to just banish a Windmill Engineer. Just going to cycle through the deck a little bit more.
Just digging for a win condition.
Either win conditions or just like a veiling just to like blank a turn here. We kind of have the advantage in the fact that we have 2 allies that just get the swing every turn. And so as long as we're able to stall out a little bit of the damage, eventually we're going to hit level 3. Actually, a slice and dice right here would be pretty nice.
You know what would be very, very mean of Asuna right now?
What?
If he drops another Dream Fairy.
I would absolutely love that.
Me too.
Wow, okay, so we're going to actually swing with the Black Market Broker into the red hair and it gets retaliated on, which Sadie can then get the agility trigger off. I think Noelle basically had to do it this way because if Noelle doesn't retaliate on the Black Market, it's pretty much free for you to just get hit by like a random Windmill Engineer. So kind of has to retaliate on the more pressing ally.
The more interesting thing here is if you attack with Sadie and your opponent declares the retaliation, you just take her back to hand, play her again.
As long as you have enough cards in hand to do that, that is definitely a fair play.
It is also something not everyone expects because not all players know how the retaliation step works. Because it is a step before the actual damage happens where you declare that you want to retaliate and then you rest your ally. And if then there's still a combat phase, you will be dealing your attack value as damage to the attacker. But if there's no attacker, that is very sad for you at this moment.
Interestingly enough, Asuna here doesn't do any, just ends their turn, which means we're actually not getting any of the agility benefits here. Makes me think there wasn't even a Windmill Engineer in the hand to begin with.
But what's his influence? I can't really see it.
I think it's like 7.
Huh.
Crystallized Destiny, I think.
If it is like a 6 or 7, why would you not just bounce Sadie back to hand and play her again to
and
get
then play her again.
Yeah, to attack two more and have like
Well,
2 cards in memory.
This was actually a huge potential punish to this if the Volda came out here, so kind of a bit surprising to see Asuna go for the Crystallized Destiny. Even something like a Cinder Geyser could have possibly eaten this. Looking at Noel's hand, I don't really see much else going on here. It's like a lot of reactive stuff. So neither player can really do anything to each other at this point. When we're just kind of waiting for one straw to break, and then suddenly one player's just gonna take complete advantage. Liminal Guide played just raw like this. That's not a good sign. If I do say so myself.
It seems like both players are just trying to find something with the amount of influence they have right now.
Now, notably, because this Liminal Guide was not... Oh, wow, there's more Slice and Dice is gone. But because the Liminal Guide was played as Liminal Guide himself, like not from the grave, he's not ephemeral, which means that Sadie will get the agility trigger if he is killed. So something to definitely look out for here. If we find the Dungeon Guide, I think Asuna's basically got this in the bag. We have more than enough prep to redirect for a few turns, and we can just start swinging with that Shadow's Claw. And we still have Sadie. We can still keep... Oh, Lookout is great as well here. You're always happy to see more allies.
I'm a little bit confused here, but maybe that's just me.
I'm confused about what?
About having put down the Slice and Dice into your memory. I guess you might just have another Slice and Dice and or Shadow Strike here. Because as you know, I'm a super greedy guy, so I probably would just have tried to go for Assassin's Ripper with Slice and Dice and then just pressure your opponent every turn a little bit.
Well, I think probably because of the Tariff Ring, if you ever bring out the Assassin's Ripper, it's pretty obvious what you're going to do. And I think Assassin's Ripper is difficult because of the tax, so having to pay 2 for it, pretty painful.
Wasn't there a Crystallized Destiny for the attack?
Yes, there was a Crystallized Destiny to stop the tax in the previous turn, but I guess I was thinking of more like in the turns after.
Yeah, correct.
We are going to use a Smoke Bomb to keep our Liminal Guide alive. That is kind of hilarious.
Now
things are
the
looking
slow chipping begins here, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can draw another card off of the boots if we want, but I think he's actually just going to keep the boots to maybe try and generate more prep counters on the off turns. Liminal Guide with the Beastol Visage. This is why Noel decided to try and ensure that the Liminal Guide survives here. But let's see. I don't know if there's really much more action she has. I imagine she's going to play the Tariff Ring to try and keep the Liminal alive, but we have Sadie, we have a Dungeon Guide. We can just try and like chip in with shadows and swings. So I think it's going to be not particularly hard to kill it.
You think Asuna is going to be falling for one of the very frequent mistakes that a Tristan player can be doing?
And what is that?
If you redirect first and then want to attempt to draw from your Windwalker boots. Happens to me all the time.
I think commonly forgotten thing about Windwalker boots. You do need to have 5 frame counters to actually activate it to get that draw. Definitely don't want to miss that one. Fractal Sparks. Okay, I think Noel is gonna try and angle for a Searing Rebuke line at this point. I actually wonder if Asuna kept the Incapacitates in the hand. I imagine you must have kept them for at least to get rid of like Beseeches or Riles. Probably
Let's
gonna
see.
skip the materialization here.
There's nothing
Power
you want to
Frame has been
materialize
popped.
anyway right now, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
at this point, basically not.
Just
I mean, you could
stacking
get
your
durable and
preparation
stuff,
counters.
but not really worth it. Okay, we have gotten the Mastermind off, which means we are ready to just keep redirecting. I wonder if we can find that Volda then.
The good old Volda. Oh. No,
I see a
getting out
Beseech in the hand.
the Impact Hammer. That indeed looks very much like a Searing Rebuke line to attempt here.
We do have a lot of life left though, so Searing Rebuke only does 9 damage. Assuming we also would need a second Fractal of Sparks to begin with. So I imagine Asus is going to play this slow and steady. I'm going to try and take out this Liminal Guide next turn, get an Agility Trigger, and just chill. And then we can just keep redirecting the shadows to stop ourselves from getting taxed. Then we can start bringing out things like Durable and other draw cards just to try and make it to the end.
It looks indeed very grindy for Asuna here, just to slowly chip away at Vanitas. But that's what you...
What do you think Noelle's plan here is, though? What do you what ways can she possibly try and like find to get around all this? Obviously, we have the Volda, but is there anything else?
You need at least one Volda and enough damage during that turn to clear off both shadows. Otherwise, you will never connect any attack to the champion at all. That Asuna doesn't want to happen.
Yeah, maybe like a red hair plus Volda could be a potential way of getting rid of both of the shadows.
You
Could get
need
hit
to
by a
have-
stifling trap though.
You need to get up to 4 damage since the shadows have 4 health and prevent 3, and not vice versa. So a red hair is not even enough at that point.
Yeah, Vanitas with a swing and then red hair. Well, unfortunately, the Liminal Guy is not a fire card,
Yeah.
so it does not get the Volda. Oh, well, if it was Volda plus red hair, they can kill one, and then Vanitas can kill the other. But that would require you to have 6 cards in hand. Actually, I believe Volda's 2 costs, yes. So it would take
Volda's
6
2
cards in hand,
costs.
which so it's a bit tough for Noelle being on the fire Vanitas that runs out of influence extremely quickly.
Yeah.
Actually,
And
just going to pass it back, it seems. So we're going to... The Impact Hammer has been used, which means we're taking extra damage. Are we redirecting? I wonder if Asuna is sniffing out the very telegraphed Volda here.
always redirect. No fear, right?
I agree. Especially if Asuna maybe has that stifling trap in hand. There it is. There's the Volda. Asuna's gonna let it go, it seems. Definitely not the most pressing thing in the world. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how we can... We're not gonna clear the other one at least. Liminal Guide would not get that buff, so... Could I just use the Fractal of Sparks here? Ooh, we might actually have a red hair. If we have a red hair, we could do Fractal of Sparks plus 1 red hair and then try and get there.
You
Liminal
could
Guide gonna swing the
do...
face.
So Noel could attack the shadow and then brisk Wind Trotter the Volda to get up to the needed damage, right?
That is true. You know, we haven't seen a brisk Wind Trotter this whole set. Kind of surprising. I'm just gonna make sure that it's still even in the list. I imagine it must still be here.
Yeah, at least somewhere.
Yes, there's 4 brisks and we haven't seen a single one. Pretty unfortunate.
It indeed is very unfortunate. Oh,
There it is. There it is. The brisk Wind Trotter gonna come out here. It's gonna take out that other shadow, I imagine.
no, right?
Ooh.
So The thing is, the liminal guide attacked the Sadie, as it seemed, so Asuna bounced her back to hand. And the 1 damage on the Shadow from the liminal guide attack. Oh no, Beast of Physics
Oh, yeah,
only
right. The
gives
Shadow has
plus
4
2.
life.
I'm just not seeing the vision here. I'm so lost in the
because
sauce.
the shadows have 4 life, which means the Volda actually cannot kill it. So yeah, okay. If we have Slice and Dice, I mean, isn't this just game?
It should be.
Oh, the Waltz comes down, which means we're gonna create more shadows. And I think we can just Tristan swing with the Assassin's Ripper for 3, and then 3 shadow swings for 6. That would be 9 damage, which is exactly enough to kill here. Found the lethal line with that penumbral waltz. Asna with the pretty decisive 2-0. Not to disparage Noelle, she definitely played her game. It's just I think Tristan is just really well equipped to deal with this Vanitas deck with all the redirecting, all the prevention effects. It's not a great matchup.
It is probably a pretty tough timing thing because if you don't fall behind early on as a Tristan, right, you will most likely see a point in the game where you can use your shadows to redirect the attacks you don't want to take and then just establish a board or a game state that you are very favorable on winning from, right?
Yeah, and I think definitely Asuna doing a really good job of like holding on and looking for these mastermind schemes. I think just realizing that I don't really have to win the game with a big Shadow Strike or a big Slice and Dice. I really just need to stop getting taxed. So as long as I'm able to maintain a bunch of prep counters, I can just basically stifle this entire deck's game plan, being like completely attack based. So I think identifying really well like his position in the game and what he needs to do to win. So I think big ups to Asuna here for the great play really, and being loyal. I think that's the most important thing. He's loyal. He's loyal to his wife with Tristan, and is never gonna stop playing this deck. I feel.
The thing is, Tristan is a deck where you need to figure out at some point your lethal line and what your kill condition is gonna be, right? And if you have not enough practice on this deck, you will struggle and pick the wrong condition that you want to win off. In those matchups against Vanitas, it is most likely just going to level 3, stalling the game out a little bit, and chipping away at your opponent, and then having one quote unquote big attack or one bigger swing to close out the game, while you don't need that much preparation counters to finish with like a big fancy shadow strike, right?
I totally agree. I think Tristan is one of the harder decks to play in the game. She's not quite as like flowcharty. I would say like the Vanitas deck I think is a good example of a deck that's very flowcharty, right? It kind of just does the thing, and like there's like very slight deviations. Tristan, because she has to play level 1, like she can sit at level 0, level 1 for like maybe 2-3 turns all the time. The kind of branching decisions and the materialization choices really matter. So yeah, I think there's a reason why the deck continues to be relevant despite being like 4 or 5 sets after its release. It's very versatile, and you know, Outlook, I'm sorry you're gone, but you're a little bit too good. So even without that, she still is able to find. I think definitely Wind Bless Lookout was a really huge boon to the deck to actually finally like replace the spot that the Outlook unfortunately left when she got sent away to Category 3. So yeah, that was this was our second to last round, round 6. There's one round left after this where we will be crowning our champion for the Cake TCG Regionals. Looking at the standings a bit, we are starting to see some IDs. So Perfy and Baran did ID, but a lot of the other tables have actually played out their games. Like Jimmy Lee played out his game, table 2, 3, 4. So a lot of these players are saying, "I want to try and win. I want to try and go for it." So we'll probably get you a fun game for the finals, assuming not everyone just IDs. So
At the
yeah,
very worst case, we have a win and in for the top cut, right? I think production can make that, sure.
Yeah, production will try and choose the most exciting match they can. But yeah, that's it for our 6th round. Just stay tuned. We're gonna go into a short break and wait for the remaining matches to finish before we move on to the final round of KTCG, and we can find out who is the true champion of Europe, even though it's on nationals. All right. Welcome back, everyone. It all comes down to this final round of the Cake TCG Regionals, and we'll be crowning our new champion. But probably we're not going to be giving you the top games. Instead, we're probably going to give you someone who's right at the edge, something exciting where there's stakes on the line. And also a deck that I am a huge fan of that I don't really see anyone else playing. We're going to be featuring Edward 3, who has been on a tear lately. Like, if you look at all the online events like Yetis and whatnot, he's always like consistently placing high. Even if he doesn't necessarily win the whole thing, he's always placing in like the top 8 to 16-ish area on a deck that's very strange, Gerrit. So why don't you tell us a little bit about what we're seeing here?
So Edward is on our good friend CL, but not in the flavor that everyone likes him in Fire, but more on the wind side of things, with all those funny suppress shenanigans you can do. He even has some Zhang Zhaos in the deck, some raccoons to bother all those flavor of the month people with the fire decks. It is going to be a ride with expeditious opening. Did you ever suddenly see a raccoon jumping from a tree to you and eating up all your floatings?
No, I have never seen a raccoon jump out of a tree. Since I am in Australia, I haven't met a bugbear either. So, or a drop. I think they're called drop pandas. The freaky koalas that come and kill you from the trees. This deck's super interesting. I think the main reason you want to play Wind CL is because of Servant's Obligation, which is a card that basically says that as long as you have this out, your champion has taunt if they haven't been attacked. So they're essentially like a one-time, every turn they get they have taunt, which lets you keep all of your allies super insulated, and then you just play a ton of suppress stuff to keep bouncing on hit effects. We play Forest Cake in this deck, which literally doesn't do anything because we can't actually activate it, or we can't activate the sacrifice effect. We just activate it as a draw, and then we just use it with our several other suppress cards to just get like free value. So you can play like Baby Greens, you can play the Hazy Caterpillar. Lots of ways to just get lots of value, and then we have Raccoon. We bounce back. We have Asen to bounce cards back to hand, and then we just play CL, and then we eventually just start building up omens. We build up a ton of omens, and we just get to swing with Bulwark Sword for 1,000,000. So it's a really cool deck. It's a anti-meta as hell, and of course we do have the new card Purifying Thurible in here as even more insurance for these stupid Ryle decks. We have Raccoons with Expeditious. We have Thurible. We still have, I believe, are we still on? I don't think we're on any of the other Graveyard Hate, so I don't see Purify Reunion here.
If you have
there is Censor. Yes, there is Censor.
If you have a suppress at the right moment, it is most likely going to be enough if you loop your Scavenging Raccoon 2 times and eat up 4 dedicated cards. In most cases, it is going to be some floating memory or some key cards your opponent wants to put as his omens. So that is pretty strong already. And one of the cool cards Edward is running is, what is it called again? I always forget the name. The Candlelight Hourglass. It is a card that not a lot of people played so far. And it is probably sure, with all those Wind Assassin decks in mind. The Candlelight Hourglass is a Regalia item that costs 1 memory. And on enter, it draws you a card, right? That is nothing too specific here. But it has the time counter mechanic, I believe it is called. Or is it charge counter? Oof, I always mix up the names. So every recollection phase, you put 1 counter on it, and if you have 2 counters on the Hourglass, it says every activated ability of allies you don't control costs 2 more. So bouncing Sadie back to hand, suddenly costing 4 is quite annoying. Or Spiral costing 4 instead of 2, like you expect. It makes some turns very oof. Yeah. That is not as cool.
The thing about Candlelight that we have to clarify is it doesn't stop you from getting on-enter effects. It's specifically activated abilities, which is usually the things where you have to rest the unit in order to activate. So it's like Trapper, Sadie, Spirel, things like that. They're not actually that common. There's not many activated ally abilities in the game right now. but the ones that do exist are all very good. So definitely an interesting card. I mean, in the end, it's just a 1-for-1 regalia. You can just use it to cycle. It's not like you're minus winning yourself to play this. So it's just something nice to throw out there, especially if you have like some random float. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Edward's gonna be running into here. Could be anything really at this point. I think there's a lot of people at this like kind of critical 4-1, 4-1-1 scoreline.
I'm very curious to see if we see any super crazy expeditious opening plays here right now, right?
Oh yeah, I am a huge fan of expeditious opening. I think this card is super sick. Just really looking to find these crazy allies. I definitely think that Zhang Zhao, trying to find the lines to get a Zhang Zhao 7 in order to start hand ripping your opponent is also super annoying. Or you can play the Zhang Zhao and then suppress her on the opponent's at the end of the opponent's turn so that she comes back on your turn and then you draw 2. Lots of interesting things to do. And it looks like we have found our matchup. We're playing against Ponytas again. So I'm really curious to see how this deck does against that deck, because I think it could really go in a lot of directions, and I think a lot of it really depends on how the early game ends up panning out. Looking at the list, this looks pretty similar to what Noel was running. We do have the Ember Crypt Burns in the main, and other than that, I mean, it looks pretty standard. Windless Kite Shield actually in the sideboard. That's a bit different.
That's a rare one. I think one of the very interesting things for this specific matchup is, for me personally, to see how Vanitas can deal with the Ace and Protector. Because I feel like on paper, the deck struggles a lot against Ace and Protectors. Or let me rephrase. Against Interceptors or Taunts with 4 health, specifically. Because
actually,
you need
one thing that's interesting is the fact that CL with the Servant's Obligation actually gives himself Taunt. So suddenly we're in like this weird situation where intercepts would still work, but if you have multiple taunts on field, suddenly they would actually get the choice to attack with whichever unit they want that has taunt. So we're gonna just start off here. Ooh, look at that. Stevo with one of the slower starts, just gonna go for the Shopkeep pass. No Riles, no creatives to abuse here. So we're not getting a +1, but the thing about Vanitas is he really only needs 7 cards to pull off his classic patented Vanitas play.
Vanishing Terraforming, and what is the second card? Can you see this?
That was Safeguard Amulet.
Interesting. I guess if you don't know what you are up against, you just finish the cards you expect to need the least most, right?
Yeah, that is very true. Edward 3 here going to draw up. I wonder what we see here.
I just realized a very strong interaction, right? So Servant's Obligation says if you are CL, your champion has taunt unless he has taken damage this turn through an attack, right?
Yep.
And taunt says you need to attack this unit specifically. However, intercept is a trigger that goes on the stack that you can resolve to redirect the attack. This is going to be so annoying.
It is very annoying.
Ooh.
All right, so we're going to Vanitas 3 here. Notably, because we did not get a +1 on our level 1, we cannot go Beseech. So we have to find Dungeon Guide specifically, and Edward just held up 8 cards in hand. If he hasn't found the Stifling Trap, it would be... Oh, actually, no, Beseech would still work. Doesn't really make a difference. Yeah, so, it seems like it's going through. So I think actually this is... Are we about to get taxed? I mean, we do have 4 Veiling Breezes in the deck, but we have no cards in our memory. Ooh, okay. Seems like we are getting to do the Vanitas thing. Edward is going to play something here. Fairy Whispers. What are we looking for? Maybe that Veiling? Found 2 more Fairy Whispers actually off the top.
How many would you keep on top just to dig super deep?
If we already have the Veiling, we could just go Fairy Whisper just to keep putting more cards down. But we also could just play an Expeditious Opening. potentially if we already have that, that would also draw into memory, which is great. There it is, Expeditious opening here.
Is it Expeditious opening into Dream Fairy on the horse for a Veiling Breeze?
Oh, it's into Zhangxiao for 7. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Oh my lord.
We're denying the Vanitas 3 with the Zhangxiao.
that is
That's
one
nuts.
of the crazy
That's
plays we
nuts.
were looking
You know what?
forward.
I
Oh my
never
lord.
even thought of that one. Going to discard the dungeon guide as well. That is actually insane. Like that didn't even register in my mind.
That is so mean.
Gonna retaliate on Vanitas here. So just to get the extra damage. No reason to lose that. That was I really was not expecting that.
That is I'm at a loss of words. Seriously. This was so
Okay, so
unexpected in so many ways, right?
Absolutely. Perfectly planned that out too. It's like we just saw it. Like that's the thing about expeditions. The fact that it draws into your memory lets you just hit these like weird numbers that you normally wouldn't have. And Vanitas is in a really tough spot now where it's kind of impossible for him to level. He has to go like GCR, draw a card, and then play a 3 cost in order to still get to level 3. But then it kind of feels like a waste.
Indeed.
Let's see. I mean, Edward does have to deal with some of these allies. At least the red hair is currently frozen.
It also doesn't seem like that Stevo is playing any free cost draw regalia, so you can't even go that route at worst case.
Yeah, I think. What are the 3 cost cards? I guess if he finds a creative shock, he could just go GCR, go up to 3 cards, creative shock, and then just hard level to Vanitas 3 using
Like just
the
another
Dumbest
fluffy
Tricks.
shopkeep will do the trick here, but you need to
Yeah,
find
another
it
fluffy
now.
would work as well. Okay, we are gonna go for Chrysalis here. Not gonna have the on enter because you actually do need to have 2 Wind Omens for this to work. So we're just summoning her. So no suppress.
But she is doing 1 damage at the very least, yeah.
I wonder if this is just an Aeson line. I think that might be where we're going here. Just gonna put down this ally just for the sake of it. Obviously, would rather have a windmill engineer, but you know, this works too. And we're gonna just take out the red hair. It's perfect actually with the Aeson here because very few things can do 4 damage in a single swing. Usually, leaving a red hair up awake, very hard to kill because of the, or very hard to trade profitably because of the 3 damage retaliate. And we did find a Varukan Acolyte that is going to target nothing. Do we have anything that can stop this? Doesn't seem like it.
Not really. And with that, we have Vanitas active now.
We did have the Veiling Breeze in hand, so maybe that is going to be the line here. Are we going to kill the Aeson Protector? It does seem like it is going 3 damage, 1 damage. Aeson is going to fall here. Are we going to Veiling this Vanitas? I'm not entirely sure if Edward minds getting taxed necessarily.
Thing is, you are
seems like-
as Stevo already in a very tough position here, right? With having lost 1 card for kind of no reason and delayed your level up turn and now facing the Veiling Breeze.
I also think it's pretty critical that there's no horse left. So a lot of the allies on board are the weak ones. The Varukan obviously swings for 3, but only has 1 life, so we can just kill it with basically any 1 power ally. Shouldn't be particularly hard. Now we're gonna go up to CL1, which is we can start building up our omens. We have a couple of cards in the grave already, and then next turn we can probably bring out Servant's Obligation to start getting that nasty taunt effect. So we're just gonna play a Forest Cake, the kind of a Dream Fairy as well. I wonder if we even want to use that or if we just want to save it for a potential horse in the future.
Probably just want to
Ignition
save it,
critical
right?
here. Yeah, I imagine we just gotta save it. So we're gonna go baby green here, which has now become a neutral ally because of that forest cake. And we can just kill this Rukan Acolyte, and I think we're kind of chilling.
I think Steve is sitting there and saying to himself, "Oh, yeah, what is this? What I'm doing here?"
I definitely would be confused out of my mind if I've never seen an Edward 3 deck list before. Steve-O is, I imagine, has his fingers on the pulse of the meta. You know, Edward does play in a lot of online events, so
That is
I
true.
imagine you probably would have seen any one of his various win CL builds at this point. So yeah, I mean, with no cards in hand, we just swing for 3 every turn. And we are at least getting the tax off. That is one silver lining.
It
Gonna bring out
indeed
the
is.
Impact Hammer.
That means the next attack will be coming possibly for 5, and that is 1/4 of Seal's damage counters that can be put on him.
Dungeon Guide attacking the baby green. We're gonna suppress the baby green, which will then come back and then suppress the forest cake. We're just creating a conga line of suppresses here. Back hammer gonna take 3 from impact and then take 5 from the attack. So we are taxed. So I wonder if we still want to try and like force the servant's obligation here, or if we try and go for a different angle.
How many cards does Steve have in hand? 2 right now?
He has 1.
1. So
A singular card in hand. Edward, meanwhile, sitting pretty at, I believe it's an influence of, after the forest cake returns, probably an influence of 8 actually. So no, 7. So we should be. Oh, unfortunately, the forest cake only will trigger on the next end phase. So that means it'll be at the end of his turn. Now we just probably want to try and clear out some of these allies, but don't really. Oh, maybe the Dream Fairy might actually get used here.
Putting in the memory the fluffy shopkeep, you think?
Potentially. Or actually, I think you don't want to kill. I don't think you want to hit Fluffy. But okay, so we are hitting. I thought we'd maybe go for the Dungeon Guide, because if there is a way to eventually get rid of the, if there is a way to get rid of the Dream Fairy, we can replay the Fluffy and essentially get another draw off of it. Gonna get our draws into an Incapacitate. Probably not the most important card at this point.
I'm not sure what
Smoke Bombs.
Edward's game plan right now is, but he's most likely looking for another Ace and Protector here. What do you think?
I imagine it's probably the thing about Edward's deck is because we are building up these omens. Eventually, we can just bring out the Bulwark Sword and start swinging for a lot. So as long as we're maintaining allies on board and just fighting, eventually we just outgrind our opponent. So I think his idea here is we just gotta try and like keep digging through our deck, keep building up our omens, and eventually we're gonna, especially if we eventually do hit that magical 5 omen point. Veiling Breeze here is a perfect draw. Lets us stop attacks, or we're just gonna go for Caterpillar here. Important thing about Chrysalis is that she can target anything. So targeting like allies, targeting items, targeting regalia, she can basically hit everything. So anything about spell shot, obviously. So yeah, it's like she's a pretty interesting card, because like, oh, do you want to just bounce your forest cake, or you could just bounce your baby green, or you could just bounce like a regalia that you have that draws you 1. There's so many things you can do with this card. Its only real, I would say, limitation is the fact that you basically have to be playing her in CL.
That is true.
So
you think targeting the Impact Hammer at some point might be a valid play with the suppressor, so that Steve gets baited into attacking over and over with it to deal damage to him?
Could be. And the important thing here is we have 3 allies on board, so we can actually just clear out this Dungeon Guide if we want to, which seems like the play right here. Oh, and we're gonna smoke bomb a dungeon guide. Pretty funny to see that. We have another Zhang Zhao, which if we can find a way. So I want to really point out another really important card in this deck, which is Scattering Gusts. I don't think I've ever seen this card actually played in a competitive match, but I have always thought about it. Scattering Gusts is a card that suppresses two things at once, which I think it's the only card that can suppress two things at once. So check it out. We're gonna suppress two allies. We're gonna suppress probably Hazy and Baby Green here. So we're gonna suppress the Dungeon Guide in the end phase so that she's gone for the next turn. And then Forest Cake comes back, we're gonna draw, and then next turn, the Baby Green's gonna, in the end phase, the Baby Green's gonna come back and suppress the Forest Cake again. So as you can see, it's just like this chain of constant value. And now we are at 3. We are at 3 omens, which means, oh, guess what? Once I bring out that Bulwark Sword, I'm gonna be swinging at you for a lot.
This is so interesting to see, right? It is a very suppressing concept here for Steve-O, probably.
And look at that. We have put the Beastful Visage on the Dungeon Guide, but guess what? If we just suppress the Dungeon Guide, the Beastful Visage goes with it. So many funky things you can do with this deck. That's why I really love it. And it's also a deck that just no one else really plays. Kind of, it's always nice to see someone be creative and weird, and then no one else is willing to follow up on it because it's just so unorthodox that they don't even want to like bother trying to learn all the weird intricacies. Dungeon Guy gonna swing here. I wonder if we just take this. I mean, we are getting a little bit low. Ooh, we're just gonna take it. Okay. We're getting kind of dangerously low. Only need to take 5 more damage here. Dilu gonna come down. Gonna swing for another 3. Are we okay with this?
It is very brave, if you ask me, especially considering that the Vanitas deck runs Voldas. So even if you have multiple Veiling Breezes, this will hurt quite a bit next turn, unless you have like some kind of Asian Protector or something. Or you can get off multiple heals with Zhang Zhao.
We do have that Zhang Zhao, so a heal is in... It is in the works here. I imagine we're probably just going to try and clear out the Dilu here, or the Dungeon Guide even. We probably want to try and clear out both of these allies. Hopefully, Edward can find a way to make it. Actually, I'm curious if Edward can just like kill at this point. Probably not, with only 1, 2, 3. Dreamfairy going to come out, come back in, probably going to suppress the Dilu. Kind of hard to kill the Dilu with the 4 health there, so totally get why we're going for this line.
Did
Zhao, I imagine?
Banish the red hair in the process at some point?
Now that you mention it, I actually don't remember. I feel like it's still there, so
Yeah,
might just end up trading one horse for another. We have a Veiling Breeze in hand. We have Suppresses out the wazoo. Dreamfire gonna come back, gonna put that Dilu back, and then we're going to get another Omen here. So we are at 4 Omens. Next turn we're gonna be at 5, which means we get to start swinging with Bulwark Sword and drawing into memory, which it's not often you actually get to see the CL get to that 5 Omen. Usually the game is over. Either the CL has won or they've already died. So happy to see someone actually trying to go for the 5 Omen breakpoint.
It is indeed very interesting. And does Edward use the Veiling Breeze here?
Would definitely consider just Veiling here, but then leaves you open to get Voldad. If Vanitas is swinging for 5 here, so if there's a Volda, you do just die. So
Do you? Oh, he's
Vanitas would swing for 5,
5,
and then Volda would swing for 1. So Expeditious Opening in the hand. Revealing 3. Actually, only revealing 3.
Yeah, because Steve-O didn't use the Impact Hammer here. He's probably afraid of taking the damage here, right?
It is very scary. Seems like
And-
there was no Volda. Oh, could we maybe see a suppress here in the end phase on that Zhang Zhao? But it would be Glimpse 4. So not really the best thing to get here. I'm gonna just break his own Fire Resonance Bauble. That's funny. The thing about Broken Acolyte, she's actually mandatory, so you really do have to break it if there is a valid target on the field. I'm gonna take the
Yes.
Zhang Zhao because we don't want to risk potential for more healing or maybe more hand ripping.
Is this now the point where we see the Bulwark Sword?
Could bring out the Bulwark, or we could just maybe go for a Tariff Ring here.
Tariff doesn't
See
sound too
Edward.
bad to me.
Vanitas has 4 cards in hand, so can just swing once. It wouldn't be enough to kill you at least. Oh, we're gonna bring out the Grand Aguil. So that is at least a weapon that doesn't require us to pay to use it. So, and we do
That
in fact
might-
have 2 ally omens with the Zhang Xiao and the Asen. So we are actually getting the +1 off of this. Gonna swing for 2.
Slowly
and then
chipping away. This reminds me a little bit of the last game.
This CL is swinging for a pretty big 4 damage, which means next turn, the Vanitas really it's gotta find some way of getting around all of this prevention. Do we still not have another Asun? Seems like a no. Gonna just put that Veiling. I need to check if we're on actually Maxome. We are not on Maxome, so we cannot recur any of these omens. So something that Steve-O can at least be happy that we're not gonna add the Veiling Breeze back or the Zhang Xiao back.
It would actually be super nasty, right? Just to be able to recur
Absolutely.
all those Veiling Breezes again and again and again.
Vanata's gonna swing for 3 here. But I think Edward knows he's pretty much safe as long as there's no like Cinder Geyser to worry about. At this point, we're going to start getting the draws off of our attacks. So that's a really big thing. Edward can swing here for another 5, 6, 7, 8. Putting Vanitas up to 21. Just needs to find 4 damage, which is not particularly hard. You just need to really worry about Searing Rebuke, really.
This is looking kinda rough here.
Maybe you
We
could
have
consider bringing out a
5, 8.
Safeguard Amulet.
Are you afraid for some direct damage spells? I don't think so.
I am definitely afraid. Cinder Geyser here could come in for cheap if Edward actually plays more. Oh, actually, okay, just gonna skip his materialization because he actually had no cards in memory. Are we gonna see Searing Rebuke? Oh, I imagine Steve looking at his hand might have it.
He might.
Would be enough to kill if there's no Veiling Breeze.
But what if suddenly the ally who's attacking gets suppressed?
That is definitely a concern. Maybe we'll use it on the CL swing itself. Or is Edward actually going to sniff that out and not even swing with CL at all? Really need to find another Asun or a Zhang Xiao here to try and get us out of that range. Another Forest Cake is another opportunity. A Baby Green. Unfortunately, oh, we have the ink cap actually, so we can stop something here. Another Baby Green here. It's just a little bit of ill fortune not finding any more Asens. Or, yeah, we really needed another Asen here, I think. Would have really helped at least get Hazy Caterpillar gonna come in. What are we suppressing? Suppressing the other Hazy Caterpillar. Oh no, it's suppressing the other cake. Oh yeah, we have Sacrifice the other Caterpillar. So this is currently... So we're not even gonna swing with the CL. I think really worried about that potential Searing Rebuke. Stifling this Chrysalis here. Gonna stop that other Forest Kick from coming back. Ooh, I think Edward might have been trying to angle for a Veiling Breeze. Yeah, and it seems like he's just scooping. I think he was trying to look for Veiling Breeze there. So hopefully off the double Forest Cake draws, he's able to find one card into Veiling Breeze, which would let him live for another turn and then probably kill on the crackback. But yeah, I mean, that was really interesting. I think that Zhang Zhao line was one of the most unexpected things I've ever seen.
Yeah. Not only you, this was very out of nowhere, and I didn't even realize you could do that. And just throw your opponent with that. I think the bane for Edward here was that he couldn't protect the Ace Protector during this one crucial turn, right?
Yeah, and he just could not find another one.
Yeah.
What do you think might be the sideboard choices? I think a really important card in this matchup is probably going to be that Mad Tea Party. What do you think?
The Mad Tea Party is going to be mad fun. I hope producer is very excited to start the count on how many times the Mad Tea Party is recovering something.
As you can imagine, it says here whenever an ally enters the field, and guess what? A suppression does count as an enter. So there's a potential for a lot of healing here when we go like Chrysalis on your baby green, or Chrysalis, baby green, and the Expeditious into something. It's just like constantly healing. I imagine Steve-O is not going to let this Mad Tea Party stick on field for very long.
Yeah, most likely not. The Crystallized Destiny might also just come in, so you don't have to use your suppressors on funky ways to protect you from the attacks for Edward here.
Definitely.
So just preventing the 3 occasional 5 from Vanitas attacks is most likely going to be enough. On Steve-O's side, I think he surely is going to throw in the Cinder Geysers and the Fiery Interference to deal with all those weenies that suppress things and come in and do all those nasty things.
Also probably going to put in that Wind Resonance bubble, since we don't really need that Fire Resonance.
You are correct on that one.
And I imagine probably just going to throw out the Safeguard Amulet for the Windless Kite Shield. Another card we don't see very often, but it's mostly I've seen it used on like Seryus, so that Seryu essentially has give Seryu vigor. The card is interesting. I imagine this is just you just play this on Dilu, right? Actually, no, you can use this on Vanitas because it is a unit link. So
and every time you get hit, you hit back. It's like a fist fight, a very big brawl.
Exactly. The difference is when you're swinging, you swing for 3 on both turns. Pretty hard to deal with, actually.
It is kind of an interesting attack here because you are either enabling yourself of just dealing more raw damage or just clearing the board on turns you are not actually actively playing, right?
That is right. Seeing the Asen in the opening hand here, I imagine this is Windmill. Imbued, we see the Expeditious opening as well. Windmill gonna come out here. And probably gonna Asen this next turn if we can. Could also just go materialize the Thurable at this point to make sure there's no Ryle shenanigans going on.
That might be the start you need for Edward here, just to be able to deny your opponent resources for that matter. And it also enables you quite easily to go up to 7 cards or more in memory to have this funny Expeditious opening again.
Yeah, if we have the Zhangzhou, we can definitely try and pull that one off again.
I hope we see it again. This was kind of nice.
I wonder, okay, so we're going to bring out the Censor instead. I think this deck in particular, Censor is a card that's very easy to protect because you have so much suppress. If they try and break your Censor, you just, okay, I'm going to suppress it, then it's going to come back. They still get the value for that turn at least because chances are they're doing things on their end phase. Or down, I imagine this is going to be a Sun Protector. Actually, now I think about this, the Vanitas deck doesn't even play Reduced Ash, does it? So
it doesn't, because it plays Verucan Acolytes that you throw down.
Yes, but Acolyte is not a fast speed card. So yeah, I think Steve-O is put in a position here where he can't really get rid of all of this stuff. Gonna just have to probably play a Ryle or Creative to go neutral and then just try and play the typical Vanitas line. But now we have to deal with an Asun.
And the ASIN might even be there next turn, even if you try to remove it, right?
That is true. If we have some like a Zephyr or something, we could try and find a way to just keep this Asun on board so that we can start chipping away. 3 cards down make me think this is either a Ryle or Creative. We just need to cycle and put stuff down. So it's gonna be Ryle. Are we gonna even throw anything away? Just gonna throw a Liminal.
Just one Liminal Guide. Let's see the Creative Shock now, shall we?
I mean, we could still creative. We can creative after materializing, just so that our banish is a bit more controlled. What are we going to lose here? Losing the Searing Rebuke. And
nothing
seems like there's
too
more.
fancy lost for Stevo here, because I feel like while Searing Rebuke might be in theory a pretty nice card in this matchup, it is probably not something that you super need, right?
Searing Rebuke being played here because Edward has 4 cards in his memory. We can play the Searing Rebuke for cheap, which is telegraphing to me at least that the Vanitas is the Cinder Geyser being played here. So currently has 6 card influence. We'll have 7, so we can still do the Vanitas thing. Just kind of the benefit of going second here. Having an extra card in hand means we can spend one of them at least just to clear this Asun. 3 down, dungeon. Ooh, okay, so it's Beseech here. The better choice because it does get around the Stifling Trap. And now I think we're about to get taxed. I wonder if there's a Veiling.
I hope so. Otherwise, this might go south very quickly.
Dilu coming down here. The big horse himself. Gonna banish 3. Go up to that Dominus Rex. Dilu is also one of the really hard ones to deal with in particular, because he has 4 life. Not easiest for this deck to actually clear that one.
Yeah. 3 attack.
Okay, it's
4
not
life
looking good.
Is a very tough stat line. And what now being taxed is very annoying for him, so can't get more card advantage, and leveling up costs 2.
Yeah, this is not a good spot. I definitely agree with you there.
You think there's a reason why Edward didn't Zephyr his own Ace Protector here?
Well, I guess if you Zephyr the Asun, he would still be forced to go back to hand anyway, so
You're correct.
I totally get why.
I feel like every game I lost an Ace Protector early on is a game that I kind of threw away to some degree. Because the 3/4 body is so strong and annoying to deal with that it actually matters quite a lot.
Zhang coming down here to get us some healing. 2 down, gonna be a windmill. But we can't kill Dilu is the issue. Only have 3 damage across these 3 allies. So I imagine we just have to hit face here. Now, luckily, if we're gonna spend attacks hitting these allies, then at least we're not taking the damage straight to face. And the Vanitas is pretty much always going to hit face just because the tax is too important. But let's see if the Dilu will clear out this Zhang Shower, this Chrysalis, instead of swinging. In this situation, I mean, what do you think? Is it better to just put on the pressure and keep swinging, or like ensure that your allies can stick around for another turn by clearing? Oh, actually, wow, we're killing 2 allies, it seems.
Okay, but that is kind of odd, if you ask me.
I think it's actually a pretty smart play to ensure this Dilu survives, because it's the only way we're really killing this Dilu at this point is to find an Asen specifically. So it seems like we're gonna go CL level 1 here. We can start
Mhm.
building up our omens. Gonna lose that stifling trap. Not really gonna be useful outside of Vault at this point. Bring out the servile possessions. I think our world for an Asen at this point. Oh my god, Asen off the top, so we can go Chrysalis, swing at that Dilu, and then Asen it back. Steve-O's gonna have to probably gonna have to bring out the Impact Hammer if he wants to if he even wants to threaten killing this Asen, or he has to find another ally. There we go. That's actually the perfect draw to find in this situation.
It was the one card he needed the most. He is truly the protagonist in this case.
And we have another. Oh no, that was an Omen. I was like, oh wait, he has another Asen.
Another one
we do
would
have that
go
Zephyr.
quite a long way.
We do have that Zephyr here, so it is possible for us to keep this Asen alive. Gonna go Wind Resonance Bauble. Probably gonna dig for an ally here. Now Steve has to make another choice. Am I gonna swing at face, or am I gonna try and kill the Asen? I mean, we gotta kill the Asen. He's a bit too problematic to leave around. Being able to clear like almost all of our horses. Also, just being able to leave him up for as an intercept to stop the taxation. It's pretty good.
It might just come to the point where you can get the taunt intercept mechanic working for yourself in Edward's place, right? So if Vanitas attacks your champion, you intercept with the Asen and force every other attack to just go to your champion first.
What you can actually do is you can go, they attack your CL because he has taunt, and then you
Yes.
redirect it to the Asen, and then you retaliate, which then means they have to now attack CL for the remaining attacks because he still has taunt. So
Yeah.
pretty nice line you can find here. Really powerful effect of that Servant's Obligation. I've also seen some other CL builds that play like Vanguard's Reversal, because that does say that if you have taunt, it gets reduced cost, and since you get taunt every turn of servants, you can actually use that.
That is pretty cool. I didn't even think of that one.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go Dungeon Guide here to try and kill the Asen, and I think we're just probably gonna Zephyr this Dungeon Guide. Oh, actually, we're just swinging face. Okay.
Okay. Most likely
So
for the
now we
Beast
get-
Visage next turn.
Yeah, but I imagine the Asen is just gonna kill this Dungeon Guide here.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that because of we all know Beastful Visage is a card, so we need to try and play around that a little bit, make sure that it's not gonna this weenie Dungeon Guide suddenly becomes a terrifying beast.
What you also could do is you could Beast Soul Visage the Asen Protector, but that's most likely nothing you actually want to do.
I actually think that that's kind of scary because they can just suppress the Beastful Visage, and then suddenly your Asen's unlocked once again. So, gonna banish a card here. What are we bringing out? Oh, we bring out the Kite Shield. Okay.
Okay.
So now our Vanitas can attack and cannot really be profitably attacked into. Otherwise, you do lose an ally that swings into Vanitas. But Asen luckily has 4 life, so even if Vanitas retaliates, it's not gonna kill him. Also could just suppress the Kite Shield if you want to, though it will just come back at the end phase.
It's still kind of funny.
Finally draw the Forest Cake. We have been waiting for this Forest Cake for a while now. Asen gonna swing. I imagine it's gonna be Forest Cake and just start trying to play out some of these suppress units.
Just to get a value out of your cake. Yeah. That might just be the right thing to do.
2 Dream Fairies. 2 Dream Fairies in the hand. It's a lot of board clear, but we need a bit more pressure, I think. So I think we're probably just gonna go for these baby green here. Actually, we're gonna go for Chrysalis instead. Targeting Aeson. That is a pretty. So that means Aeson is gonna come back awake. So the Vanitas actually cannot get an attack towards face here. So this is I think a really huge line here. So we're just gonna bounce the Chrysalis. I think this is why Aeson is the really important card. I think the previous game we didn't see another Aeson after that, so we weren't able to do these crazy loops. So we're actually gonna use that Beastol Visage on our Aeson to give him Pride 3, which means he can't intercept. But we could also just Chrysalis the Beastol in order to re-unlock that ability.
Let's see what happens here. Most likely during the end phase, at what is before the end phase trigger actually happens, he's crystallizing his own Aeson Protector so that the Beastol Visage is broken and he gets the suppress ability back to his hand to replay it.
Yeah, that is the better line in the long term. It's more like if you just wanted to, for this one turn, stop that the taxation. But the thing is if you're playing CL, you really don't need to bring stuff out because you're just gonna be building omens every turn anyway. And then once you get that one turn where you're able to keep yourself untaxed, that's when you can start bringing out the Aegil, you can start bringing out the Bulwark Swords. So I think this is I think really Edward just doesn't even need to swing with other allies. He can just keep doing Aeson Chrysalis over and over and over again. And Steve-O's eventually going to run out of ways of punching around this Aeson.
You're correct. It is kind of a loop that you can keep doing until the end of time.
And I think we're going to just do the exact same thing again. Chrysalis on our Aeson. Going to probably bounce back the Chrysalis again. Or are we going to choose Baby Green? I imagine it's going to be Chrysalis again. Force K going to come out, going to draw us into another windmill. Aeson going to come out. We're going to bounce the Chrysalis so we can maintain the loop. And then we're going to get our fourth Omen. This is just such a nasty loop we have established here.
It indeed is. It is quite annoying and strong. And now even imagine with the servant's obligation in here too. So you force your opponent every turn to attack your champion first, then it goes into the Aeson Protector until you don't want it to die, and then you just suppress it, and then your opponent can finally have the illusion of choice of attacking your champion again.
Smoke Bomb going to be brought out here. I think the last card that we can use to get around the Aeson Protector. I'm gonna put 2 down into another Chrysalis. Gonna hit the Aeson again. Oh, that's actually gonna fizzle the Smoke Bomb because it has lost its target. That's actually nasty.
Yeah. It is also something
rare
that...
to actually see that happen.
It is quite rarely happening, and people are caught very off guard with that one. On the Smoke Bomb.
Gonna be the last card here. Gonna break the Censor. I don't think we really care about Censor anymore at this point. And then are we going to suppress the Acolyte to stop this damage, or are we just going to let it go? We are going to suppress it. Unfortunately, we cannot force the destruction of the Kite Shield because that is a 1-cost Regalia. But then Aeson comes back, we bounce back the Chrysalis. Now the issue is we are really low. I think haven't found any more Veiling Breezes, which is a bit unfortunate. Baby Green going to go into Acolyte. She can retaliate here, so we are going to lose one of our suppressed guys. But we are just kind of slowly walking this Vanitas down. But the problem is this Fractal of Sparks every single turn. It's going to keep making our life harder and harder. Chrysalis is going to come and we're just going to do the loop again. We do have that Incapacitate to stop a potential Searing Rebuke at least. And now we are at that 5 breakpoint. Actually, the thing is, we actually can't really attack with the CL because we're going to get retaliated on. So we can attack on allies at least, but we can't really attack on the Vanitas to like, speed up the clock.
As cool as Edward's deck is, I think it might just be lacking somewhat of a clear win condition here, right? Because you try to just outlast your opponent and maybe win on resource advantage here. Or is that
I think
just
the really
my
tough
impression?
part. I think the tough part is because Vanitas has that 3 attack every single turn. It and you are an ally deck primarily, so it's kind of hard to play around, really. Now, luckily for us though, okay, we now have that safeguard, so we are at least insulated a little bit from like random Cinder Geysers, random Searing Rebukes. And now we just need to find our way. If we can find a Veiling Breeze, then we're going to be extremely safe. Then I think we can probably get there. If we find a Zhang Zhao as well, that would be great. Oh, we did find a Veiling Breeze. That's perfect. If we find a Zhang Zhao, that would be really nice for us because it does let us heal a little bit outside of that lethal range.
Yeah. Especially with 25 damage counters to be put on your champion. That is quite the task to ask for Edward here. Slowly dwindling down with 3 every turn is certainly something that you can do, but it takes a couple more turns, at least 3 right now, to just close out the game.
Imagine we're just going to do the same thing we've been doing this whole time. We're just going to go for the Chrysalis Loop. We have 4 cards in memory, so we could potentially get hit by Cinder Geyser, but seems like that's not in the cards here. And then we're going to get our, what is that, 6th Omen? Going to do
That
1 more damage off of this Fractal.
It is certainly a number of omens I haven't seen yet so far, but it is impressive.
It is very impressive. Gonna bring out the Impact Hammer here. The problem is it's risky to swing this because if you swing with the Impact Hammer, you're gonna take another 3 damage, and then next turn we can just bring out Bulwark Sword and then swing for. I think actually did Steve-O scoop here? It seems like Steve-O scoop. I think he realized the writing on the wall. Next turn we just gotta bring out Bulwark Sword, then we get to just swing for a bajillion. You're just dead, and then like Asun retaliate. He takes another 3, takes 3 damage from the Impact Hammer. It was just a terrible situation to be in.
Yeah.
So I mean that just goes to show the insane grind game that Edward's deck has. I mean, what do you think Steve-O can try to do to maybe have a little bit more longevity in this game?
He probably needs more Cinder Geysers to remove the and protectors at points in time where Edward doesn't consider them. And if he can't catch
he's
Edward
a Riffle Shuffler.
Yeah. The Riffle.
And no wonder his cards are so bent.
Yeah. That's why every card is a U. It's a U for me, it's a U for you. So the thing is, Steve needs to catch Edward off guard at points where he doesn't expect removal for the Ace and Protectors. Otherwise, the game just might end up in the same quote-unquote stalemate that it did right now.
I really think the important thing is to break the Chrysalis Aeson loop. You saw it there where it's like, okay, you get Aeson every turn, and you also get to swing and then also establish an intercept every single turn. It's a little bit too much to deal with. Didn't find any horses like after the first Dilu there, so kind of hoping that he's able to get a little bit more of the ally beatdown so they can try and contest board a bit better here. But Edward is going second, which means we might be able to see another one of those fancy expeditious Zhang Zhao lines to deny the level 3.
That would be very, very cool.
Ooh, it seems like we're doing Ryle in main phase, which probably tells me he also has a fluffy shopkeep that he wants to play here. Oh, it seems like he's just passing. Okay.
Okay.
This is kind of risky. That means that if you get hit by Raccoon, that would not be great for you.
The thing is, if you are Steve-O, you haven't seen a Raccoon yet, right? So you don't know it's there.
You're actually right. We have not seen a single Raccoon played this whole game. Actually, I don't even think I've seen it in the hand either. I do see the Zhang Zhao, though. I see Fairy Whispers. I see Zhangzhou, which is what you need is Expeditious. Expeditious gets you 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so you need Expeditious. Expeditious Fairy Whispers Zhangzhou, I think, is enough to get the line here. Forest. Oh, we draw the raccoon. Are we playing this? Oh, actually, we can't play the Zhangzhou after this.
The raccoon.
Silver Lining. So we are gonna hit the 2 float, but remember, the thing about Vanitas is it doesn't really matter. He can still do the same Vanitas stuff as long as he has 7 cards in hand when he goes up to level 1. And that's kind of the big annoying thing about Ryle is that even if you break the float, even if you remove the float, the card still went neutral.
You are correct. At the worst case, you set up your hand with cards that you wanna have in your hand. After all, and not just floating memory or something else.
Evo is taking some time to think here. Maybe it's not the most straightforward path to level 3. We're gonna banish middle here. Oh, I wonder maybe if he was expecting that float to stick. And that's why, but it seems like we have a main phase creative shock as well, or another Ryle here just to get 1 card deeper into the deck. Let's see. I mean, I imagine he's got to have it. Edward could also have a Stifling Trap if it's not a Beseech, though. It's definitely some things that could get in the way. Ooh, okay. 3 cards. Is it? It's Dungeon Guide. Do we have a Stifling Trap? I do not see one. It's Zhangzhou, Veiling Breeze, Fairy Whispers.
You could just no, you can't. I'm just a clown. One thing that is a little bit different for Stevo's list than most of the chess club people is that he's playing actually 3 Beseech per win, so the chance of him having that is a little bit higher on average. But it doesn't matter
go up to this
here right now.
3. Dominus Rex hits the board. He's gonna start taking all of your paid carrots. Oh, we are gonna commit the Veiling here. This is the best way to stop the damage since we've also denied the Dungeon Guide swing.
Flonne, do you know what is better than 1 Dungeon Guide?
2 Dungeon Guides?
A Dungeon Guide that is 3/5.
Oh, I mean, that's true, but you know what you could also do? You could also just suppress the Dungeon Guide to make it lose all of its buff counters.
Yeah, correct.
We lose the Scout the Land, not too upset about that one, I imagine. Ooh, Dream Fairy. Dream Fairy found here. We could go for Baby Green. Do we have a Baby Green? We have the Chrysalis, but she is not active right now because we don't have the 2 Wind Omens yet. So Dungeon Guide taken care of at least. Obviously, you don't really want to spend your Dream Fairy on a Dungeon Guide, but it was buffed, so I think we can just let this one through, and then the Brisk Windshot are going to be swiftly taken care of with that Dream Fairy. We are going to hold up 1 card in hand so that we can play this Fairy Whispers, which we can Omen next turn, which then activates our ability to play the Chrysalis as a Zephyr. Gonna GCR here. I wonder if there's allies. That's the thing, is if Vanitas doesn't find allies, this game could slowly start to slip away, especially once we find that Ace and Protector.
Did you already see in everyone's hand an Ace and Protector? I couldn't make out one of them.
No, there is not an Ace and Protector in hand, but this could be an Ace and Protector right here. But Edward doing things in a way that we can't see. Oh, it seems like one bottom 2 top. So he must really like these 2 cards if he's gonna. Oh, actually gonna bottom 2. Okay. Finds another Dream Fairy.
Anyone likes Dream Fairies for sure.
Jason? Oh well,
Was it the
maybe you have a
4th
little
Dream
bit
Fairy?
too many Dream Fairies. We're gonna play another. Maybe we could play the Scout the Land. Could play the Cake. Probably gonna be the Cake here. Draws into another Scout the Land, it seems. Yeah, unfortunately, just not finding that critical card that we really need. I think Steve-O detecting the lack of ASINs here, just gonna bring out the impact and try and put some pressure on. The swing, are we using? We are in fact using the impact hammer, so that means another 3 damage on Steve-O, and then another 2 on Edward. I mean, we really just gotta start digging for these ASINs. The problem is, because Steve-O has cards in hand, we can definitely threaten for a potential Cinder Geyser.
It looks like Edward is just finding cards that help him find things, but he's not finding anything besides more search for his kills right now.
Well, eventually he will find this ASIN. Like, eventually it must happen. Even a baby green here would be appreciated, so we can start bouncing these force kicks around. Gonna draw into a Veiling Breeze. That's something. No Fairy Whispers. We also have the Zhang Zhao, so we can at least try and get some healing off. I think we drew a Windmill Engineer, which is another good way of cycling through the deck. Really need to find...
Do you think Edward sided in the Mad Tea Party at all?
Now that you mention that, we haven't seen the Mad Tea Party, so maybe not actually. I think it would have actually been crazy. I mean, in that last game when he was doing the Chrysalis ASIN loops, imagine if the Mad Tea Party was on field. He would be like healing like probably would have healed like 10 off of that.
At least.
Even then, the Vandal's gonna be forced to swing into it as well.
Yeah.
Stifling Trap on the Zhang Zhao. No way to suppress her to avoid that. Or actually, I think we did have the Chrysalis, so I think we actually could have, but I think Edward's thinking, okay, it's fine. He commits a Stifling Trap. I'm okay with that.
At the very least, this way you keep Vanitas always down in influence, right? And I think the deck gets really scary if you give your opponent more influence to do things with also having a free attack unit every turn that also taxes you. That's very scary.
Now, we are pretty down here. We really need to find this ASIN, I gotta say. So we're gonna play out the Fluffy here. We can just Dream Fairy this Fluffy if we would so please. Tariff going to be thrown away, which is, I think, you'd be happy to see that. That is a card that does affect you a little bit. We're getting dangerously low on life here. I think that Zhang Zhao would have been very appreciated if this Zhang Zhao resolved. Crystal is going to come down here, going to suppress a Forest Cake to help us dig even deeper. I think Edward is kind of desperate to find something. And also just puts an ally on board so that we can just try and clear out some of these other allies. Dream Fairy. I think there's a Dream Fairy number 4.
It seems very unfortunate that you, at the very least, checked up to top 12 cards and didn't find anything that helps you.
Oh, Zhang Zhao, at least that is a really big one here. And remember, we can just keep suppressing this Zhang Zhao. We can actually maybe see a crazy line, which is that you suppress the Zhang Zhao on the end phase, your end phase, and then you go to your turn and just pass, and then she comes back and draws you 2. You know, if we're really desperate to find the ASIN, or we could just suppress her and then play 1 card, get ourselves up to the 1 through 3 just so we can heal some more. That's actually probably even better than drawing at this point. Unless those draws actually draw us into the ASIN Protector that we are so desperate to find.
Yeah. It looks to be that Edward is quite in a rough spot if he doesn't find anything. That puts a little bit of pressure on Steve-O here soon.
I actually think Edward is in a perfectly fine spot as long as this Zhang Zhao gets to stick on field. If we get to keep the Zhang Zhao, we can just keep looping it to heal over and over and over again.
Okay.
And then we're kind of chilling. But the problem is, obviously, Steve-O is probably going to try to do everything in his power to get rid of this Zhang Zhao. I gotta say, Steve-O's been a bit unlucky as well, not finding any of his horses.
So you would say it's an even match with both players not finding what they want to need.
I would argue that Edward is more unlucky because he has dug way deeper into the deck. Steve-O's only really looked like, I mean, he just draws like one card per turn, while Edward has to then like scout the land into Fairy Whispers and then like, Forest Cake looping, and he still can't find it. Volda coming out here, that's big. Do we have a Stifling Trap maybe? Does he even have enough cards? I don't think he has enough cards to play that, so he's gonna take a ton of damage here. But that means the Zhangzhou actually gets to live another turn.
That is correct.
So we're just gonna kill the Chrysalis, which is a big deal if we ever do find that Aeson. Unless we have another one, we might have multiple at this point. I mean, yeah, Steve-O's got a fair amount of cards. Always have to worry about the threat of that Cinder Geyser.
Especially with 4 cards in memory, you are correct. This is a very big threat, especially with Volda having the on-enter active for the whole turn, right?
That is correct. And I think another thing is because we lost the Chrysalis here, that means that we don't have an easy loopable source of suppress for the Zhangzhou anymore. Because as Zephyr isn't as quite as good as Chrysalis, because Chrysalis on a body, it helps you fight for board, but it also you can bounce it back to hand. And Baby Green can only target items, so it won't work on Zhangzhou. So hopefully we can find another Chrysalis to maybe we can start getting the Zhangzhou heal looping out here. Let's see. Also, only 50 seconds left on the clock, which means we might end up seeing a draw. Draw's an incapacitate. Really not what you want to see. Are we gonna just Dream Fairy this Volda? I feel like that's not the best. I mean, we could
would
also just
be
Windmill.
very brave, no?
Imagine it's gonna be just Windmill. Let's try and dig. Oh my god! Like, oh, I think was that a Chrysalis? Might have been a Chrysalis. We're just gonna clear this Volda. Don't want any extra sources of damage. And then we're gonna Omen this Chrysalis. Which means now next turn, if we want, we can bring out the Grand Aegil. Ooh, I feel like Steve-O smells blood in the water here. Just needs to swing 3. Gets, just needs to find 4. So even like a Cinder Geyser. Maybe this is a... So this is turn 0 for Steve-O. So I think Edward probably can't win the game in time. So I think he might have to just try and stall. But then at the same time, it's like, I think pretty much neither of you is going to get top 16 if you stall. So I very much incentivized for both players to just try and like get through this game. The Fractal of Sparks is going to come down, put a little bit of inevitability. Basically just has to wait 4 turns worth of time unless you can find another Zhangzhou. And then we're set. I wonder if we're going to finally bring out one of these weapons. Maybe a Grand Aegil would be good right here. We are at 5 Omens, so we can start to get the draw off.
This is looking very dire for Edward here. I think if you have... Steve-O has 2 or 3 cards in hand. I can't really see because of his sleeves.
I think he has 2.
Is it 2? Okay. So at the very
Scout
least,
the land here.
one more turn as Steve-O.
Oh, there it is. Cinder Geyser coming out here to finish it off.
Just actually 3 cards. Crazy.
Yeah, that was just honestly very unfortunate that we never found a single Aeson Protector. I think we dug over halfway through the deck and did not see any Aeson Protectors. I mean, sometimes the deck just does not cooperate with you. But I think that second game in particular was a really good showcase of the kind of the ceiling that this deck can pull off with being able to like loop suppresses over and over again. So I definitely want to thank Edward for showing us some of his cool tech. But yeah, I mean, Pony Vanitas, it's just so strong, being able to swing every turn. Doesn't care about weapons, it can just swing. And 3 damage is a lot. Clears like almost every single ally in the game. Notably except for that Aeson or like a buff Frostworn.
What is the 3/4 automaton again from Mercurial Heart Altar? I forgot the name, but it has a second condition to be played. You need to banish 2 or 3 fire element cards, but it is
the Furnace
also
Drone,
3/4. That is...
Yeah, and if you kill it, it does damage. So
if you are a Guardian.
If you're Guardian, which CL is Guardian, but we're not on fire, so Yeah, this card right here, really awesome card. The problem is, yeah, you do have to banish fire cards. So in the meta where everyone's playing Thurable and all that nonsense, a bit difficult to achieve, I think. So
Yeah.
this card is strong though. I think if we see more like hard aggro guardian decks, they would definitely play this.
Ooh,
But
for
yeah, I mean that
sure,
was
for sure.
I think let's just see maybe some of the other matches are done. We were at time, so let's see maybe if we already have a guaranteed winner here.
I do not have the brackets open right now.
Jimmy Lee won his last game, which would put him at 601. So I think that means he does win because the other, the number one table did ID. So yeah, I think Stevo is 511. Yeah, so I think Jimmy Lee is our winner based on what
Ooh,
I'm seeing here at
very cool.
601 because he chose not to take the ID. So huge props to Jimmy Lee here. I believe was on Ensoul. So I gotta say, I mean, I think we got to see a lot of interesting decks. I mean, for the most part, a lot of it really was Pony, Vanitas, and Ryle. But I think the or the water Diana was really cool. This Wind CL list was really cool. I think even the other CL list we saw was pretty interesting. The one that was more beguiling coup rather than that. I mean, Gerrit, what was your favorite deck of the day?
I think my favorite deck was the one that Sebastian played with the Beguiling Coup because I like the theme of it. Just flip-flopping the attacks around and dealing unpreventable damage is so cool to me. Most likely not the
Yeah,
best deck right now, but it is one of the cooler things that you can do with the deck, for sure. What about you, Flonne?
I like the suppressed deck. I like the suppressed
Ah.
deck. I think it's just super funny. I think I like wind. I've just always liked wind. Unfortunately, the thing about wind is it's a bit hard to play advanced elements in wind, and I like advanced elements. So you know, I also was a fan of the Mad Hatter deck because I love Mad Hatter. So
The
yeah, I
Mad
mean that
Hatter
was
doing mad things.
yeah, and that is it for us today. Of course, we have a lot more events. There's a lot of store champs and I think probably some regionals happening across the couple weeks, and then in 2 weeks, Ascent Taipei. So definitely be excited for that. I think a lot of people are gonna start bringing out the real techs out for Ascent Taipei, which is gonna eventually lead into the rest of the season. We also have the potential for some big shakeups with some new ban lists or maybe some new Proxia cards. So look forward to that. I think the next month of Grand Archive is going to be really interesting. And I'd say our meta is pretty diverse, even if it's a bit fire heavy. But things can always change. A lot of things can happen in just a couple months. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching, and thank you for Gerrit for being here with us for the whole day, and also for Freedom who was with us in the first 5 rounds.
Thank you to
Any
you too.
closing words?
Not a lot of closing words from me personally, but I want to thank you too and production for being here. And I hope to see a lot of people during the cake local events, and also a lot of people will be joining the Yeti online locals every week. It is amazing how many people take part in those events, especially around the Ascent or regional time. And I would be personally very happy if we have continuously a growth for those events, right?
Yes, Yeti weeklies are free. If you win and you get prizing, you just have to pay for shipping. So that's it. But if you just want to play, it's free for everyone all across the world. So it's a perfect opportunity for you to like test your decks in maybe not like an extremely like high stakes environment like an Ascent or a Store Champs. You could just come in. They consistently fire events every week, and they usually get streamed. So it's a great opportunity to meet some people and to play some games. And I think it's always nice to have a way of playing the game that leaves you more opportunity to play your like fun pet decks. So
Yeah,
yeah,
that is correct.
and if you want to see more of that, definitely subscribe to the Serene Balance Productions YouTube channel. They stream every week the Yeti regionals, but also or the Yeti weeklies, but they also just stream other things like these cake regionals, so other events we always end up seeing them. And they also have a podcast that just started, I think, this week. So if you want to see our production manager once in love with, I believe, Valkyrie on the podcast, go give that a listen to. But yeah, please subscribe. I think everyone is really trying to do that content grind for the
Creators
this
Guild.
Frostborn Paladins. You know, everyone wants to get into the creator guild. So definitely give your support to your favorite channels. And I hope to see everyone again on some other on other streams. If you want to see more of me, I'm gonna be in in Taiwan. I'm gonna be casting Taiwan with Chris Home, the consistent Asian casters that we always end up getting. So yeah.
Don't forget the Michigan regional that True Champion Gaming is hosting soon, and also the next Yeti Weekly is going to be on Saturday the 4th September.
Oh yes, the Michigan regional is going to be big, huge cash prize, and a lot of players. I will also be there with Tyler and Joy Boy from Lineage Break. So look forward to that. There's a lot of Grand Archive. It's like this week, and then next week it's Michigan regional, and then after week it's Taiwan. So it's just like it's a ton of Grand Archive. So anyone who loves the game should be very pleased to see lots of content and lots of streams to see. But yeah, I think that's it from us. Thank you everyone again for watching and staying the whole 7 rounds. I know for some people it's probably some random time in the day. So, I mean, for me, it's like 2 a.m. right now. So, you know, I think hopefully if you stayed up for this, you can get a good night's rest. But that's going to be it for us. Thank you, Gerrit, again. And thank you to Tyler and all our judges and all the staff that helped make this happen. Thank you again, and we'll see you in the next stream.